Well, hello everyone and welcome to this big old commentary of Elden Ring. I gradually released all 3 parts of this series throughout the month of July simply because it was too big and long an undertaking for me to handle all at once. But now that everything's done and out there, and because I got a really great reception in response to the series, I thought it'd be fun to release all 3 parts as the one long video, just for the hell of it, and I just like the idea of having a 5-hour video up on my channel. The aim of this series is to provide commentary and analysis on standout elements of this vast golden game, discussing interesting bosses, locations, mechanics, characters, dungeons, and anything else along the way that I find particularly compelling, and I happen to find a lot of things in Elden Ring to be compelling, hence the whole 5-hour thing. As far as structure goes, I'll first start off with a setup into the story and world of the game, and then from there I will cover each area from beginning to end, starting with Limgrave, the Weeping Peninsula and Liurnia, then moving on to Caelid, the Altus Plateau and everywhere else, including the optional areas and their many bosses. I've never aimed to cover absolutely everything at every area throughout this commentary, but instead I've focused on key standout elements that I consider worth discussing based on my experience throughout this playthrough and my many previous playthroughs of the game. Also, let me make it clear right from the outset that I'm not a lore hunter or lore expert, so please don't expect any in-depth interpretations or theories from me as far as that's concerned, although I will certainly bring up relevant nuggets of lore from time to time to give things more context. Folks, I sure do hope you like the video, and if you do find yourself enjoying it, please consider giving the video a like, and maybe even subscribe if you really like it. And with that being said, let's get right into Elden Ring. Elden Ring isn't just the title of the game, but also the name of a golden symbol representing the laws of the in-game world. It's very difficult to even describe what the Elden Ring truly is, and to what extent it's even a physical object or entity, but essentially it is made up of interlocking runes, each of which play a part in determining what can and cannot be in the lands between, where Elden Ring is set. As a result of a murderous incident known as the Night of the Black Knives, where her son's life was taken, the goddess Queen Margit shattered the Elden Ring after being, as the game puts it, driven to the brink. This act started a long, chaotic and bloody war known as the Shattering, where Queen Margit's demigod children each claimed fragments, or great runes, of the Elden Ring for themselves, warring amongst themselves to reclaim more great runes so as to eventually wield the power of the Elden Ring. However, none of the demigods would come out on top, leading to each of them either hiding away, transforming, or being reduced to shadows of their former selves. Thus, much like with the Unkindled from Dark Souls 3, the only remaining solution lay with the people known as the Tarnished. The Tarnished were warriors who were once abandoned by the mysterious higher consciousness known as the Greater Will, with the term Tarnished coming from the grace of gold which had left their eyes after their abandonment and then banishment. Now, however, their grace has returned and they've been given life once again, and beckoned back to the lands between to hunt down the demigods, reclaim their great runes, and ultimately to restore the Elden Ring. Now, while we're on the subject of the world and lore and story, let me say that Elden Ring is very complex in this regard. The game is massive, and so appropriately, the lore is also massive, with a lot of ambiguity and unanswered questions. When it comes to my coverage of the story, I won't be going super in depth about anything because I am not a lore hunter type in the slightest. I love the world and lore of Elden Ring, but I'm the kind of person who beat this game the first time and understood literally none of what happened. Yes, I'm fascinated by it, but if I hadn't watched hours of lore videos afterwards, I'd still be scratching my head wondering who the hell Radagon even was. That said, I will try to offer up the occasional nugget of lore from time to time to give things more context. And of course, to start off the game, we get to choose our class. The stats in Elden Ring are mostly pretty standard, although endurance has been converted back to how it was back in Dark Souls 1, determining both stamina and equip load capacity. There's also an arcane stat being added, but this mostly works as a luck stat, determining item discovery, although it is also a factor for the scaling of some weapons, as well as a stat requirement for dragon incantations. For my recent retrospectives of the Dark Souls games, I tried to go with a different sort of build each time, and so I decided here that I'd choose the Prisoner class and focus on a Strength Intelligence build, having never dabbled too much into Sorcery in this game before, though to be honest, I mainly just wanted to use this specific sword, it just looks so cool. Upon first getting control of Elden Ring, what's immediately apparent is just how controllable it feels. If I had to describe both the feel and look of the movement, I'd say it's a cross between Dark Souls 3 and Sekiro, not least of all because we can now jump. Other than that wonderful gameplay inclusion, which will of course frequently come into play during traversal of both the game's open world and dungeons, everything else feels pretty damn familiar, and all the basic moves from Dark Souls 3 are back. Of course, it's not long before we're thrown a nasty challenge with a rather terrifying boss ambush from a grafted Scion. Just as how Sekiro kicked the game off with a boss that players were almost certain to die on, the same thing is done here, because this enemy is ridiculously tough, not to mention being pretty damn tanky. In fact, you see grafted Scions a bunch more later on in the game as regular enemies, and for me these things never stopped being a nightmare to fight. In fact, I still don't really understand how to fight them and not get hit, which is a problem. And that goes for quite a few of Elden Ring's enemies and some bosses. Is it perhaps because I'm just not all that great at these games? Yes. Yes it is. Of course, I die, as will most people here, though please let me know in the comments if you actually managed to beat this thing first try and claimed its fancy sword. The screen goes all dark for what seems like a bit too long, making everyone think, oh shit, the game's crashed, and then everyone sighs in relief as they see a very important character who we'll meet again later watching over us, along with a horse, Cow. From here, our character regains consciousness and we get our flasks of Crimson Tears for healing and Cerulean Tears for FP recovery. Same idea as the Estus and Ashen Estus from Dark Souls 3. Also, you can choose to drop down this hole to run through a very easy wee tutorial going over the basic combat mechanics, except loads of people, including me, completely missed this on their first playthrough. See this message that pops up? Yeah, that didn't used to be there. They patched it in because too many people missed out on this incredible boss. Finally, after the tutorial is done, we ascend an elevator, lift up the iron gate and step out into Limgrave. That moment where the player is finally allowed to see the world which awaits them after its intro sequence is very important for nearly any open world game, generating that initial burst of excitement and desire to get out there and explore. Elden Ring does this exceptionally well, showing bright green vistas, crumbling ruins, an enormous fortified castle sat on cliffs of jagged rock, and most spectacularly of all, the Erdtree. The Erdtree is of course the single biggest landmark in all the lands between, and can be seen from nearly anywhere. It looks impossibly enormous from a distance here in Limgrave, however, as the player travels through the world and comes closer and closer to it, you really start to realise just how absurdly tall and wide the thing actually is, not to mention beautiful. In fact, you could even say that it is incandescent. And it's a genius level move to always have it there looking over you in the distance, because the Erdtree is an extremely significant part of the culture of the people in the lands between, arguably being even more a subject of worship than the actual gods and demigods of the land. As bright, powerful and beautiful as the Erdtree is, however, like many things in this game, there are dark and disturbing aspects to it also. From this point on in the game, the player effectively is released into the wild. Of course, we have our mission to hunt the demigods and reclaim the Great Runes, but that's about it. Elden Ring did well to buck the trend of constant hand-holding, tutorials and having the protagonist constantly talk. The whole protagonist constantly speaking thing in particular is a massive peeve of mine in modern games, and I remember just a week before Elden Ring came out, Horizon Forbidden West came out, which I was actually looking forward to, and then I played it, and then I hated it for many reasons, but one of the main reasons I hated it was because the protagonist never shut up, and you are never allowed to figure things out for yourself, and I can't stand that. In Elden Ring though, there is no mission screen and there are no objective markers. What there is, however, is guidance in the form of dialogue by NPCs, as well as guidance in the form of grace. Although once ubiquitous throughout the lands between, grace is now something only visible to the tarnished, and not even all tarnished, only a select few. Like many things in Elden Ring, the guidance of grace is a very mysterious force, but it is thought to be a manifestation of the guidance by the greater will, visible as rays of gold which point in the direction of other points of grace and towards the closest relevant objective. Points of Grace are of course this game's answer to bonfires, functioning in much the same way, except now any point of grace can be warped to from nearly anywhere else in the world, regardless of the player's current proximity to any other point of grace. The only exceptions to this are when the player is deep within an optional dungeon, or when in the middle of combat. Regarding NPC guidance, the white mask Vari is right within eyeshot of the player upon entering out into Limgrave, telling us that we're apparently kinda fucked due to being maidenless, thus being bereft of the power to turn runes into strength. Although it's quite easy to miss its significance, back in the very first room of the game we actually see our maiden lying dead on the ground, murdered, and indeed for the first small chunk of the game there is actually no levelling up, although we can still accumulate runes through combat and by slaughtering small animals. Regardless of the roasting we received from Vari, we're not totally lost because the grace of gold guides us still. Unfortunately though, Vari is not the only entity within eyesight from our starting point here, because everyone's nemesis, the Tree Sentinel, also prowls the area atop his gold armoured steed, halberd in hand. Yes, this dude is brutal for any first time player. He hits like a truck, has wide range with his heavy halberd, has a way bigger health pool than what the player is ready for at this point, and is also just flat out intimidating. You've just been let out into this strange new world, still with starting gear and not at all levelled up, and then there's just this absolute unit trotting to and fro. You're not really intended to be able to beat this guy yet, though you 100% can, but probably best not to try for too long unless you want to start off the journey all flustered and frustrated. Best to come back a decent bit later and nail him then to claim his awesome weapon, which I'll probably never use. What you're supposed to do in the meantime though is trek to the nearby church to converse with the friendly nomad merchant there. These guys are found all throughout the lands between, often in the most unlikely and inhospitable of places, each of them having their own unique selections of stock, ranging from weapons, upgrade materials, armour, crafting recipes and more. Some people recommend that you kill each one you find because anytime an NPC is killed in this game, you can claim their unique bell bearing, later allowing you to purchase their wares from one location. But personally, I can't ever be the bad guy in games, I feel too guilty. Also, if you attack one of these guys, every other merchant in the game will aggro against you on sight. Like pretty much every region in the game, Limgrave is massive and there's tons to do here, but the main objective rests within the enormous structure in the distance, Stormveil Castle. Most of the game's regions are essentially large, open spaces filled with enemies, camps, mines, catacombs, caves, bosses, treasure, and far more. However, the goal of the Tarnished is to retrieve the great runes from the demigods, and Limgrave's demigod is a grotesque abomination known as Godrick the Grafted, hidden away inside Stormveil Castle. Much like the Erdtree, Stormveil Castle is visible from most parts of Limgrave, beckoning the player closer to take part in the true challenge of the region. But the beauty of Elden Ring is of course that it is an open world game, and that not only do you not have to take on that challenge right away, but you probably shouldn't, because there's so much more to see first. Although a person might assume that they're pretty much restricted to Limgrave at the start, or even that the whole game might just take place in Limgrave, nothing could be further from the truth. When you realise just how much of the game world you can actually travel to, all without fighting a single boss at the start of the game, it is wild. In fact, see Stormveil Castle. You never have to go there if you don't want to. It is totally optional. You should go there because it's sick. You should go to most places in this game, but you don't have to. See, it's totally standard for open world games to have a crap load of optional content, side quests and sub-quests and hunts and challenges, God knows what else. And of course, you'll usually have the main quest line, which must be played through in its entirety to complete that game. In Elden Ring though, as well as the massive volume of side content like its dungeons, the optional bosses, the NPC questlines and more, even most of its main story content, the highest quality stuff in the game is totally optional. There are massive regions and levels which you never have to set foot in if you don't want to. Of course, FromSoft have always dabbled in this sort of thing. Look at the Painted World from Dark Souls 1, or Archdragon Peak from Dark Souls 3, or Cainhurst from Bloodborne. But Elden Ring takes this to a whole new level, and in fact, the vast majority of this game can actually be bypassed if you really want. And there's a certain bold confidence about that, which I love, because Elden Ring fucking knows you'll visit these levels anyway, even though you don't have to, because it's such a compelling game. Limgrave is a swell place to explore and try out the combat, and especially the stealth. There's a nearby outpost at a gate filled with knights, dogs and horn-wielding lookouts, serving as a pretty formidable challenge for the player to test out the mechanics. Like I said in the introduction, stealth does exist in this game, but I wouldn't exactly call it a stealth game. In fact, other than the new ability to crouch, there aren't really any other stealth mechanics, so no aerial death blows here, I'm afraid. Nonetheless, the ability to sneak up on enemies from behind is crucial in the early stages of the game, because the player's stats are still low due to not being able to level up yet, and also the total number of heals from the Crimson Flask starts out pretty low too, and even lower if you're a filthy magic user like me, with a Cerulean Flask or two allotted for restoring FP. As far as sneaking around goes, I definitely did find that I relied on it less as the game progressed, as my character got increasingly more formidable, but hey, a backstab is a backstab, and being able to move silently whilst crouching is a welcome addition, whereas before you just had to casually walk up behind an enemy to backstab them and hope they didn't hear you. Also found in these ruins is a wee downstairs bit containing a chest, and this continues to be a feature for many of the game's ruins sections, which also often contain a hidden section leading down to a piece of sweet new loot or a boss. In this particular chest though, we found our first Ash of War, with these serving as additional flashy skills which can be added onto weapons. They effectively function the same as the weapon arts from Dark Souls 3, except here you can switch the weapon arts around from weapon to weapon. I'll go into more detail on Ashes of War later on though. After clearing the camp, including the especially tough larger knight with the great shield, the large spear and the floppy hair thing coming out of his helmet, this is the place where most players are reunited with Melina. I say reunited because Melina is the one we briefly hear and see after being yeeted down from the Chapel of Anticipation at the very start of the game. She tells us that in exchange for us journeying and taking her to the foot of the Erdtree, she will effectively act as our handmaiden, allowing us to turn runes into strength, to level up. Furthermore, she has another fun gift, the gift of horse. No, not heroin, I'm talking about Torrent, a noble steed. A lot of folk were excited when they first saw the character riding around and attacking whilst on a horse in the early trailers, but many also wondered how exactly that would feel in a FromSoft game. The Dark Souls games had quite a distinctive, perhaps even clunky feel, although Dark Souls 3 certainly did feel more fast and fluid, with Sekiro being faster still. Horse controls do tend to be a thing which some open world game developers struggle with though, with realism not always being the greatest compliment to making something feel fun, but thankfully, realism is hardly much of a focus in Elden Ring, and so Torrent instantly feels fantastic to ride around on. There's no acceleration button here, you just move the analog stick in a direction and that's where he moves. Furthermore, Torrent can double jump, instantly making the open world feel more accessible, traversable and explorable. It can also be mounted from nearly anywhere except dungeons, and they even made it nearly instantaneous, having Torrent simply materialise through the use of a key item, as opposed to having to fanny around whistling after horses all day. A very nice natural feature located at various points around the lands between are spirit springs, allowing Torrent to jump up into the air to incredible heights, as well as land back on the ground with zero fall damage. These can be located in places for the purposes of convenience, for reaching an otherwise inaccessible part of the level, or even just for a bit of treasure, or even just for a bit of pleasure. Pretty much the one and only criticism I have with Torrent's movement is that it doesn't really evolve at all from the start of the game to the end. You don't unlock any additional movement options or upgrades, and there's not even a way to customise Torrent's appearance. Come on, what's up with that? We've got fashion souls, so how about horse souls? Fashion horse? Ugh, well, maybe in the DLC. And so, with the power to level up and the power of a horse, this is an excellent time to explore. Like I said, Limgrave alone is enormous, never mind the rest of the map, and I'm betting there's parts of it that I still have never seen. Just a bit to the east, there's Agheel Lake, which also happens to be the site of a cult of dragon worshippers. Never a good thing. A nearby character named Yura warns us of the dragon, Agheel, telling us to stay away from the lake unless we're looking for a swift, crispy death. Shut up, Yura, I know what I'm doing. A really cool inclusion here is that if you die to the dragon, then go back to Yura, he'll offer to help, and then you can summon him for the dragon fight. I intended to do this, but then I just couldn't remember where his summon sign was, and so just beat Agheel solo. There are a lot of dragons found in the lands between, dragons who breathe fire, ice, magic, rot, and more. These fights tend to be quite challenging, however, most of the game's dragons do share a lot of the same moves, only with certain changes in element and additional moves here and there, and so once you've figured out how to deal with one of them, the same sort of strategy will basically hold true for a lot of them. I found Torrent to be crucial for effectively taking down dragons in this game, because the quickness with which you can summon him and generate decent speed in seconds comes in very handy for when the area starts getting bathed in flames. A lot of dragons have their own names and identities, being found in locations suited to their element, but in some areas you also find lesser dragons stomping about. After defeating Agheel, Yura tells us about the power of dragon communion. For every dragon defeated, you will gain a dragon heart, and if it's a named dragon like Agheel, Aduo or X-Ikes, that dragon's particular power will be purchasable with dragon hearts, though they do tend to require a wee bit of investment in the arcane stat before they can be used. A very cool part of the lore is how those who partake in dragon communion begin to hunger more and more for dragon hearts, one day losing their humanity entirely, transforming into fearsome worms like Theodorix found in the consecrated snowfields. The deepest lore. After riding around in Limgrave for a bit on the back of Torrent, if you happen to travel back to the church near the start of the game, which most players likely will after they get enough runes to purchase more wares from the merchant there, you'll see a certain snow witch endearingly sat on a ledge while an enormous moon hangs high overhead in the background. The lady introduces herself as Renna and gifts us the spirit calling bell before imparting some commentary over the nature of the Tarnished and their servility to an entity known as the Two Fingers. Although you can easily go through the whole game without ever meeting or thinking about this character ever again, she is actually key to one of the endings of the game, and a lot of steps and work are required to unlock this ending. As for the Spirit Caller Bell, this can be used to summon spirits into battle to help out with difficult encounters and bosses. There are tons of different spirit ashes to find, some of which are barely useful at all, while others are borderline overpowered. One spirit ash in particular, which received a lot of notoriety in the first months of the game being out due to the extent with which it trivialised a lot of bosses, was the Mimic Tier. This spirit ash is unlocked fairly late into the game, but essentially summons a carbon copy of your own character with all your same equipment, magic and damage output, and so it made for a great boon for many of us who were stuck on some of those more infuriating bosses towards the end of the game, though the Mimic Tier was eventually nerfed somewhat in a patch. There are certainly still some very strong spirit ashes though, like Lutel the Headless and Black Knight Tish. For this playthrough I used the occasional spirit ash here and there in the first, say, third of the game, and then stopped using them for the remainder. They really can be a big help, and I definitely recommend them for anyone on a first playthrough, as they make many encounters far more manageable. Plus, it's great fun trying them all out. There really are a lot of them. But for a second playthrough, I'd recommend trying to beat the game without using them at all. I remember back in my first playthrough, which I fucking struggled with, by the way. I couldn't imagine beating the game without ever using a Spirit Ash, but then I actually tried it and had an incredibly fun time. I even went on to beat the game with a level 1 character, although if I'm being honest, that was hell and I will never do that again. There are a bunch of other characters to meet too in Limgrave, but before I talk about any of the others, I have to give the spotlight, or should I say, potlight, to Alexander. Alexander is found in the north of Limgrave, finding himself stuck in the mud. I completely missed this guy in my first playthrough, and furthermore, every time I've played through this game again, I always need to look up where the fuck he is, because I can just never seem to find him. To be honest, that actually does relate to an issue with Elden Ring. It's extremely easy to miss things, characters in particular. It was hard enough in the Dark Souls games to follow NPC questlines, and nearly impossible without looking up a guide in many cases, but this is far worse in Elden Ring. Don't get me wrong, there are lots of characters and they have great questlines and top tier voice acting, but good bloody luck being fortunate enough to spot them out in this massive world, If you want to actually finish a lot of these quest lines through to completion, while NPCs completely change location and region, sometimes with little to no indication of where they've even gone to next, yeah, you just need a guide sometimes, and that's something I've never really liked about NPCs in FromSoft games. There's a real difference between making something challenging and making it so that most players simply can't finish particular quests without looking up the wiki. And as a result, there's a bunch of quest lines in this game I've still never finished, because I don't much like having my phone out looking down a checklist of where the hell I'm supposed to go next. And then you go there, and the character who is apparently supposed to be there just isn't there, so off you go to Google to see what you did wrong and where you need to go next to progress the quest line. Of course, they did later mitigate this to some small degree in a post-release patch where the locations and names of NPCs are highlighted on the map, but they still won't show up on the map unless you found them there first, so still a pain in the arse. Alexander here actually shows up in a bunch of locations throughout the world, but I'm betting that most players probably see him in Limgrave, then next in Caelid before facing Radagon, then maybe again on Mount Gelmir where he's thoroughly tucked away, then in Faram Azula where he's even more well hidden. Another NPC found in Limgrave is Bock. Again, speaking of missing things, I totally missed this little monkey man on my first playthrough. I heard shouting over by the trees here, but could not for the life of me figure out where the fuck it was coming from. Of course, you're supposed to strike this vaguely conspicuous tree, but I just never figured that out when I first played the game. Am I a fool? I don't know. Bock is one of the very few sane and kind-hearted souls still remaining in the lands between, which is otherwise full of brutality, madness and death, and he tells us about a particular coastal cave where he was roughed up. This is a super cool section, because from very near this starting point, an isolated island can be spied just off the coast. Of course, you cannot swim in this game, and nor can you jump that far from Horsey McHorseface, but travelling through this dark cave, cutting into the cliff, chucks you out onto that island you saw from before. There's not a whole lot on the island, though there is a dragon communion altar where you can buy some dragon skills, but that first moment of realisation where you realise where you've just ended up is great. It's very important for open world games to do cool shit like this. Have you been playing one where you feel like you've figured the whole game out, where you see the formula and have a pretty good idea of what to expect at any location you come across? It gets boring, doesn't it? That's why I love when open world games throw these cool curveballs, like when the spaceship randomly crash lands in Fallout 3. Surprise me, intrigue me. To the east of Limgrave lies the Mistwood, the forest canopy being far denser here, resulting in a somewhat gloomier, creepier atmosphere. Although again, easy to miss, you might come across some pompous prick shouting for help. Kenneth here gives you a quest to clear and retake his fort to the southeast of the Mistwood. I believe there's a whole further questline afterwards also associated with Kenneth, but yeah, never done it because I don't feel like looking up a step-by-step guide. The Mistwoods are likely where most people will come across their first minor Erdtree. While nowhere near as large as the Erdtree itself, its minor cousins are to be found at key points all throughout the lands between, always having some special treasure near the base to be used in the Flask of Wondrous Physic. This Flask of Wondrous Physic can be found in a church of Margit in the east of Limgrave, not too far from the Caelid border, and with it, the player can mix any dual combination of crystal tears, each of which can be found at specific minor Erdtrees, with each one having their own unique properties. Some of the effects can be rather uninteresting, like restoring half your health, while there are others which cancel out all FP usage for 15 seconds, allowing you to wipe out entire boss health bars with powerful sorceries FP cost free. As I mentioned, I'd done a level 1 All Remembrances playthrough of Elden Ring, but doing a challenge like that was where I really appreciated the worth of the flask, because all of a sudden some of the effects from specific tiers became vital for enabling certain builds and setups to make certain enemies or bosses that little bit less painful. For a regular playthrough though, the flask feels useful but rarely vital. It can save your arse from time to time, but I often just used it for a bit of a damage buff, or to increase my survivability with maybe a stamina boost, or some healing over time. There's another important character deep in the Mistwood who's actually an integral part of one of the game's 6 endings, and that's Blaidd, the half-wolf. Anyone else just not see this dude on their first playthrough? I remember going to these ruins and beating this absolute unit of a rune bear, and I heard some forlorn howling, but just assumed it was some dumb wolf enemy somewhere nearby. Well no, it's actually a really important character who, although difficult to spot, is poised at the top of the ruins here. Going back to the merchant from the start of Limgrave and mentioning the howling to him gets you the snap gesture, which will apparently beckon him down from the top of the ruins. Again, although I got the snap gesture, I just never initially went back to Blaidd on my first playthrough because I didn't even see him up there to begin with, so I didn't even know what this prick was even referring to. I had to look all this shit up on the wiki for a step-by-step guide on how to do his entire questline. Very immersive. By the way, I will admit that some of these minor frustrations really are just caused by my own lack of attention in some cases, and to be honest, I'm not even saying that the game would be better if there was more direct guidance for specific questlines, because I think that might be in danger of making the whole experience feel a bit less special and mysterious. It's just that this is a big game with a big map. For example, there's another character we meet quite early on called Dialos, whose questline I have never been able to get properly started until I somehow ran into him on this playthrough. He's looking for a servant named Liurnia and gives the player zero guidance on where she might be found. Well, turns out she's lying dead at this particular spot in the Liurnia region, which is a massive area by the way, so this is the first time I've spotted these two here, ever, and it only took me about 200 hours of playing the game. Back to Blaidd though, after snapping your fingers to beckon him down from the top of the ruins. Kinda rude actually, you shouldn't snap your fingers at people. I'm sure everyone was surprised when they actually heard this dude talk, sounding like this.
He sent you, did he? Ever the bloody busybody. Maybe to him you don't seem so strange. The name's...
Don't get me wrong, this voice acting is superb, but I don't think it fits the character very much. I'm not saying he had to talk like this, like a big scary wolf, or anything, but I think they could have made him sound a bit more gruff and wolfy. By the way, to any people from outside the UK who likely aren't too clued up on the many different accents over here, from region to region and city to city, several characters from Elden Ring have Welsh accents, like Blaidd, Renna, e.g. Albus and Rennala, which is why their voices sound so nice and musical. Blaidd lets us know he's on the lookout for a certain someone, and that certain someone is to be found at the forlorn hound Evergaol. Even though Blaidd says to contact him if you find the location of this dude, that's actually not what you do at all. You enter the Evergaol and can summon Blaidd for help on what can be a very tough fight, especially if you take it on early, but winning the fight and talking to Blaidd afterwards finishes up his portion of the questline for now. Evergaols are located all around the world, and like many other locations and attractions, can actually be spotted on the map if you know what you're looking for. They'll always contain a boss fight, though these fights are never unique. They'll tend to just contain a boss enemy or even just a regular enemy you've already seen elsewhere, except with a boss health bar. They are still well worth doing though, because of the often excellent rewards given for victory. The first Evergaol most people will likely come across is the Stormhill Evergaol, found just off the road to Stormveil Castle. Although it's located close to the start of the game, victory initially will be out of reach for most people who take on this challenge, because the boss here is the Crucible Knight, essentially Elden Ring's answer to the Black Knight from Dark Souls 1 and 3. You'll likely come across many more Crucible Knights throughout your time in Elden Ring, and they are tough. At first, they'll exclusively utilise stomps, shield bashes, sweeping sword swings and surprising sword stabs. It can be really hard to squeeze in a heal when fighting Crucible Knights because they'll often charge at you from a distance right as you're healing with an annoying follow-up attack. Then in the second phase, they'll start using special attacks related to the aspects of the Crucible. Although their attacks are all very conventional and grounded at first, they will literally start flying around the arena in phase 2 and can easily wipe you out in a single hit. I know a lot of people aren't keen on these enemies due to how difficult and punishing their movesets are to deal with, but personally I love them, though I don't think I'll ever be able to take one down without getting hit at least once. They always manage to get in an attack just when I think I'm safe to hit or heal. Awesome armour design though, and that shield is just to die for. So much so that I started using it towards the end of the game. One last character I will cover before we start talking about the terrifying first major boss is Roderika, another Tarnished. She can be found in a hut in the Stormveil area of Limgrave and is alone, lamenting about the deaths of her friends and comrades, all having fallen victim to the spider. The spider she's referring to here is of course the demigod Godrick, so-called Godrick the Grafted because of his cruel practice of grafting the limbs of tarnished aggressors onto his body. We see Roderika again later on, and if anything, she only becomes even more endearing. I just love the voice acting for her, just such a nice accent. There is also of course a ton of other stuff to do in Limgrave, however, like I said a while ago, I'm not going to try and cover everything at every region, because that would be mental, and this video is going to be long enough already. After the player feels well enough prepared, it's time to head further up Stormveil and closer to Stormveil Castle, and upon approaching the castle grounds, the player is introduced to a terror by the name of Margit, the Fell Omen.
Search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Now this guy knows how to make an entrance. Margit is absolutely notorious for destroying new players. Although the very first encounter in the game is with the Grafted Scion and is far too difficult for 99% of players to beat on a first playthrough, you're not supposed to be able to beat it. Hence why the game progresses regardless of whether you win or lose that fight. Margit is a bit different though, because to progress onto Stormveil Castle, you do have to beat him, because he is a proper boss. Margit utilises wide, wild combos with his long staff, holy projectiles designed to counter attempts at magic or healing from a distance, and is where many players will first encounter a defining element of Elden Ring's combat, Blaidd attacks. See, although FromSoft's previous games did sometimes dabble in attack animations deliberately designed to throw off your timing, they weren't all that common, particularly in the Dark Souls games, where they were the exception rather than being core parts of those games' combat experience. That's because of the fact that in order for a player to be able to dodge or evade an enemy attack, the attack animation has to be understandable. You have to be able to tell what kind of attack it actually is, and when the startup animation ends and the actual hurtbox to be avoided begins, right there and then in the middle of the action. If the player cannot determine this, then they get hit, or panic roll and hope they get lucky with the timing. Elden Ring does not play by these rules at all though, and a lot of times the attack animation is specifically designed to throw you off, having long wind-ups followed by fast, sudden strikes. Elden Ring wasn't really the first FromSoft game to properly start incorporating this sort of thing though, because Sekiro had a ton of it too, as well as a greatly enhanced ability for enemy attacks to track the player mid-attack, further punishing the ill-timed roll. Sekiro also incorporated perilous attacks which, although a great inclusion to that game's combat, inevitably resulted in initial damage or death before the player would be able to suss out the appropriate defense or counter to the attack. The same is true in Elden Ring, and unless your gamer intuition is on a damn near superhuman level, you're going to be getting hit a lot by some extravagant attacks with long wind-up animations several times before you figure out when you're actually supposed to dodge the fucking thing. I'll highlight other enemies and bosses as appropriate who also utilise these kind of attacks, but that's all I'll say about them for now. Margit is very tough though. A buddy of mine who isn't into Souls games at all decided to try out Elden Ring to see what all the fuss was about, but then he made it to this boss and then got fucking rammed and then just put the game down. Of course, while Margit does seem impenetrable at first, the smart thing to do is to walk away and explore Limgrave first. If you march up Stormveil towards the castle to fight Margit near the beginning where your character has barely been developed and you're still using the equipment and spells you started with, it is highly unlikely to go well for you. but spend an hour or two exploring and having fun in Limgrave, finding upgrade materials, new gear, dungeons, talismans and runes to level up with, and this boss becomes far more manageable. He never really becomes easy, but there are many ways to make it easier, not least of all Spirit Ashes. I summoned the fucking jellyfish for this fight here, and it actually helped a ton. The very first time you beat Margit though, damn it feels good. The 12,000 runes and talisman pouch you get for your troubles make the victory feel that much sweeter. When the player beats Margit, Melina will again appear at the nearby Site of Grace, and for most players this is where they'll get the first opportunity to visit Elden Ring's hub area, the Roundtable Hold, possibly my favourite Soulsborne hub area. There are a bunch of characters to meet here, as well as some you meet out in the world who then migrate here, like Rodrika, Nephili and Rogier, who we later see in Stormveil Castle, and Dee, who waits outside some undead ruins in the northeast of Limgrave. Upon first visiting the Hold, the main man here, Gideon Ofnir, is rather cold, saying that although we should consider this place a sanctuary, that we are still merely a guest, a visitor, though after killing our first demigod later, he does open up a bit. The Roundtable Hold is indeed a sanctuary though, and unless you jump down to this area below the balcony here, this is a totally non-hostile area. The Hold is where several different characters' questlines can be initiated or progressed throughout the game, and it's really nice to have a safe haven to come back to and interact with these great characters and learn more about the world of Elden Ring and the culture of the lands between, and then when you're ready, go back out into the world to fight some giant skeleton torsos. Also, although the entire Elden Ring soundtrack is absolutely stellar, the Roundtable Hold music is my favourite track in the whole game. It's absolutely beautiful and so sad, and although I love Elden Ring as a whole, the soundtrack plays a significant role in that, especially this track. I used to listen to it when I was having a stressful time at work, and it would always calm me down. The designated smith of the Roundtable Hold is Master Hugh. He looks a bit strange, but that's because he's of a race of people known as the Misbegotten, though every other Misbegotten we encounter out in the world is hostile to us on sight. Hugh is chained up in the hold and tasked with helping up the Tarnished by improving our weapons to the point where they are powerful enough to kill a god, a purpose given to him by the enigmatic Queen Marika. Smithing is kept rather simple in Elden Ring, even more so than in Dark Souls 3, and certainly more so than in Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls. Now there's only two different categories of upgrade materials, smithing stones or somber smithing stones, with the higher level versions of these materials simply having a number in brackets after them to indicate their strength. Although the naming convention is rather mundane, these items actually used to have much more interesting, although less clear names back in the 1.0 version of the game, and I would highly recommend folk check out the excellent Berto Please channel with his meticulous and enjoyable documentation of the staggering number of significant differences between the unpatched version of Elden Ring and the version we all know now. Simply put, conventional weapons are upgraded with regular smithing stones, while special or boss weapons are upgraded with somber smithing stones. Furthermore, conventional weapons can be upgraded all the way to plus 25 in Elden Ring. I like how they had the max be plus 15 back in Dark Souls, and then they went, nah, that's too much, lower it to plus 10 in Dark Souls 2 and 3 and Bloodborne, and then went, nah, fuck it, let them upgrade weapons to plus 25 in Elden Ring. I didn't initially realise this in my first playthrough, and I remember being a bit disappointed that I already seemed to be close to maxing out my weapon at plus 13 or whatever it was, around halfway through the game, but then it just kept on letting me upgrade my weapon more and more, much to my delight. Elden Ring doesn't do anything in half measures. All the elements it brought over from the Souls games were turbocharged to make bigger and more extreme, and although the end result could certainly be called less refined and balanced compared to the somewhat smaller scale but tighter experiences of the Souls trilogy, I really appreciate just the number of things in this game. Special weapons along the somber upgrade path can only be maxed out to plus 10, though each upgrade increment is worth more damage output and scaling here, And, as any Elden Ring player knows, there's a massive difference between the number of upgrade resources required for conventional weapons compared to somber weapons. For example, it literally takes 96 total regular smithing stones of different levels to max out a weapon to plus 25, whereas it takes just 9 total somber stones of different levels to max out a weapon to plus 10. Of course, regular smithing stones are strewn about through the world in far greater number compared to the somber variety, but even so, just the sheer number of materials and runes which have to be invested if you want to try out a new weapon can get somewhat tiresome, especially towards the end where you'll be wanting to use exclusively high level gear. The player will return back to the Roundtable Hold a lot throughout their journey, and you certainly do meet some interesting and dark characters there, but for now, we've got a demigod to hunt. He resides in Stormveil Castle beyond where we took down Margit, and his name is Robert Paulson. His name is Godrick the Grafted. Although there are many minor dungeons around the Lands Between for the player to delve into, over 50 in fact, I'll discuss these in more detail in the next video in the series, but there are also what are known as legacy dungeons. I'm not really sure where the term legacy dungeon actually came from, and to be honest I don't like it, but I guess I'll use it in this video just for convenience. There are a number of main legacy dungeons in the game, usually serving as the home of a demigod, and then you have many other areas which function similarly to legacy dungeons but which do not contain a demigod, such as the Lake of Rot, Redmane Castle and Caria Manor. The main shared feature across all these areas is that you cannot ride Torrent whilst within their boundaries. Furthermore, the large open design of the world becomes far more confined and refined in these areas, playing far more like traditional levels from the Dark Souls games, and the lack of ability to speed around and double jump to high places on Torrent in these levels further encourages the player to rely on more traditional means of level navigation. These dungeons still do contain several points of grace however, and what's more, fast travel can still be utilised from any point in these dungeons, even when indoors, and so while they are similar to minor dungeons in not allowing the use of Torrent, they do still allow you to easily escape or even just walk to a different point of grace in the larger level if you so desire. Although Elden Ring's open world is massive and painfully beautiful at times, it is also a fact that most of it does consist of relatively empty landscapes to be traversed through and admired, like most open world games. Thus, the requirement for actual level design isn't as crucial in these open areas, because often you're not so much navigating and figuring them out as much as just passing through. The legacy dungeons however are where Elden Ring is able to fully flex its level design muscles, and these end up being the best areas in the game. Although I was both enchanted and intimidated by Limgrave on my first playthrough, I was blown the fuck away when I got to Stormveil Castle, because this area is of such high quality to play through, boasting the most intricate level design in the game thus far, by far. It's not disconnected from the rest of the open world, and the same can be said for most of this game's locations. You can often see a lot of the rest of the world from wherever you happen to be. For example, from Stormveil Castle, you can clearly see the Chapel of Anticipation in the distance where the player started the game. Shortcuts, elevators, locked doors, tough new enemies, armoured knights and deep, ominous secrets await the player's discovery in Stormveil Castle, and this place can truly be a challenge to navigate, with there often being cut off sections of the castle that you can see, but where it's not at all obvious how to actually get there. And if you really go digging into the depths of the castle, you can discover a large, unsettling growth resembling the visage of the mysterious Prince of Death, though not without first having to fight possibly the most chaotic and confusing enemy in the game. These monstrosities are known as ulcerated tree spirits, and they are one of the most common bosses in Elden Ring, often appearing within the depths of dungeons or near minor Erdtrees, or even just appearing out of nowhere. By the way, how bullshit was this death? The tree spirits' movements are bizarre and erratic as they wriggle and writhe around often cramped arenas, occasionally vaporising all in the vicinity with golden conflagrations. The trouble with this boss is that it can be hard to tell what it's actually doing, though after fighting them a bunch you do start to make sense of their animations. Tree spirits really aren't all that tough, but these fights always feel frantic and messy. In one particularly grisly hall within the castle prowls an old nemesis, a grafted scion. Although I was much more well kitted out than I had been at the very beginning of the game, I still had a brutal time trying to kill this thing and died a couple of times before I could down it. This enemy's design is incredible and so fucked up, especially when you get a closer look at the smaller details of its design, as pointed out by Zuli the Witch. but I hate fighting them. It almost never seems safe enough to actually attack, and its combos sometimes go on and on as it violently whirls and stabs throughout the hall. Through towards the end of Stormveil, we meet a character named Nepheli Lu, who offers to aid us in the upcoming battle against Godrick, an offer which I accepted. And indeed, just further up behind a large, intimidating golden fog gate awaits the grafted demigod himself.
Mighty dragon, thou the true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. Alone tarnished. Plain as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
Although we fought Margit earlier, who is actually a demigod too, Godrick is the first true runebearer, being a practitioner of grafting, whereby he removes the limbs of tarnished invaders to his castle and attaches them to himself to the point of inhuman, menacing horror. Various nuggets of lore regarding Godrick actually suggest that he's something of a coward, and though he is a demigod, he's also said to be a mere distant relation to Queen Marika, and thus he's grafted countless arms, legs, fingers and God knows what else to his frail form, transforming himself into the formidable monstrosity before us. Like Margit, Godrick can be a very challenging boss for new players, although I think to a lesser degree. He's very powerful and has some fucking crazy attacks, but for the most part this is a fair boss, and appropriately powerful considering he is a demigod. The transition cutscene into Godrick's second phase is one of the coolest, most savage cutscenes I've ever seen though.
Truest of dragons, lend me thy strength.
The man just chopped off his arm and attached a fucking dragon to the bloody stump for God's sake. The noise the dragon makes as it splutters up blood and animates with its empty eye sockets has always been really freaky to me too, only adding to the badassery of this phase transition. Godrick will utilise fire attacks in the second phase, and these are designed to get you running and panicking. My favourite attack of his is his groundquake as he rams his mighty axe into the ground, crushing and crumbling the stone beneath him, doing massive AoE damage. See, with the inclusion of the jump into Elden Ring, there's now the ability to avoid certain ground attacks with said jump. These ground attacks aren't super common, and it's quite easy to be unaware that certain attacks can even be jumped over to begin with, but it's a nice inclusion and makes battles more engaging and varied, but these jumps are made somewhat redundant due to the fact that any attack that you can jump over can also simply be dodge rolled, unlike say the sweep attacks from Sekiro which had to be jumped. But eventually Godrick goes down, rewarding us with some dialogue which almost makes you feel sorry for the guy if he wasn't such a prick. And also our first Great Rune and a Remembrance. Great Runes are of course integral to the main goal of the Tarnished in Elden Ring, that being to mend and restore the Elden Ring, but they also serve a practical purpose for combat, buffing the player up in different ways. However, although you can go ahead and equip your Great Rune from this point, it won't actually do a damn thing for you yet. In order for them to work, you've got to do two things. 1. Restore the Great Rune at its corresponding Divine Tower, usually located in the same region where you beat that demigod, and 2. Activate the power of that great rune by the use of a consumable called a rune arc. Divine towers can be seen all over the lands between, standing far higher than near all other land masses and structures, and in each case they must be ascended to the highest point in order to restore the power of that great rune. The Divine Tower for Godrick's rune happens to be very nearby, standing just adjacent to the castle. Of course, it's not as simple as simply going up the tower, because first we have to get to the tower, and it's guarded by some awesome enemies, the Guardian Golems. These golems were some of the first enemies we saw from the early promotional images of Elden Ring, and they look so sick. They're really not all that uncommon either, and you'll end up fighting a lot of them throughout your journey, sometimes stomping around in an area, shooting enormous great arrows from afar, or even lying inert on the ground, as is the case for the first one which most players will encounter on Stormveil. Very intimidating enemy with enormous range from their golem halberds, but once you get the hang of their moveset they actually go down real easy, quite literally. For most of them, it's just a case of attacking their ankles a few times until they collapse to the ground, allowing for a massively damaging critical hit to their smouldering cores. There are 3 golems to fight on the Great Bridge which leads to the Limgrave Divine Tower, but the difficulty of this encounter is significantly reduced due to the fact that the golem shooting arrows from the distance can actually knock down other enemy golems for you to then take out with criticals. Friendly fire amongst enemies was nearly unheard of except in very rare cases in the Dark Souls games, but it's here in a much bigger way in Elden Ring, particularly for larger enemies like golems, trolls, crabs and crawfish. It's not just chip damage that these big boys do to each other either, they can really fuck each other up and do your work for you. Don't expect the same luxuries for smaller enemies though, because they can't damage each other most of the time. However, you will sometimes find rival groups of humans and monsters fighting amongst themselves in the world, often with no intervention even required from the player. It can be a real hoot to just sit back and watch the carnage unfold, because the action in Elden Ring looks really good regardless of who is fighting. If you've never seen Beyond the Bear's many videos showing this game's bosses fighting each other, check that shit out, it is epic. Once we eventually reach the Divine Tower, it's a simple case of ascending the long elevator upwards. The Divine Towers in the game's other regions aren't quite so straightforward, each having their own levels and layouts to be overcome before reaching the elevator. At the top, nestled in between 2 enormous cracked stony fingers, floats the shape of a rune where we can restore Godrick's great rune to full power, and capping it all off with a beautiful view of the Erdtree, standing many times taller even than the Divine Towers. Each great rune provides different benefits, although personally I've always just stuck with Godrick's rune, which you unlock at this first tower, because to me it's by far the strongest, giving you a boost of +5 to all 8 attributes, equivalent to an extra 40 levels. Other great runes unlocked later do things like increasing your HP by a lot, or raising your HP, stamina and FP, or restoring HP by defeating enemies, but I don't know. To me, Godrick's rune is clearly the best. In fact, I think this rune's buff should have come towards the end of the game, rather than it being the very first one you get, because the others just pale in comparison. To actually make use of the great runes, you need to spend a fairly rare item called a rune arc, and this effect lasts up until death, which again is very powerful. Of course, it doesn't feel quite so good if you consume one to get the upper hand on a hard boss, and then immediately die after passing through the fog wall, but the extra damage and durability from popping a rune arc really can help. Now that we've obtained our first great rune, it's time to head back to the Roundtable Hold, and our welcome is somewhat more ceremonious this time, as we are granted audience to a bizarre being known as the Two Fingers, as well as the finger reading Enya, who interprets the words of the Two Fingers and relays them back to us. The Two Fingers are a very mysterious entity in the Lands Between, and although they are often referred to as the Two Fingers, we already know that there's more than one of these creatures, having just seen a dead one at the top of the Limgrave Divine Tower, as well as others later. The Two Fingers are believed to be envoys of the Greater Will, although the extent to which this is actually true is cast into doubt by some characters throughout the game, who believe that the Two Fingers are decrepit and senile. To add to the dubiousness of all this, the Greater Will itself is such a nebulous, mysterious force that it's hard to really pin down anything solid about it. Furthermore, as I said, the Two Fingers don't even directly correspond with us. It's all done through finger reader Enya, and thus there is a lot left deliberately ambiguous. Will the DLC clear up things like these? Possibly. Will the DLC end up leaving us with more questions than answers? Probably. At this point in the game, what we have to do next is quite clear. We need to acquire more great runes, and to do that, we've got to journey to other regions of the lands between. The majority of players at this point will head to Liurnia, just north of Limgrave, and easily accessible directly after Godrick's throne room. However, there is actually another region directly connected to Limgrave. Yes, there's Caelid too, however we'll get to Caelid in the next video. But a region I totally missed for most of my first playthrough is the Weeping Peninsula, accessible from the Bridge of Sacrifice to the south of Limgrave. I remember looking up where to find some particular upgrade material online and seeing people saying, "Oh, you can find these at this dungeon in the Weeping Peninsula." And then I was thinking, what the fuck is the Weeping Peninsula? It's just kind of easy to miss because nothing really directs you towards it narratively, and in fact 100% of this whole region is optional. That said, it's definitely worth exploring, and I usually do so after beating Godrick and before getting properly started on Liurnia. For one, there are 3 churches on the peninsula, and these are well worth a visit because 1, they'll often come with interesting lore-related dialogue from Melina, and 2, churches are where the player finds sacred tears. Sacred tears simply enhance the potency of your healing flask, increasing its strength by 1 point for each sacred tear found. The other upgrade material related to your flask is of course golden seeds, with these being found lying near small Erdtree saplings, and golden seeds will increase your potential number of healing flask uses. Nothing too revolutionary here, and pretty much the same system used in Dark Souls 3 with Estus Flask shards and Undead Bone shards, but being able to find 3 sacred tears of the easily accessible Weeping Peninsula is pretty damn significant, especially when you're just getting started with the game. Even from your starting point in Limgrave, there are a good 4 or 5 fairly nearby churches you could ride to just to collect a bunch of sacred tears right off the bat, not to mention the various golden seeds dotted around. Like every other above ground region, the Weeping Peninsula is also host to a minor Erdtree, except unlike the one we saw in the Mistwood in Limgrave, this one is guarded by an Erdtree avatar. There are certain bosses in Elden Ring which you'll see repeated a lot, and in fact, this is considered one of the game's biggest flaws, and I'll discuss the enemy variety topic more in one of the next videos, but perhaps the 2 most common bosses in the game are the Tree Spirits and the Erdtree avatars. The keen-eyed Souls veterans among you will likely spot something quite uncanny about the avatars upon first seeing them, because they are of course based on the Asylum demon from Dark Souls, which was itself of course based on the Vanguard from Demon Souls. Although very common, I really enjoy fighting the avatars. They're very slow but hit very hard, and just when you think they're out of range, they somehow manage to hit you anyway with a forward lunge and slam with their heavy Erdtree staff. These things tend to have large health pools, but you really can wail on them due to their rather sluggish nature, though often after just a few attacks, they'll do that characteristic Asylum demon butt slam, keeping you away. Their most annoying attack though is the Golden Land Shockwave, followed by its high damage golden projectiles which will continue to blast you for several seconds afterwards, all the while the avatar gears up for yet another long range slam. It's not so bad when they do this attack just every now and then, but sometimes they will just spam it, especially if you've got even a little bit of range on them, and it gets pretty obnoxious because the player's only viable recourse when they do this attack is to sprint away or find cover. My least favourite attacks in any Souls game are always the ones where you don't have any viable counter available to you and just have to hide until the attack is done. But after toppling this ambulatory tree, we are of course rewarded with 2 more crystal tears. From here on, every minor Erdtree will be accompanied by a boss fight, almost always with some type of Erdtree avatar or in some cases a tree spirit. Also found on the peninsula is our first mausoleum. These things look absolutely incredible and were another creature we were treated to seeing back when the first gameplay trailer was released. But unlike almost everything else in Elden Ring, we don't technically fight these things. You might not even initially realise that you can interact with them at all, but attacking the faint white skull build-ups at the bottom of their legs will eventually cause them to lower themselves down into the ground, allowing the player to travel up and into the mausoleum atop their backs, though not every such mausoleum can be accessed with this exact method. The actual function of these buildings is kinda strange, but also cool. See, when you beat a major boss in Elden Ring, you'll be rewarded with a remembrance, like the one we got after defeating Godrick. These function in the exact same way as boss souls from the Dark Souls series and can be sold or popped for a generous number of souls, or traded to Enya for a boss weapon, item or spell. The difference is, in Dark Souls, if you use up a boss soul, then it's gone forever, at least until you fight that thing again on New Game Plus. Here though, you can use a remembrance several times if you really want, because you can simply regenerate it at a mausoleum. I actually did this a couple of times in this playthrough when I was really short on runes, just so I could pop a powerful remembrance for an extra, say 30,000 runes to afford a new weapon upgrade or some such. The main attraction on the Weeping Peninsula, however, is Morne Castle. See, there's no demigod or great rune in this region, but Morne Castle still is a legacy dungeon of sorts, lying at the southernmost point of the entire game map. At the very start of the region, after entering it from Limgrave across the Bridge of Sacrifice, we see a young blind woman named Irina sitting on a rock. The servants in the castle have rebelled out of nowhere and began to run rampant, killing all the humans in an animalistic frenzy. And she tasks us with delivering a letter to her father, who is the commander at Castle Morne. Funny thing here though, I went and sat at the nearby Point of Grace and came back to this spot nearly immediately, and Irina was already dead. She always dies in any playthrough I've done anyway, and I don't think there's actually a way to avoid this, but I didn't realise the game just immediately kills her as soon as you leave this spot. Anyway, Castle Morne is indeed a morbid, burning bloodbath with stacks of smoking corpses piled high. Also, we see that the frenzied servants in question here are Misbegotten, the same race of people as Master Hugh back in the Roundtable Hold. Although I truly do love the dark, disturbing tone of Elden Ring, I sometimes think it lays it on a bit too thick. For example, look at how many bodies here there are in this pile. Now, I'm not looking for realism from a FromSoft game, that's the opposite of what I want, obviously, but the excessiveness of it kinda dampens the potential impact that the brutality here could otherwise have had. The same sort of thing is done at other areas in the game too, but the game just lays it all on a bit too thick for my liking. As a level, Castle Morne is enjoyable enough to play through, but nowhere near as large or intricate as someplace like Stormveil Castle. We do see Irina's father, who turns out to be quite a nice chap, although unfortunately there's no way to tell him that his daughter is dead, even though we know she is. The main prize of Castle Morne is a treasured sword, and so after descending down and out onto a coastal outcrop, we come across the boss of the area. Cool design for a boss, and of course this one looks quite distinct from the other Misbegotten in the area. This is far from any unique encounter though, and we will see these guys a bunch more throughout the game as regular enemies. But beating it gets us the Grafted Greatsword, a legendary weapon and one which I was actually thinking of using but then decided against it because I think it somehow manages to look both badass and ridiculous at the same time. The Weeping Peninsula is probably the least distinctive amongst all the game's regions, looking very similar to Limgrave, but it's still really goddamn big with lots of cool shit to see and do, and it gives the player some extra upgrade materials, runes and equipment before they carry on with the mission for more great runes. And speaking of that mission, it is time to head northwards to the next region, Liurnia. As far as I can tell, Liurnia is the largest region in all the lands between, and by far the easiest place to miss things. The region is absolutely beautiful, with the large central zone being comprised of an extremely shallow lake, surrounded by higher cliffs and outcrops on all sides. And at the very centre of Liurnia lies the Academy of Raya Lucaria, the home of Rennala of the Full Moon, who is in possession of the next great rune. See, at its core, sorcery in Elden Ring operates in much the same way as it did in the Dark Souls games. You find or buy spells, equip a staff and use FP to cast those spells, except where sorcery revolved around soul magic in Dark Souls with things like Soul Arrow and Soul Spear. The most common type of sorcery in this game is derived from a strange bluish green crystal known as glintstone, and you see this stuff all over Liurnia, particularly within the lake and in the depths of Raya Lucaria. With the astral power contained within the glintstone, sorcerers can cast powerful magic, though there are actually a silly number of other categories of sorcery in Elden Ring also, and a grand total of 70 different spells to find, and that's not even including the over 100 different incantations in the game, which scale with the faith stat rather than intelligence, and which require seals instead of staffs to cast spells from. On my first playthrough of Elden Ring, I went with a faith and dex build, and so made use of incantations and weapons which did holy damage, but on this playthrough I was of course going for a strength and intelligence build, so used a lot of spells, though I did change builds around halfway through the game to a pure strength build, because I was getting a wee bit bored with the whole magic thing. For the first chunk of the game, I mainly only used the spell that the prisoner class starts with, that being Magic Glintblade, and to be honest, I was pretty damn satisfied with this basic spell, and delivered some more than decent damage to a bunch of early bosses using it. Of course, with this game having 70 other sorceries to use, I was eager to try out some of the other ones, and by visiting another easily missable set of ruins in Limgrave and defeating the mad Pumpkinhead boss lurking below, we come across a witch named Selin, wearing the distinctive robes and eccentric headwear of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, although Selin does seem to be the only female character at the Academy, apart from its leader Rennala. If your intelligence stat is high enough, then Selin will allow you to be her apprentice and teach you sorceries. Plus, if you find scrolls out in the lands between, then that will expand her range of purchasable sorceries. The main ones I used were Magic Glintblade, Great Glintstone Shard, and Glintstone Arc, with that latter spell in particular being excellent for clearing out groups of weaker enemies. Any attack capable of hitting many enemies with the one strike or projectile is always a good old time for me. There are some incredibly powerful sorceries in this game, and indeed for the first few months of the game being out, a lot of people used a late game spell with an intelligence requirement of 60 called Comet Azure to absolutely destroy bosses in cheap but spectacular fashion, although I don't know if this strat is still viable these days, because there has been a ton of balance changes over the past year and a half, and a lot of stuff got nerfed. I myself did not try out any particularly fancy sorceries in this playthrough, but ranged offense is always well worth utilising in Elden Ring, regardless of whether it's incantations, sorceries, consumables, bows or jars. Enemies can get very scary in this game, and so it can really save your arse if you've got a way to pick them off from a distance. When I first played Elden Ring back in February of 2022, I discovered a strange feature in Liurnia which I still don't quite understand to this day. I started out on the lake from the south, not too far from the rear of Stormveil Castle, and then I travelled north a bit until I came across a strange portal under a stone gazebo. This was still early on in the region, and I hadn't seen a portal like this anywhere else in the game yet, so I took a chance and entered through it, and then it skipped me straight past almost all the content in Liurnia and walked me right outside the gates to the Academy of Raya Lucaria, which serves as Liurnia's legacy dungeon. Now you can't actually enter just yet because you first need a glintstone key, but I still don't get why this portal or other such portals exist in the game. There's already the option to skip enormous chunks and entire regions of the game world, and yet even with these allowances they put this portal here too? It makes no sense because if you want to get here via conventional means, you need to fight through a bunch of knights and flame chariots, as well as the sunken remnants of the city before it, as well as all the other wonders and dangers and treasures found in and around the lake. Yet you can just skip all of it thanks to a random portal which doesn't even give you any indication or clue of what it will do. As a result, I saw barely any of Liurnia on my first playthrough, and it wasn't until my second playthrough that I explored the place thoroughly and discovered how absurdly massive it was. In fact, you barely even have to explore the uplands to the west and east of the map if you don't want to, not to mention the totally optional Caria Manor legacy dungeon to the northwest. Pretty much all the great rune related stuff is based in the lake area. Not far from the aforementioned portal, in a location called the Lasciar Ruins, several enemies called Revenants appear up out of the stone upon the player's approach. They're really not too much of a pain to deal with. However, the true menace in this area is a creature called the Royal Revenant, and I think this is my least favourite enemy in the entire fucking game. They are a nightmare to beat. They're crazy fast, barely stop attacking, can teleport around the arena, and are just really difficult for me to read. I panic. These things turn up in a few locations throughout the game, and they're another one of those enemies, along with the Grafted Scion, but I still don't really know how you're supposed to fight them effectively. I mean, I usually beat them in the end, but it always costs me way more healing flasks than I'm happy with. One of the many attractive attributes of Soulsborne games is knowing that if you're good enough at an enemy or boss, then it's possible to beat them without taking a single hit. It might take great experience, practice and precision, but you can do it. But with Elden Ring, although this philosophy still does hold true for the most part, I feel that there are certain enemies and bosses where achieving this level of competency has never been less achievable. Possible? Yes, but reasonable? I don't think so. There are other horrors prowling the lakes of Liurnia too, like these lobster crawfish things. There are still crabs in Elden Ring, so don't think that they've been fully replaced, don't worry about that. But yeah, new kids are on the block too. These monsters can actually be really tough to fight, although the friendly fire aspect certainly helps when there are more than one of them around. The deadliest attack by far though is the lightning fast water projectile, which has some surprisingly long range. While the magical and majestic Academy of Raya Lucaria stands proudly at the centre of the lake, just before it there is a sunken town populated by an odd looking people with bulbous heads and black eyes. Very foolish looking enemies, but these things are actually a race of artificially created people called Albinaurics, specifically second generation Albinaurics. These variants of this synthetic race of people are found in certain places throughout the lake area of Liurnia, but also in the consecrated snowfields and in the bloody Morgwyn Palace, where they exhibit some rather alarming behaviours. Very odd and enigmatic enemy, and I kinda wish there was some second generation Albinauric NPC in the game to interact with to find out more about them. Of course, there are also the first generation Albinaurics who, rather confusingly, look completely different, essentially resembling humans but with non-functioning legs. To the southwest of Liurnia, past a poison swamp, lies the village of the Albinaurics, although there are none of the fat frog ones here. Unfortunately, the village was recently wiped out, and the only Albinaurics left here have lost their minds, but there is just one sane one left, Albus, and he gives the player a very important item, one half of the Erdtree secret medallion, required to gain access to the consecrated snowfield region of the game, though we're a long way off from that yet. Liurnia also has its own mausoleum to the north of the lake, but this is the first one where the method for lowering it differs, because instead of knocking off skulls attached to its feet, you have to use a nearby spirit spring to jump onto it when it gets close enough. It's actually a bit of a pain in the arse achieving this though, because you need to sit and wait for it to slowly walk close enough to the spirit spring or it will simply be out of range. There are actually an additional 2 mausoleums located elsewhere in Liurnia though, with both of them being found in the Old Palace ruins area to the northeast. A lot of people had already seen the massive mausoleum creatures from that very first gameplay trailer that got everyone so hyped 2 years ago, including me, but that feeling when you first see one of these things jump high, so fucking sick dude. Elden Ring is amazing at making the player feel wonder, which is exactly what a good open world game is supposed to do, like Red Dead 2 or The Witcher 3. This game is filled with moments designed to make you stop and stare, and with it being a full-on dark fantasy title, FromSoft were free to go full-on with the outlandish creatures and landscapes of the lands between. Sometimes those landscapes are beautiful enough to resemble a work of art, while others are horrifying and hellish. Either way, they managed to create a wonderful, wondrous game world which succeeded in evoking real feelings and planting great memories in the hearts and minds of millions of players worldwide. Back after we helped out Blaidd take out that Bloodhound Knight and that Evergaol in Limgrave, he mentioned a friend of his that we should look out for, and that friend is to be found in Liurnia, far along the road in West Liurnia. He's a massive troll, although clearly an eccentric one, because not only is he totally non-hostile, but he's an absolute sweetheart named Agheel. Agheel is also a blacksmith and is a great resource for some lower level sombre smithing stones early on, but his purpose here is to warn you away from the large stately manor yonder that way, saying that there's a magic snare being set up to ward off any would-be trespassers or treasure hunters. Come on, how dangerous can it be? Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. To be honest though, it's actually really easy to avoid this magic thing. And getting to this place, called Caria Manor, ain't too hard. Although not the home of any demigod, it still follows the usual legacy dungeon restrictions, and so this is a no horse zone. Also, as usual, this location is totally optional, although vital if you're going for the Age of the Stars ending, which I am. Just outside the manor though is an invisible wee critter frantically running laps around a shallow pond, and taking this thing out gets us an Ash of War. Wow, he's actually bigger than I thought. Of course, this sure isn't the first time we've seen one of these scarabs, and in fact, they are everywhere, though most of them are fully visible. Some restore some Crimson Flask uses, others restore Cerulean Flask uses, some reward you with sombre smithing stones, while many others give you fun new Ashes of War to try out. Like I said earlier, Ashes of War are special skills you can equip onto your weapons, and most of the ones you'll see out in the world are rewards for finding and killing these scarabs, though some can be bought. Not every Ash of War can be attached to any old weapon though, and some can only be equipped onto weapons of a particular type. For example, the Mighty Shot Ash of War is specifically for bows, while the Stormcaller Ash of War is restricted to swords capable of slashing, axes, hammers and polearms. As well as your melee focused Ashes of War, there are also those which do elemental damage, and so might be very effective when used with specific builds. Furthermore, if you find a lightning related Ash of War and equip it onto your weapon, then you can make use of lightning scaling, same with blood scaling or magic scaling, etc. Though finding the various wet blades hidden throughout the world gives the player even more freedom to customise different Ashes of War with the elemental scaling of their choice. I mentioned before that Ashes of War are kinda similar to the weapon arts from Dark Souls 3, except that in Elden Ring you can mix and match those weapon arts. But another difference between the two games, as far as this feature is concerned, is that weapon arts often felt somewhat superfluous in Dark Souls 3. They were fun to use every now and then, but I never really felt like I needed them. They have far greater utility in Elden Ring though, especially when you consider the sheer number of them, 91 by the way. They can be super powerful, and in some cases it's so powerful that FromSoft had to nerf the fuck out of them. One that I did have a lot of fun with near the beginning of the game was Ground Slam, because it did surprisingly excellent AoE damage, although I was a bit underwhelmed by some others like Carian Greatsword, which looked awesome but took way too long to use. Also, for special weapons and boss weapons, they will have fixed Ashes of War which you cannot swap out, though these are often quite thematic to the origin of the weapon, so the Ashes of War in these weapons can be very fun to use. Then again, you can get stuck with a shitty Ash of War on an otherwise awesome weapon, like when I started using the Dragon Greatclaw a good bit into the game, which permanently had the Endure Ash of War fixed onto it. Boring. I don't want Endure, I want the Anal Slam. Caria Manor is a very misty, creepy place, and the only people left here are some aggressive first generation Albinorics. The new king of the manor is Hand. Jeez, I must have been tired when I wrote that into the script. These creepy, spidery, scuttling grotesqueries are found in a few places around the lands between, but Caria Manor is the first place most folk will encounter them, and this place is damn well infested. You have to watch where you walk here, because many of them lie in anticipation of their next victim, poised beneath the ground like trapdoor spiders. There are a lot of smaller ones, but these things grow to massive sizes, and like many creatures in Elden Ring, can fuck you up. Truly an incredible enemy design, and it really taps into that creepy, uncanny thing where you look at it and think, hold on, a hand should not have 10 fingers, nor should they be that big. Get out of my sight. The raw meaty stump on their rear end is also a great, gross touch, and they're actually pretty easy to kill if you do manage to get behind them like this. Most of Caria Manor seems to be outdoors, and the majority of traversal here will be through misty gardens, fighting spectres and wolves, though eventually you do come to some stairs guarded by some imposing enemies, including this Troll Knight who I got an awesome magic sword from, which I'd use for the next chunk of the game. At the top of the stairs is Royal Knight Loretta, though not the real deal, just the spirit version of her. Just as the player can summon spirits to aid them in battle, many enemies and even bosses in the game are also merely spirit projections. In fact, the Margit boss back in Limgrave was just a spirit projection of the real person. The actual Margit is somewhere completely different, and we will fight him later. And it's also not uncommon to see regular enemies out in the world just appear from thin air in glowing spirit form. For me, Royal Knight Loretta has never been a difficult boss at all. I know a lot of people find her really tough, especially the true Loretta who we fight later on in the Erdtree, but she's just never been a hard boss in my book. Even on my level 1 run through the game, I didn't find her at all challenging. Not bragging or anything, because I've struggled in misery for hours on many parts of this game, but just not Loretta. With her being a mounted enemy, several of her basic moves are actually shared across other mounted bosses in the game, like the Draconic Tree Sentinel and the Knight's Cavalry, though Loretta has a suite of Carian magic at her disposal also, and one of the rewards for beating her is actually one of her moves, Loretta's Great Bow, which I'd never used before but turned out to be a really fun sorcery. I'm a sucker for any move that you can charge up to make it bigger and more powerful. After beating Loretta, the player enters into one of the most striking locations in the game, with enormous crystals of luminous glintstone jutting out from the ground with 3 towers looming in the distance, not to mention a huge dragon guarding one of those towers, though I avoid fighting it here because I remember that it just flies off after taking a wee bit of damage anyway, only to show up at a different location later on in the game. In this curious misty corner of Liurnia, the player can once again encounter Renna, the girl who we first met back at the church in Limgrave under the gaze of the moon. And this is where we can progress Blaidd's questline, it being closely interconnected to Renna, or should I say Princess Ranni's questline, as well as the Age of the Stars ending. We enter into Ranni's service here, joining her small cohort of followers, those being Blaidd, E.G. and also this cunt who I only spoke to one additional time this playthrough, though he does have his own twisted questline to follow. See, although the Ranni we see before us appears as a cute wee doll, this isn't her actual body. I mean, for a start, she has 4 arms. Ranni herself is a demigod born from the human Rennala, head of the Carian royal family and leader of the Raya Lucaria Academy, and the god Radagon of the Golden Order. Also, just for clarity, Ranni's siblings are General Radagon and Praetor Rykard. The whole demigod family tree can get a bit confusing on a first playthrough of this game, and so it helps to look up a helpful chart every now and then. Ranni made comments about the obeisance of the Tarnished to the Two Fingers back when we first met her, and indeed the downfall of the Two Fingers is one of her ambitions, rejecting their so-called guidance and control. Furthermore, she reveals here that she was the one behind the Night of the Black Knives, that calamitous event which led to the death of Godwyn the Golden, ostensibly causing Margit to shatter the Elden Ring, leading to the War of the Shattering and the state of decay and ruin which the Lands Between now finds itself so thoroughly entrenched. The first task Ranni gives us is to help out Blaidd in locating the hidden treasure of a lost city called Nokron, but before venturing down into the whole other world that exists underground, we still have a great rune to obtain here in Liurnia. Although you can march right up to the front gate of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, or simply take a portal there, there's a magic barrier totally sealing off the entrance to the place. A bald man named Top, found back at the start of Liurnia near Stormveil Castle, informs us that a glintstone key is the one and only way to gain entry to the Academy, and so we'll be needing one of those, please. Luckily for us, there's a handy map literally right outside the entrance indicating the location of a glintstone key, though it requires a wee bit of reference to the main map to discern where it is. The game does this 2 or 3 times, and I always appreciate stuff like this and think more games could do with having a more hands-off approach when it comes to guiding the player along to specific locations, giving directions and hints rather than a marker showing exactly where to go. Elden Ring does allow the player to set markers or beacons on the maps though, which is a nice touch, and I myself set a beacon right where the glintstone key was, right behind a fucking magic dragon. Functionally, Smaragd here is pretty much identical to Agheel who we fought before, except instead of breathing fire, it breathes powerful glintstone sorceries from its mouth, and sometimes bathes the area in a bright blue fire, though I admit I did get a bit salty from this particular death. After claiming the key and defeating the dragon, although this is actually an optional fight, we can finally enter the grounds of the Academy, initiating our hunt for Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon and bearer of the great rune of the Unborn. Although the Academy looks majestic and enchanting from a distance, the Academy grounds themselves are absolutely stunning, with the moment of its reveal being reminiscent of that first sight of Irithyll back in Dark Souls 3. This is an Academy of magic, but best get any quaint ideas of Hogwarts out of your head, because despite this being a place of great astral wisdom, Tarnished are not welcome. Robed scholars walk the halls, many of them deep in study and contemplation, with the form of their characteristic headwear indicating their rank and seniority in the Academy. Whereas Stormveil was a stone castle guarded by knights, trolls and various forms of firepower, Raya Lucaria's main defences against the rune-hungry Tarnished are sorceries and the uncanny marionette automatons who prowl the halls and rooftops of the Academy. An aura of magical mystery permeates every room of this level, and just like Stormveil, it is large and holds many secrets and horrors. Despite its beauty, there are barely concealed grave sites from which shambling putrid corpses rise who drain the player's FP upon attack, and one particularly frightful room houses a large graven mage ball, the form and appearance of which betrays some rather sinister implications around the culture and practices of the Academy. A massive mechanical elevator is present, allowing ascension or descent to different heights of the Academy. At the very base of the elevator, we are greeted with one of the most disturbing enemy designs in the game, that of the Virgin Maiden, resembling a mother holding a child, except 14 foot tall, made of metal, and with whirligig saws for arms, so exactly like your mum then. These are of course machines, although as you quickly find out if the victim of its vicious grab attack, these machines are given motion by snakes housed within their base. Although common knowledge amongst players at this point, if your health happens to be fully depleted by this grab attack, then you don't actually die, but instead are transported to the late game area Volcano Manor, which sits atop Mount Gelmir, which lies adjacent to the Altus Plateau and the Erdtree capital of Leyndell. This is actually a really effective way of getting to that area and then Altus Plateau, because the other methods of reaching there require much more work, whereas this method just requires you to, die. It must have been a rather bewildering feeling for the first person who discovered this crazy means of transportation, though unfortunately it never happened to me and I only heard about this trick afterwards. I was not one of its pioneers. Closer to the top of the Academy, however, we come across our first boss of the area, the Red Wolf of Radagon. See, the god Radagon had quite a strong connection to this place, having previously been married to Rennala, thus having influence over the Carian royal family and the goings-on at the Academy, and indeed, his Red Wolf remains here still, sharing the same red-coloured hair as Radagon. This boss is kind of a throwback to good old Great Grey Wolf Sif, except this wolf can materialise a spectral golden sword at will and is significantly more adept at the use of magic, calling forth magic glint blades and roaring glintstone comet shards. Although I usually don't have much of a problem with this boss, you find it again later on in the game as a regular old enemy, and this one in particular, found much later in the Siofra River, utterly fucked me up. You ever fight an enemy in one of these games where you just can't nail down the timing of its attacks, where you're dancing a different dance entirely to the enemy? Very annoying. Still, cute dog. After the wolf, we can climb higher still past these infinitely spawning metal balls through to the courtyard near the elevator to Rennala's chamber. By the way, Elden Ring really does have a thing for hurling massive magical balls at the player, and I love it. And later still, we fight large sentient black balls as an actual enemy with a health bar and everything. In the courtyard itself though, waits one of the most annoying human enemies in the game, Moongrum. The most dangerous thing about this guy by far is that he's not at all shy about parrying, making it highly inadvisable to go for a full frontal attack when he has his shield out, with guard counters being the smart play here. Guard counters were a brand new mechanic introduced in Elden Ring, allowing the player to follow up a block with a powerful counter, dealing great damage and especially stance damage. This can be done regardless of whether you block with a shield or a weapon, and in many cases a successful guard counter will be enough to fully stagger the enemy, thus allowing the player to go in for a powerful critical hit. These are super effective on parry happy enemies like Moongrum, although if the enemy immediately follows up the attack that you blocked with its successive attack while you're in the middle of the guard counter animation, then you are left completely vulnerable. For me, guard counters seemed like a borderline overpowered new mechanic at the beginning of the game, and then I realised that they weren't quite as effective against a lot of the game's harder, more aggressive enemies and bosses, but still made for a great tool against smaller foes like imps or knights. After Moongrum is turned into Moongrub, we can proceed up to Rennala's chambers for our second major fight, though it must be pointed out that Rennala herself is not actually a demigod. She just holds a great rune within the amber egg gifted to her by Radagon before their marriage was annulled. Rather, her children, Ranni, Radahn and Rykard, are demigods due to the role that Margit played in their conception. After the incredible and gruesome fight with Godrick back at Stormveil Castle, I had my fingers crossed for a similarly epic battle here at the top of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, and folks, I was not disappointed.
Hush, little Calva. I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh and pure.
Rennala's chamber is filled with malformed children, vapidly smiling and frolicking, only to die and then be reborn as their mother hovers above the ground in a protective amber shell, animating various objects and furniture around the room, intended to damage and crush the tarnished, but often also wiping out the children themselves. Also, the oft-times singing of the children here isn't part of the actual soundtrack. That's just the sounds they make during battle here, and I think it really adds an extra melancholy element to this already tremendous boss soundtrack. The first phase is quite easy, though it certainly might not be immediately apparent what the strategy should be. The children with the golden auras emanating from them must be attacked, and upon the third one being interrupted, Rennala's shell will break and she will be temporarily vulnerable to damage. This cycle will usually have to be completed 3 times or 2 if you've got really great damage output, but when her health is depleted, the true fight begins.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born, forever and ever.
Upon my name as Ranni the Witch. Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide. Of the last queen of Caria, Rennala of the full moon. And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
So here in Phase 2, although the detail is quite easy to miss, we are actually doing battle with a summoned spirit version of Rennala, not the real person. Indeed, you can hear Ranni's voice triggering the appearance of Rennala of the full moon, as the Carrion Queen originally was in her prime. The boss arena for Phase 1 was great, but the space we're transported to in the second phase is stunning, a blue lake bathed in lunar splendour. Whereas before Rennala mostly rambled from within her protective golden barrier, now she pulls no punches, hitting the player with the most powerful, spectacular sorceries in the book. Furthermore, from around the halfway point in the fight, she'll summon help in the form of a troll, a dragon, or a bloodhound knight, and even when you defeat one of these spirits, she will immediately just summon another one right after. Difficulty wise, if you try and fight Rennala too soon, she can actually be a real challenge, and in fact, I struggled with her a bunch on my first playthrough because of all the stuff in Liurnia that I skipped because of that fucking portal. However, if you've explored a decent bit beforehand in Limgrave, the Weeping Peninsula and Liurnia itself, then she really isn't too much of a challenge, though regardless of the difficulty, this is a beautiful, spectacular and memorable boss fight. Afterwards, we see Rennala vacantly sitting in her chair, head lolling to one side, spouting off disconnected nonsense, and it's clear that the Queen's best days are long behind her. Although we do get her Great Rune from this fight, we don't actually kill Rennala, and in fact, as long as the player has a spare larval tier item, then they can return here and respec all their stats whenever they like from this point onwards. I did this myself around halfway into the game, converting my magic strength build into a pure strength build, then again later on, switching to a quality build with an equal emphasis on both strength and dexterity. Now, although we've gotten our hands on another Great Rune, and although there is indeed a Divine Tower in Liurnia to the east, Rennala's happens to be the only Great Rune which the player cannot actually equip or use, being somewhat unique compared to the rest. That said, Liurnia's Divine Tower is still well worth a visit, though the player is quite limited in what they can do here at this point. There are various enemies, and there is treasure here, and it's worth taking note of the layout, but only once getting much further in on Ranni's questline should we come back here with a particular key item which causes this study hall to undergo a rather dramatic transformation. And folks, that will be all for the first video in this series. We covered Limgrave, the Weeping Peninsula and Liurnia, but there are still so many areas, bosses, enemies and mechanics and more to talk about, hence why I decided to divide this series up into multiple parts. In the next episode, I guess, we'll be returning to the Roundtable Hold before venturing out into the most terrifying and unnerving region in the game, Caelid, as well as covering some of the vast underground sections of the Lands Between, and also the glorious Golden Altus Plateau, or Atlas Plateau, as I originally thought it was called. I hope you enjoyed my commentary and analysis of this incredible game, and I sure hope you'll join me again for the next video. Cheers for watching, and cheerio. My last significant act in part 1 was to defeat Rennala of the Full Moon at the Academy of Raya Lucaria so as to claim her Great Rune, leaving her there in her library, harmless and broken. I've always found Rennala's bodily proportions to be really odd, not in a way where she looks badly designed or anything, but in a way that enhances her otherworldliness. I think it's the combination of her small head, but long body and broad shoulders. How's that for some unique insight into Elden Ring then? Rennala has a small head. Good stuff. Now, back when I first played this game upon its release, after Rennala was around about the time where I started to get a bit confused, and I'll tell you why. So, I talked in part 1 about the extent to which this game lets you skip massive sections of the game. For example, the whole of the Weeping Peninsula is totally optional, so much so that I only learned of its existence about halfway through my original playthrough. Elden Ring certainly is not the first FromSoft game to make significant portions of it totally optional, of course. For one, Bloodborne is actually a pretty short game if you ignore the optional areas like Hemwick Charnel Lane, Canehurst and Upper Cathedral Ward, not to mention the Chalice dungeons. Even so, the minority of that game was optional, same with the Dark Souls games, but in Elden Ring, the vast majority of it is optional, and the player really finds this out upon returning to the Roundtable Hold after claiming their second Great Rune. Speaking with Finger Reader Enya reveals that our next pertinent destination should be the Erdtree so as to seek an audience with the goddess Queen Marika so that we may mend the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. Now, not only did this confuse me, but it also caused me mild stress because I knew for a fact that there were other large regions with other large demigods. Back after beating Godrick at Stormveil, you can converse with Gideon to gain snippets of intel on the other rune bearers of the Lands Between, and as well as Godrick and Rennala, we see the names of Rykard, Morgott and Radagon, and so why was the game telling me that I was now ready to become Elden Lord? Well, it's because after beating Godrick and Rennala, with the exception of Morgott, you don't need to fight any more demigods, and you don't need any more Great Runes. The reason this stressed me out was because I didn't want to accidentally finish the game. Ever been playing a game and it feels like you're coming to the end, but you still have stuff you want to do elsewhere, and so you're worried about accidentally finishing it? FromSoft are super inconsistent about that sort of thing too, because while Dark Souls 2 and 3 let you continue on to tie up loose ends after the ending cutscenes of those games, Dark Souls 1 Bloodborne and Sekiro do not, and nor do you have any manual saves in those games. Of course, as I later found out, 1. Elden Ring lets you carry on roaming around the lands between after the final cutscene, and 2. Even when you do make it to the Erdtree, the game is still very much far from over. Still, I've always been a bit uneasy with the design choice to allow the player to skip over the other demigods. I mean, look at the Weeping Peninsula. Yes, it's a huge area, but there's no demigod there or even a major boss. But Caelid is way bigger, has far more character, and it sure as hell has a major boss. And you can say much the same about Mount Gelmir, where Rykard awaits. Giving the player the choice of whether or not they want to go to all these places is all well and good, but if the game tells me, okay, you're all set to travel to this important destination now, to potentially end the game for all I know, then instantly the incentive to work through these other major regions is that little bit diminished. I mean, I was always going to go to Caelid and Mount Gelmir anyway, but honestly the confusion and uncertainty around what is optional and what is not genuinely did decrease the enjoyment of my very first playthrough. And personally, I actually think it would have been more appropriate to have the player collect at least 3 Great Runes before telling them that they're ready to become Elden Lord. In any case, I would not venture up and into the Altus Plateau just yet, because the rotting scarlet wasteland of Caelid still awaited me. Before going straight there though, Lunar Princess Ranni's questline could now be progressed further. So, last I'd heard, Blaidd had gone underground to sniff around for clues about the hidden treasure of the lost city of Nokron, and with us having recently joined into the service of Ranni, we are to help him out. Just nearby the minor Erdtree found in the Mistwood back in Limgrave stands a curious circular building called the Siofra River Well, and approaching the platform within delivers the player to new depths, far deeper than I'm sure any of us were initially expecting, down into the underground Siofra River, one of 3 sizable underground regions. Siofra River actually plays a lot like the open world areas from above ground in allowing the player to ride around on Torrent, and although the initial section of the level is somewhat linear, leading the player forward and up the stairs of these ancient ruins, past numerous claymen enemies armed with blue-tipped weapons, it's Hallowhorn grounds just ahead where things really open up. Although Liurnia and Limgrave certainly feature many enchanting scenes of beauty, with their misty lakes, lofty castles and towering trees, the mood of the underground areas is very distinct. The most distinctive visual feature in Siofra River, as well as Ainsel River isolated further off to the northwest, is the false sky, coloured with dark cosmic purples and reds, bright particles of white light suspended in the air to resemble stars. Curiously, there even seems to be a full ecosystem down here, with many roaming animals being herded around by these spectral horned followers. The player first sees these enemies at Uld Palace in the northeast of Liurnia, except there they are fully corporeal, whereas here they seem to be in spirit form. I'm not too sure what the lore reason for this is, but it's quite clear that these grounds possess a potent spiritual energy. Blaidd is to be found here, gazing up at the lost city of Nokron, except it's elevated very high up and far out of reach, so he suggests we ask another of Ranni's followers, Selvis, back in Liurnia. Before going off to do that though, the player can stick around in this area for a while longer for a rather beautiful optional boss. Located all around Hallowhorn grounds are these stone pillars which can be approached and lit, and for each one ignited, a corresponding pillar will light up outside this temple, within which awaits the skeletal remains of some revered antlered beast, now glowing the colour of glintstone, leading to the ancestor spirit boss. Now, although you can fight this boss here, later on in a different but similar section of Siofra River, you actually go through the exact same rigmarole of lighting pillars and touching horned remains before fighting nearly this identical boss, except later it's called the Regal Ancestor Spirit, and you actually get a proper remembrance from beating it. Although the bosses themselves look pretty much identical, in the earlier fight the arena is devoid of life apart from the player and the boss, but with the Regal Ancestor Spirit, the space is populated by roaming ghost animals from which the boss can drain HP and be reborn from. You can actually take out the boss before it manages to drain any HP if you're strong and fast enough, but if not, it will restore a good chunk of HP back, though the extent of HP recovery does diminish each time. A very cool feature of this boss's moveset is that it will sometimes seemingly die and then be reborn from one of the animals in the area. Depending on which animal it arises from, it will gain an additional move based on that specific animal. If you get lucky, or unlucky, you might see it rise up from a sheep and gain a rolling attack, because as we know, sheep do roll. Anywho, after our chat with Blaidd down below, we visit Selvis, who is an absolute prick by the way, and he tells us to visit our very own sorcery professor, Selin, who tells us that the key to the fate of Ranni and the Carian royal family rests within the stars. Although this kinda sounds like a figure of speech, it's actually not, being entirely literal, because the natural animation of the very stars was suspended by the great General Radagon, who still lives on in Caelid, and thus, Selin tells us that in order for Ranni's destiny to proceed, the demigod and runebearer Radagon, Scourge of the Stars, must be defeated. After relaying this intel back to Blaidd, he tells us of a festival of sorts being held in Caelid at Redmane Castle, wherein participants can challenge Radagon himself, the so-called strongest of all the demigods. And that, dear viewers, is our cue, except I totally missed all of Blaidd and Ranni's questline in my first playthrough and didn't know about any of this shit. Apart from the nuggets of information and light guidance the player periodically receives at the Roundtable Hold, the game tends not to provide much context and guidance on particular places other than defeat demigods, collect great runes. Ranni and Blaidd's questline actually gives the game that extra bit of structure though, giving you a good reason to travel to Caelid, as well as the underground regions. The issue is that it's all too easy to miss. Blaidd himself is easy to miss, and there's absolutely no guarantee that the player will set foot in the totally optional Caria Manor in Liurnia, and even once this whole questline is well underway, there are still a lot of steps before it all concludes. I finished the whole questline twice before, yet at some parts I still had to look up what to do next because it just wasn't clear and I couldn't remember. That said, I'm not going to belabor the point too much because I ranted about NPC questlines enough in part 1, but yes, I missed all this back when I played the game originally, and again it caused me confusion, because if you go to Castle Redmane without the context of this questline, there is no festival here. Instead, you fight through the area as normal and fight an unrelated boss at the end, and then there's just no option to fight Radagon, even though I'd heard that this was where he was supposed to be. All rather messy and frustrating, and look, you could just point the finger at me and say you simply weren't playing the game properly and following the questlines like you should have been, but when it's your very first playthrough in a game as big as this, with such limited in-game guidance, how the hell are you supposed to know how to play it properly, and in what order the game even wants you to do it? By the way, please don't think that I hate the game or anything. I actually love the game, but I do have some issues with it here and there. And so our next destination is Caelid, and oh what a destination. As is the theme in Elden Ring, there are multiple ways to actually get there. You could simply travel to it from the east of Limgrave past the smouldering church, or you could take the hidden portal near the third church of Margit in Limgrave to the slightly less horrific Dragon Barrow zone which makes up North Caelid, or you could take this transporter chest found in the Dragonburnt ruins on Lake Agheel to the Celia Crystal Tunnel which exits out into the swamps of Ionia. Whichever method the player opts for, one thing is for sure, Caelid is fucking terrifying. As soon as you cross the boundary into Caelid, the sky and clouds turn an unsettling scarlet. The lush greenery and roaming herds of wildlife found in Limgrave or the pale magical mists of Liurnia are replaced by twisted, gnarled trees, devoid of leaves, seething red swamps of rot, networks of virulent mega-fungi, and grotesque perversions of nature in the form of enormous canines with small dead eyes and savage saw-toothed crows. Everything is wrong in this region, everything is rotten, and there is no hope. There's this constant aura of dread and horror wherever you go here, because the very soil itself is tainted with a force known as the Scarlet Rot, a curse upon this region brought about through the climax of the violent battle between the two most powerful demigods alive, Melina and Radagon. I'm really not exaggerating when I say that Caelid is one of the most disturbing levels I've ever experienced in a game. All those aforementioned elements combine to create such an uneasy atmosphere, not least of all aided by that odd, twisted soundtrack. There's something about the drums in this track that really get me. I can't even describe why, but I do love it. Caelid can be brutally difficult too if you come unprepared. The massive crows and dogs here are exactly as dangerous as they look, yet there are multitudes of them at some parts, and back on my original playthrough I often ended up opting for discretion over bravery here when faced with these monsters, because I was simply too intimidated and freaked out to fight them. I'm really not the type to get frightened by horror games and such. I am not too vulnerable to traditional spooks and scares in the way that many others are, but Caelid freaked me out. It didn't scare me as such, but it did bother me. Not far from the Limgrave border, just to the east of the smouldering wall erected to keep the rot from spilling over into Limgrave, there's a minor Erdtree, and as expected there is an Erdtree avatar here, except with a twist. Whereas the previous avatars encountered are of the conventional variety, the one found here is putrid, having been corrupted by the scarlet rot. I really like the concept of an enemy's properties being changed by the rot, and there are also other similar enemy variations we see later on, like the putrid Crystallion and the rotten duelist. The putrid avatar is certainly harder than the regular ones though, because as expected, they can infect you with the scarlet rot status, and Caelid is probably the point where most players will first encounter the scarlet rot, which essentially works like toxic from the Dark Souls games. Poison is still here too though, and if infected by either scarlet rot or poison, you can expect it to last for a long while, probably far longer than you are comfortable with. Getting infected with scarlet rot really can be a death sentence, because you often simply run out of healing flasks due to the severity of the damage over time and how long it lasts, and if afflicted with it in the middle of battle, oh dear. Also, you might find consumables to cure poison and rot to be surprisingly scarce. On this playthrough, I found a decent enough amount of preserving boluses, but I think I somehow managed to go about 36 hours without finding a single neutralising bolus to cure poison. One surprisingly effective way to completely prevent poison and rot build-up though, is to simply ride Torrent through the game's corrupted swamps, because Torrent cannot be poisoned, and fun fact, Torrent is actually an anagram of rotten. Actually, wait, no it's not. Sorry. Back to the putrid avatar though, I used to groan in frustration and flail my arms and legs around wildly and piss myself when fighting these things, because now their butt slam attack has a lot more stank on it, showering the area with noxious pools of scarlet rot, and the range on this attack always surprises me. It goes way further than you'd think it would. However, as I later learned, the area directly behind the avatar is totally safe when it does this attack, so that made it more manageable. If the player opts for the chest transportation method of getting into Caelid, either deliberately or by accident, I'm sure I wasn't the only one who shit themselves when this first happened, then they are warped to Celia Crystal Tunnel, a flat out, unpleasant dungeon to battle through if your character is not sufficiently prepared, hosting several kindred of rot enemies. In addition to looking absolutely horrid, these things have one of the most obnoxious attacks in the whole game, Pest Threads, a homing projectile with uncomfortably long range, which to me has always seemed way harder to dodge than it should. At the end of the tunnel, the player is faced, more so than at any other point in the game, with that feeling of, oh fuck, I should not be here, especially if this is their first rancid taste of Caelid. This is the swamp of Liurnia, and unless you want some of that scarlet rot, riding around on Torrent is an absolute must. The swamp is actually a pretty decent size, so it's quite easy to miss the various items and ruins situated within it, though best watch out for the violent geysers because they hurt. Although Caelid is host to the demigod Radagon, do bear in mind that the primary cause of the twisted scarlet ruin of the region was in fact Melina, goddess of rot. In her final battle with Radagon, after realising it would end in a stalemate, her final act was to unleash her scarlet bloom, damning both the entire region and Radagon. Not cool, Melina. Some people take up hiking or playing guitar, but there you are, fucking causing unspeakably horrifying damnation to entire regions of the world. Lame. Anyway, I mention this battle because at one place in the swamp you'll see undying soldiers of Melinia's clean rot army rise up out of the swamp and attack the player. Their weapon of choice is the Halo Scythe, and their armour is heavily based off of Melina herself, featuring a red cape to emulate the colour of her hair. Deeper still into the heart of the swamp awaits an optional boss, Commander O'Neill. There's something I really like about the way a lot of this game's bosses are just waiting or roaming around in parts of the world. Sure, you have your over-the-top cutscenes for the demigods, which I love, but there's something cool about just seeing a dragon or mounted knight or Commander O'Neill here, just looming in the distance for you to either challenge or avoid. The design of O'Neill is great, though you do fight what is essentially a reskin of him later on at Castle Sol. Although I enjoy the spectacle of this boss, I'm not quite such a fan when it comes to actually fighting the dude, due to him frequently enveloping his surroundings in a vortex of caustic rot while he summons spirits of soldiers to fight you. He's one of those bosses where I'm never sure if it's safe to actually get close and fight him, and that can get a bit tedious. There are cheeses though. You can climb up onto one of the nearby tree roots to take him out with a bow, or even lure him out next to one of the geysers in the swamp for that to kill him for you. Another large section of Caelid, which I didn't even initially realise was properly part of the region, is the Dragon Barrow. Although you can simply travel north from anywhere else in Caelid to get there, alternatively you can take a hidden portal there from Limgrave. Although it is entirely possible to just chance upon the portal, there's a character named D who will mark its location on your map after you take up the Tibia Mariner in Summonwater Village, telling you to introduce yourself to the beast clergyman Godrick, who the portal will lead to. Again, upon reaching the Dragon Barrow, you really do get the feeling that you probably shouldn't be here, because if you come near the start of the game, then it's probably best not to actually engage any of the enemies here. Certainly not the large dragon on the bridge, and most certainly not the Blackblade Kindred standing stoically outside the bestial sanctum. Blackblade Kindred are some of the toughest enemies in the game, not to mention being extremely mobile and adept at attacking from different elevations. Though as anyone who has fought these things knows, the encounters can get a bit janky here and there. Still, bizarre, monstrous design and very challenging, for the wild whirls of Black Flame are a bit much. There are instances in Elden Ring's combat where I see a certain attack and just have no idea how to avoid it, particularly long, extravagant combos coupled with AoE effects. Inside the Sanctum, the player can converse with Godrick, though he's not exactly an accomplished conversationalist, and give him Deathroot, a key item obtained from defeating Tibia Mariners and by clearing some dungeons. Doing this will get you various incantations, with beast spells being one of Elden Ring's many categories of incantations, on top of all the categories of sorcery. If you give him enough Deathroot, he'll actually aggro against you without any warning, and this can be rather alarming when it first happens, because you won't at all be familiar with his moveset, but dealing just a wee bit of damage here will make him settle. Your axe placement here is interesting and quite confusing too, because we do actually fight him later on in the game too in Farum Azula, except he goes by a different name there, essentially being a different version of him which exists outside of time or some shit, I don't fucking know. A rather sad feature of the Dragon Barrow is actually its namesake, an enormous dragon named Grail, except instead of it serving as a challenging, ferocious boss, it has been ravaged and ruined by the Scarlet Rot, now pinned to the ground, barely able to move. Although guarded by several lesser dragons, the player can actually kill Grail, for she does literally have over 85,000 HP. Thus, the classic way to kill her is with a bleed weapon, this doing massive amount of damage each time it fully builds up, though I did do her the dignity of delivering the final blow with a roar attack. Farewell Grail, I will always love you. Just behind her stands Fort Faroth, a decrepit and largely abandoned structure now home only to rats and bats, except here we have half of the Dectus Medallion. I didn't mention it in part 1, but back at Fort Height in the Mistwood, we get the other half of the Dectus Medallion, with these enabling the player to ascend the grand lift of Dectus at the north end of Liurnia and up into the golden lands of Altus Plateau. In fact, you can actually travel to Altus Plateau far earlier than you might think, because it's really not too tough to reach both halves of the medallion right off the bat. One new mechanic I didn't talk about in my first video was time. As you travel around the world, time is constantly passing, and there is in fact a proper day-night cycle in Elden Ring. This doesn't just affect the aesthetics either. Different enemies will come out at night, stealth is more effective, but most interestingly of all, certain bosses will only appear at night, making a lot of them quite easy to miss. Thankfully, you don't have to just run around in a circle on Torrent waiting for day to turn to night, because time can be easily passed at any point of grace. Though if you do die at night, which you probably will against the tougher nighttime bosses, then when you respawn back at the nearest point of grace, it'll be day again. This is actually pretty damn irritating, to be honest, and I prefer it didn't do this, because it just makes it that much more frustrating when you do die and have to remember to pass time again before doing the run back to the boss. The first nighttime boss most players will run into will be at Limgrave, on a bridge at the foot of Stormveil. During the day, a mounted Kaiden soldier will be guarding the bridge, quite an intimidating enemy, but at night the Knight's cavalry takes over there with their enormous hooded horse and with a Night Rider glaive or flail. There are actually 10 of these enemies located in all corners of the lands between, from Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula all the way to the Forbidden Lands beyond Leyndell and Altus Plateau. But again, due to them only appearing at night, they end up being really easy to miss. Even now, I only just found out that there are apparently 2 of them located in Liurnia, but I had no idea even after having so many hours in this game. They're to be found in Caelid too, but another boss found in Caelid at night time only is the Deathrite Bird. The way you can just see this terrifying creature prowling around in the distance is great. It really adds to the build up of the fight. That aside though, I do not enjoy fighting these things. As well as the Deathrite Bird, there's also the weaker variation simply called the Death Bird, also only appearing at night, but the Deathrite Bird can be a serious challenge. It utilises a type of fire called Ghost Flame, which actually causes frost build-up of all things, and it stings. I think one of the most awkward attributes of the Deathbirds is their very physical structure, because it can make it difficult to actually hit the things. Of course, the skull at the front is vulnerable, but it's just elevated and animated enough for many attacks to miss, whereas its legs to its rear are awkwardly spaced, not to mention narrow and easily missable with thrust weapons. Still, even though I don't really like fighting them, they are a very cool enemy, and this one in particular drops a very powerful weapon called Death's Poker, a weapon which used to be a favourite of speedrunners thanks to its extremely powerful Ash of War, Ghost Flame Ignition. Wouldn't that be a great name for a metal band, by the way? Ghost Flame Ignition. They can open up for Killswitch Engage or Death Spell Omega. But you know, all we're really doing here is beating around the bush, because just as in Limgrave and Liurnia, there is a demigod in this region, and we want his great rune. At the southeast corner of Caelid sits Redmane Castle, and this effectively serves as the region's main legacy dungeon, though not really to the same extent as Stormveil Castle or the Academy of Raya Lucaria. For one, it's not as large or intricately designed as those areas, and also when you come here for Radagon, most of the castle is actually empty and you can't even open most of its doors. Of course, if you come here before progressing Ranni's questline and before visiting Altus Plateau, then the castle is full of enemies and fully accessible, but yeah, kinda weird how this game treats this area in anticipation of the Radagon festival. A bunch of folk are here, including jolly old Alexander and even Blaidd, all to take part in the festival. But what exactly is the nature of this festival?
Are you good and prepared, young chum? The festival begins.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture. General Radagon is cursed ever to wander. Eaten from the inside by Melina's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone. Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog. Howling at the sky. But now, we must make merry.
O gathering of champions! The revels begin! The celebration of war! The Radagon Festival!
From here we descend the elevator beyond the castle, down onto the shore, anticipation and terror building, and enter through the portal to start the battle. The game gives you very little time to get your bearings here, because Radagon starts firing immediately, colossal arrows imbued with the power of his signature gravity magic, though thankfully the nearby discarded weapons can serve as temporary cover. Radagon is one of the most unique bosses of any modern FromSoft game because he is intended to be beaten with help. There are yellow summon signs dotted around the area where the player can bring in the other participants of the festival, reducing the difficulty of the fight, not least of all because it takes some of Radagon's attention away from the player. It is totally possible to beat Radagon solo though, and in fact Radagon actually used to be much harder when the game first came out, so much so that FromSoft made him a lot weaker in a balance patch and then followed that up with another patch making him a bit stronger again because they nerfed him a bit too much. Having beaten Radagon on level 1 before, I'm not half bad at him these days, though he can be a fucking brick wall of difficulty for a lot of players. I remember even just his projectiles at the very start being a massive pain in the anus for me, and these often killed me outright before I even got to Radagon. I'm not actually a fan of the whole projectile bit at the start of every attempt, because it really can get tiresome on repeated attempts when you're still learning the boss and just want to get straight back into the action, only to get obliterated by an arrow at the very start because you messed up the dodge timing. This fight was designed to be intimidating though. Even the allowance for the player to summon in several phantoms only adds to the message that Radagon is a figure that you should fear, and other characters even refer to him as the strongest of all the demigods. However, Radagon here is not as he was in his prime, having had his wits ravaged by the scarlet rot passed on to him by Melina. Still, his physical attacks are absolutely terrifying as he twirls, cleaves and obliterates with his twin greatswords, all while riding and drifting atop his long-suffering horse. Though as many players of the game know by this point, Radagon is a master of gravity magic, and so his full weight isn't actually on the horse, hence why he seems to be able to slide around the arena at such high speeds. Then of course, Radagon leaves the battlefield, only to come hurtling straight the fuck back, destroying anyone in the way. In Radagon's second phase, the intensity is ramped up to ridiculous levels, and his attacks only become more extravagant and gravity defying. The presence of the 4 large boulders suspended in the air above him add an extra element of tension too, because anytime you're attacking him at close range, you're terrified that he'll send those boulders flying in your direction and killing you in one hit. Torrent can be very useful for this boss, not least of all because of how expansive the arena is, though I certainly find him to be less useful if fighting Radagon solo, because if you ride up alongside him as he's launching a fresh attack directly at you and Torrent, you're going to wish you had some of those iframes. But regardless of your methods, Radagon does go down, dropping his great rune too, and what's more, his demise is the catalyst for a spectacular astral phenomenon which had up until now been prevented due to Radagon holding the constellations in stasis. That particularly bright object was a falling star, as confirmed by Blaidd, and the impact of the star happens to have caused an enormous crater to appear in the Mistwood, creating an unlikely entrance to the lost city of Nokron. How convenient. Before venturing over there though, why not pay a visit to Caelid's Divine Tower to activate Radagon's Great Rune? Unlike the other Divine Towers, there's not really a conventional entrance here, and so it takes a good deal of perilous leaping and scaling to locate an opening. Now while you can just ascend the elevator here to the top to activate Radagon's Great Rune, which increases the player's HP, stamina and FP by a decent amount by the way, you can also choose to descend the tower to its depths, though again this is very perilous, requiring an unfortunate amount of platforming. Platforming is far more possible in this game compared to how it was in the Dark Souls series, but that doesn't mean I enjoy it. I appreciate the ability to jump, especially when riding Torrent so as to reach otherwise inaccessible spaces, but when it comes to having to jump down to lower platforms where one mistake means falling to your death, well personally that's not the type of challenge that I am looking for in a FromSoft game. At the base of the tower, we get a boss fight, and while I was thrilled the first time I saw this particular Godskin Apostle, I was later a bit disappointed to see that you actually see this boss a further 2 times in the game, with her fat cousin, the Godskin Noble, also appearing 3 times throughout the world. Still, the concept of a hunter of gods who then uses their skin as clothing is undeniably sick, and when these dudes go all fucking Stretch Armstrong in Phase 2, again, sick. These enemies make use of black flame damage, with black flame projectiles and auras being distinctive due to their black and white coloration. Black flame attacks are particularly dangerous due to them also causing some damage over time even after the player is initially hit, and so sometimes you'll be close to death after getting hit by one and then still die anyway as your HP ticks down afterwards. After beating the Godskin Apostle, the reward is a cool sword which I used back in my first playthrough but wasn't really interested in here. Still, I do appreciate that they didn't just make all the Divine Towers carrying copies of each other and actually gave them their own features and layout. But now that our business in Caelid is through, it is time to head back to Limgrave to delve deep into the crater, easily spotted from afar due to the gravitational anomaly it has caused. Although at first we're just climbing down rock, the environment quickly becomes more architectural and moody as we delve deeper into Nocron. Just as with many of Elden Ring's areas, Nocron makes an excellent first impression, its very atmosphere being coloured in ambiguous purple, with ramparts and toppled buildings leading the way deeper into the gloom. The main enemies in Nocron are these amorphous arcane blobs, which form crude spears and projectiles from the flowing material which makes up their very beings. Though most of these do simply remain without solid form, some do have the ability to anthropomorphise themselves into people, not least of all the Mimic boss just ahead. This really isn't a tough fight, though if you really want it can be cheesed by simply unequipping everything going into the fight and then re-equipping everything after the boss appears, forcing it to fight you essentially naked. Although you fight the Mimic tier here, you don't actually get the Mimic tier Spirit Ash just yet, and instead get the Silver tier Mask, which can be really handy, buffing your arcane stat by 8 points, though it does also decrease your attack power by 5%. By the way, a really cool feature of the area directly after the Mimic tier is that you can clearly see Mogwyn Palace from down here, and unless I'm mistaken, that column structure is where you fight Mohg, Lord of Blood, but that'll be a story for the next video in the series. The Ancestral Woods area here really is the same sort of deal as we saw before near the start of the Siofra River, except now we are much higher up. The same horned enemies are here, except they're not in spirit form now, and there are new singing female variants of them too. Again, the whole lighting the columns thing is back, as well as the regal ancestor spirit that I covered before. I don't really have a big problem with repeated level ideas and bosses, but I do feel that it wasn't really necessary to have all the same shit here as we already did before in much the same sort of area. Don't get me wrong though, this is a very cool open level with some striking and somewhat familiar visual aspects, like these enormous stacks of stone stalagmites in the distance, though I kept getting absolutely nailed by the Red Wolf of Radagon clone here. That wasn't fun. Now, there are actually 2 separate routes to take here. You can either drop down by the jellyfish and into the aqueduct area, which then leads onto everyone's favourite boss with the valiant gargoyles, or you can continue on again into Nocron. I have to give a big shout out to one particular enemy found here, and that's the big ball thing. We've previously had magical balls of magic materialise from nowhere to be ran from and dodged, but now we're introduced to them as actual enemies with attacks and everything. They're not difficult to beat as long as you're bold enough to get in there and keep attacking before they have a chance to ram into you, but I do love the simplicity of this design, and there's something somewhat unnerving about a perfectly spherical object with no recognisable human features behaving intelligently to try and take down the player. Eventually, after fighting through a gauntlet of silver tears who form themselves into humans and even a troll, we find the hidden treasure of Nocron, the Fingerslayer blade. Except I'm a moron who didn't capture footage of me getting it, but here's what it looks like. Now all there is to do is to bring the treasure back to Ranni, who rewards us with the Carian inverted statue and then leaves, and the statue is the key item required to be able to ascend Liurnia's Divine Tower. Of course, you can visit the Divine Tower beforehand, but there's no way to actually access the elevator, so you're somewhat limited in what you can do, but placing the statue flips the entire study hall within upside down. Not sure if this was something of a homage to Symphony of the Night or something, because I know that game did a similar thing, but either way, I love a good spectacle in a game. And seeing this whole place being inverted, complete with upside down chandeliers by the way, was certainly an unexpected spectacle, though the sorcery enemy here fucking sucks. The presence of this enemy doesn't even make sense to me, because the same character appears in the regular study hall, yet regardless of whether or not you kill them there, they will still appear here, hitting you with powerful, long-range Carian sorceries. But after descending the study hall, or would it be ascending, and after opening this inverted door, which doesn't look like it should be physically possible, we get sight of the Divine Tower at the end of the bridge. Although there was no such bridge leading to the Caria Divine Tower, there was one back in Limgrave, with that one being guarded by a trio of golem guardians, but the enemy guarding this tower, for whatever reason, is the Godskin Noble. This guy doesn't have a boss health bar for some reason, yet he's pretty much a boss in all other respects, so I don't really know why this is the case. But compared to the already challenging Godskin Apostle, I'd say the Noble is tougher. Despite its rotund appearance, he moves with an unexpected grace, stabbing and slamming with his rapier-like Godskin Stitcher. It really is a challenging moveset to nail down, but it's also one that feels great to learn, and you think, wow, this boss is really challenging and fun. And then he fucking does this. This move is insane, because although it can be somewhat reliably avoided through good positioning rather than well-timed dodges, it goes on for about twice as long as it seems like it should. If you manage to position yourself in front of an obstacle, you'll sometimes get stuck and roll in place, although this will often just not work, plus it looks kinda ridiculous. I think this boss was nearly great, but this attack is a bit much. Plus he has another attack called Noble Presence, which comes out so fast that it's nearly impossible to react to, which really goes against one of the best aspects of modern FromSoft games: fairness. After defeating the Noble and making it to the top of the tower, we see that this one is different to the rest. Instead of there being the cracked remains of a two fingers up here, there is only the scorched remains of the body of Ranni. This was her true form, but on the night of the Black Knives when Godwyn the Golden was killed, Ranni was also killed at the same time, all by her own design, except Godwyn lost his soul, whereas Ranni lost her body, as explained by the curse mark of death found upon her flesh. At this point, I will leave Ranni's questline and we'll pick it back up again in part 3, because there's plenty more cool shit that happens. Now, however, what I want to cover is our next region. Godrick, Rennala and Radagon have all been defeated, and so that means our work in Limgrave, Liurnia and Caelid is done. The next goal, as Enya tells us, is to make it to the Erdtree to convene with Queen Margit and become Elden Lord, and to do that we need to ascend to the Altus Plateau, and then to the royal capital of Leyndell. Now, there are actually 4 different ways of getting to Altus Plateau. I covered the first method back in part 1, involving dying to the grab attack from the Virgin Maiden at the bottom of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, but I'd say this is probably the most unconventional of the 4 methods. The most ceremonious and dignified route, however, is via the Grand Lift of Dectus to the far north of Liurnia after both halves of the Dectus medallion have been collected from Fort Height and Fort Faroth. Back on my first playthrough though, I took a completely different route because I hadn't found the complete medallion, and indeed, for anyone who either couldn't figure out where the medallion halves were or just couldn't be bothered, there is the ruin-strewn precipice accessible via the deep valley just adjacent to the lift and guarded by bats, a magma worm and ladders. But at the top, we emerge out onto the plateau, though our emergence is certainly nowhere near as grand and golden compared to the lift of Dectus. But the final way involves a bit more underground work, and that is the way I will cover now. So back in the aqueduct section of Siofra River, not far from Nokron, the player can enter a very large arena with a waterfall roaring and raging in the background, only to be confronted by a big old a gargoyle. Fine, no sweat. This might be the first time the player will have fought a gargoyle at this point, unless they foolishly decided to take on the Black Blaidd kindred back in Caelid. And this fight is challenging, but fine. And then the second one shows up. Yeah, this fight is both brutal and bullshit. Both gargoyles are highly mobile, have long-ranged poison attacks which are really difficult to spot, and they will both often happily attack you at the same time, and bear in mind that gargoyle enemies have some particularly crazy moves involving a bit too much weapon twirling for my liking, especially the one with the twin blade. Bosses like these are where it's clear that FromSoft intended for the player to make full use of Spirit Ashes for some fights, because that really is the only way to make it more manageable. Having said all that though, I don't hate this boss, because as difficult as it is, you'll still be at the stage in the game where you can simply just come back later on when you're stronger, and I actually did exactly that, coming back at a higher level with a significantly stronger weapon, making quite easy work of the boss. Thus, this is far from the most infuriating double boss in the game, whereas there's a certain other controversial double boss fight which takes place towards the end of the game, meaning that your character will likely be about as strong as they're going to get by that point, taking away the option to just come back when you're stronger. After the gargoyles, you can ride a coffin higher via a glowing sequence of symbols, obviously, leading the player to a brand new underground area, Deeproot Depths, situated beneath the royal capital of Leyndell. As with all the underground areas, the environment here is extremely striking, revealing the vast network of thick Erdtree roots beginning their route beneath the Altus Plateau into other areas of the lands between. Although there are branches and roots aplenty here to ride and climb, there are also many ruins, temples and even a mausoleum. Not sure what the deal is with the water in this place or why it kinda looks like cum, but it does lend to the unique ambience of the place, at least. Whereas the air and sky in Siofra River and Nokron are coloured with purple and red, the surroundings in Deeproot Depths are immersed in a thick brown haze, with distant tree roots vaguely visible beyond indiscernible distances. For some bizarre reason though, FromSoft brought back basilisks here. Why though? Basilisks were one of the few, if not the only monster to feature in all 3 Dark Souls games, and they had to bring them back for Elden Ring too? Still, don't fuck around with these critters. Just as how Curse was no fun in Dark Souls 1, its equivalent in this game is called Deathblight, and it ain't pretty. Although there are no grim after effects at least, like cutting your max HP in half. After a bit of platforming up these large branches, ideally performed on Torrent to help with speed and height, as well as to avoid the damaging sprays of burning mist spewed out from the decrepit gargoyles situated up here, we make it to the top of the area, and travelling beyond the point of grace here brings us face to dreadful face with the Prince of Death, Godwyn. I'm sure I'm not the only one who thought, what the fuck am I looking at when I came in here, and it truly is a bizarre sight. This is what was left of Godwyn after being assassinated, with his body left to fester, grow and spread after the death of his soul. Observe that he's situated at the base of an enormous blackened tree root here, and indeed evidence of his deathly influence can be seen all over the lands between. For example, look at this crab feeding near the site of a space corrupted by Godwyn's death root. Its appearance has been altered, and foul yellow pustules resembling dead eyes are visible all over its body. The same sort of effect can be seen on this exposed root over in Limgrave at Summonwater Village too, and of course at the base of Stormveil Castle. Although I didn't really engage with it in this playthrough, which I apologise for, there is actually a whole side quest related to the Prince of Death involving Fia, Rogier and Dee, and indeed it's all related to the Age of the Duskborn ending, where the presence of life within death is incorporated into the Elden Ring and the new Golden Order. There is a boss fight at Godwyn's corpse, but rather than it being with Godwyn himself, it's simply a gank fight against some NPCs. I have nothing interesting to say about this fight. It's fine, I guess. Directly after it though, there's a portal just by the corpse which will warp the player directly into the royal capital of Leyndell. That said, there is actually another boss fight here available after conversing with Fia, the deathbed companion, several times as she lays by Godwyn's rotting flesh, and that boss is the leech dragon Fortisax. Now this is a fucking boss fight. Fortisax will likely be the player's first encounter with red lightning, the lightning of the ancient dragons. Fortisax was said to be an ally of Godwyn, hence why the boss fight takes place by his corpse, and indeed, the dragon has now been thoroughly blackened and corrupted by death. An amazing touch here is the way the skybox is totally transformed, resembling dead, ulcerated flesh. It really adds to the presentation of this already gnarly looking dragon. This is a spectacular boss fight, and as well as the constant shockwaves of red lightning to watch out for, Fortisax can also generate clouds of black and yellow death-like gas, which temporarily restrict the player's freedom to make use of the full arena. Pretty much the one and only shitty thing about this fight is that the camera often makes it difficult to actually see what the boss is doing, and the constant bright red lightning only adds to this effect. Still, sick fight, and you do get a remembrance for beating it. And so, now that I've covered the diverse range of routes into Altus Plateau, let's finally talk about the region itself. Being situated so close to the Erdtree, this region is coloured in a glorious gold. In fact, even the sky itself is golden, not to mention the trees and vegetation. The influence of the Erdtree is present nearly everywhere in the Lands Between, but this is truer throughout Altus Plateau than anywhere else, especially in the royal capital of Leyndell just to the east. The jagged, blasphemous form of Mount Gelmir looming from the west certainly serves as a dark blot on the otherwise pure golden aesthetics of the region. Whereas Caelid was overrun with mutated abominations and fulminating corpses, the enemies characteristic of Altus Plateau tend to be far more familiar and human, though in some cases that just makes them that much more horrific. Although it may have been a while since the player last saw her, Melina shows up again once we get to Altus, telling us that we're close to fulfilling our accord with her, also revealing that she was in fact born at the foot of the Erdtree itself. Although the player can simply march east up the very well guarded steps to Leyndell, there are of course other things to see in the region first, and I'd argue that the most interesting of these is Dominula, the windmill village far to the north. I remember approaching the village and noticing some figures dancing in the distance. "What fun!" I remember exclaiming, thinking that FromSoft had actually put something wacky and positive in their game, and doing a little dance myself. And then as I got closer, the fun wore off, and I gradually became more disturbed as I got a closer look at these figures. Although they are non-hostile, at least at first, these are some frightening looking ladies, clad in foul, filthy capes with crazed, gleeful expressions fixed to their faces. There's not a copious amount of lore associated with this place, but I believe the idea is that they would lure people into their village with song and dance, much like they do with the player, before turning on them and taking their skin, and indeed, at the top of the hill waits a Godskin apostle. Very cool area, and I have a big appreciation for any game or film which manages to make something scary while also making it bright and colourful. And of course, the area was also clearly influenced by the aesthetics of the movie Midsommar, which I'm also a fan of. If the player does decide to reach Altus via the rune-strewn precipice route, then as well as the entrance being cluttered by numerous overturned caravans, at the top of the hill they will be ambushed by ancient dragon Lanziaks. Although this encounter is certainly alarming and a hell of a way to be welcomed into a new region, it will actually leave the area entirely after losing around 15% of its HP. However, if you travel a good deal south of the Windmill Village onto a raised section of the plateau, then Lanziaks will show up again for real. Funnily enough, I totally missed this encounter on my first playthrough, as well as this whole particular section of Altus Plateau. It's just a bit out of the way and easy to miss. But being another ancient dragon like Fortisax, this fight is a hell of a spectacle. Lanziaks is something of a reskin of Fortisax though, sharing most of the same moves, although without the Deathblight element, and also it does have the awesome ability to form a glaive of red lightning which it then swipes down at the player. And you even unlock this incantation after beating it. Fortisax isn't the only formidable beast in this area though, because there's also this fella. Please leave me alone. Slap bang in the centre of Altus, we of course have a minor Erdtree, one of 3 minor Erdtrees in the larger Altus Plateau region. The one over on Mount Gelmir has certainly seen better days. The area around the tree is very creepy, with the player's visibility heavily obscured by a golden mist, although the disturbing sound of weeping is ubiquitous in this strange forest. The source of the weeping is one of the most baffling enemies in the game, Wormface. There's really not much to go on lore-wise with the worm faces, but they are really fucking weird. There are many lesser ones around the woods here, some robed and some naked, but there's a massive one guarding the minor Erdtree. Although it can damage the player by violently banging and swinging its grotesque head around the ground, the real danger lies in the deadly sparkling clouds of deathblight it vomits up, meaning that sometimes you simply cannot get close to it without real risk of death. Now at this point, before I get talking about the glorious royal capital of Leyndell, I want to talk about minor dungeons, a topic I did not cover in part 1. So, we've got our legacy dungeons like Stormveil Castle, the Academy of Raya Lucaria, Redmane Castle, etc. However, Elden Ring also boasts a further 51 minor dungeons to find, explore and then conquer, and I think these are probably where the game is at its most generic, because they tend to be the least interesting levels in the game. Now, that doesn't mean that I think they're shit or anything, because they're generally quite decent and are good fun to do for the most part, but whereas I tend to go out of my way to do every legacy dungeon on any given playthrough, the same cannot be said for the minor dungeons. You can divide them up into 4 categories. There's caves, tunnels, catacombs and heroes' graves, and the nature and rewards associated with these will tend to differ. For example, the reward for beating a catacomb is almost always some new type of spirit ash, not to mention the grave glovewort upgrade materials found within, whereas tunnels are perfect for gathering smithing stones. Thus, although most players will probably want to explore a lot of these dungeons simply for the fun of it, there are still real gameplay incentives for visiting them, and they can do a lot to help prepare you for upcoming legacy dungeons and tough bosses. Speaking of bosses, there's actually a boss at the end of every single legacy dungeon, and while there are some which only show up in dungeons like the Erdtree Burial Watchdogs and Stone Digger Troll, most of the time it'll be some boss or even regular enemy that you've already seen out in the open world, or one that you will see in the future. It's always a bit sad when you think you've come across some interesting unique dungeon boss, and later on realise that no, it's actually just a late game enemy they've given a boss health bar. Still, I like fighting bosses, and for whatever reason my simple brain is easily pleased by a big monster with a big ass health bar. The quality of the dungeons does vary quite a bit, as well as the rewards for their completion, so much so that I wouldn't really recommend folk endeavour to try and find every one, not least of all because some of them can actually be really tricky to find without using a guide. Don't go into them expecting unique obstacles and environments in every one either, because most catacombs look the same, as do most caves and tunnels, though there are certainly some interesting touches added to some of them, like how this mine in Liurnia has a bit of a glintstone aesthetic compared to the more conventional mines found elsewhere. A rather odd decision with catacombs in particular is how most of them are fucking crawling with imps, or should I say, thralls from Dark Souls 3. At least they gave them a pretty thorough reskin, but their movement and moveset is heavily based off of thralls, an enemy which I always thought was a bit too common even in that game, so God knows why they brought them over to Elden Ring too, and then put them in nearly all the catacombs. Just like with Dark Souls 3's thralls, the imps really aren't a bad enemy, but they're simply not very interesting either, and I think the game could have done with an alternative enemy for some of the dungeons, though there certainly are plenty of skeletons too. Although dungeons do help prepare the player for later levels, they can also lead to your character becoming somewhat overpowered. An issue I've had before that others have also discussed is that by the time you get to Leyndell, you will either be getting your arse kicked by the bosses and heavy knights there, or completely wipe the floor with everything in your path, with the variable here being, how much have you explored beforehand? See, with so much of this game being optional, this has an effect on the balancing, and if you've been diligently exploring the earlier regions, as you really should if you want the most fun out of the game, then the middle portion of the game can end up being way too easy, before the game launches a massive difficulty spike your way towards the end again. To be honest, I'm not sure what FromSoft could have done to mitigate this, but the balancing certainly does feel off in places, and it's very interesting how much less fun the Soulsborne games suddenly become when you take away the challenge, because their combat systems really do hinge on the constant danger posed by most attacks, and how you're often just seconds away from death in any boss fight. Riding to the east of Altus reveals an enormous grand set of stairs guarded by scores of Leyndell knights, and not only that, but at the top there are 2 fucking tree sentinels. Great. To be honest, I died once to these pricks and then never even bothered trying again, they're totally optional anyway. Going through the doors at the top leads to the Leyndell outskirts, although the main door to the city happens to be completely locked, and the capital itself can only be accessed from the rear entrance to the north, or of course by using the portal by the Prince of Death in Deeproot Depths. The Leyndell outskirts is actually one of the sites of a massive battle during the War of the Shattering, as seen in the original story trailer for the game. It truly does look like a battlefield too, with the countless burnt up impact craters and these colossal projectiles sticking out the ground which stand several times taller than the player. Also, the towering golden ghost banners are another great touch, and similar ethereal features are to be found through much of Altus Plateau, as well as in Caelid and the pale ghostly trees of the mountaintop of the Giants region later on. A very surprising encounter awaits the player at one seemingly nondescript section of the battlefield, whereby a lone commoner transforms into Margit, the Fell Omen. Of course, this is not the real Margit, being just as much an illusion as the one we fought outside Stormveil Castle, and he doesn't even have a boss health bar. But this is probably the last thing most players expect to see out here, especially if you haven't quite figured out that this isn't the real Margit yet, because during my first playthrough, I understood absolutely nothing about this game's story. There are many details that I understand now and that seem obvious, but on a first playthrough you're so overwhelmed by everything that it's quite hard to pick up on every little detail. Passing through the outskirts around to the north side reveals 3 guardian golems there to ward off would-be infiltrators into the capital, but these are easy enough to evade, though I will never get tired of seeing them wipe out entire trees like this. But then even past the golems, there is another intimidating figure standing guard at the rear, the draconic tree sentinel, probably one of my favourite enemies in the game. They don a set of golden malformed dragon armour, which the player themselves can actually get later on, and which I eventually wore, though I've never been a fan of the ridiculous bird ornamentation at the top of the helmet. These dudes are just so bloody heavy though. A lot of their attacks are very slow and delayed, but hit so fucking hard, with some hammer strikes also serving as minor AoE attacks due to their impact. The horse itself is also a threat, being able to spit fast fireballs, often catching out the player as they try to heal after creating a bit of distance. With these sentinels being of the draconic variety, they also have the power of the red lightning of the ancient dragons like Fortisax and Lanziax, and the dragon Greatclaw weapon is imbued with this powerful element in Phase 2, and regardless of how buff the player is at this point, it's so easy to get absolutely wiped out by just 1 or 2 attacks from these guys. There are only 2 draconic tree sentinels in the whole game, but they are very challenging to beat, though you can totally circumvent the challenge here by being a little bitch and sneaking up behind it and casting poison mist, causing the boss to slowly die without attracting their draconic ire. But now that it is down, the way into the royal capital and the route to the Erdtree is clear. Now look, there have been many wow moments throughout Elden Ring thus far. It's a beautiful game, rife with extravagant, fantastical spectacles and wonders, but that moment when you first step out into the capital and behold the city in its entirety is transcendent, not to mention being faced with the sheer immensity of the Erdtree in all its almighty golden splendour. Clean-robed heralds play their high-pitched horns, the age-old corpse of an impossibly enormous dragon hangs over the city's many gold-roofed structures, and the equally enormous bolt of Granzax makes you stop, stare and wonder what the hell happened here. That's the great thing about the lore of FromSoft's games. They present something to you, be it an enemy, a boss or level, and through the sheer beauty or horror of its design, you are compelled to want to know more. It's why the lore videos for these games are so intensely popular. The Windmill Village makes you want to know more, same with the hellscape of Caelid and the beauty of Raya Lucaria, and the same effect is even more intense in Leyndell, the royal capital. Although larger than I believe all the others, Leyndell is still a legacy dungeon, and so exploration is restricted to on foot only, though it can be surprising when you realise just how much freedom you have here, being able to prowl rooftops, scour the streets, and even scale the wings of the great dragon, Granzax. The streets of Leyndell are very dangerous, but also filled with fine treasures, not to mention tons of golden rune consumables. In fact, I remember thinking that the game was giving me too many and that I didn't want to end up being over-leveled up here, but Elden Ring does want you to be very leveled up, as evidenced by the intense difficulty of the later game areas and bosses, as well as the fact that you'll still be getting a lot of bang for your buck when levelling specific stats up through the 40s and 50s here, whereas you often got highly diminished returns in the other games after levelling any stat above just 40. There's a random Erdtree avatar which drops down from a sparkling golden mist 20 metres in the air, though thankfully this one is not of the putrid variety. That'll come later. The knights in Leyndell are particularly tough though, especially these ones with the fancy armour and weapons, though admittedly I was making mincemeat of them here. Although I started the game off with a magic strength build, I switched to pure strength after taking down Rennala in part 1, and this was my first time using the giant crusher weapon. Needless to say, it's pretty fucking powerful, though towards the very end of the game I'd switch focus again to a quality build. A very important thing to remember when exploring Leyndell in its current form is to grab the Bolt of Gransak's weapon. It's literally a small scale replica of the massive Bolt of Gransak's, and to get it you need to drop down onto the bolt and simply walk up. You simply walk up and grab the fucking spear, alright? The reason you have to grab it now is because Leyndell makes a very dramatic transformation towards the end of the game, and if you don't pick it up here before that happens, you forever lose your chance of obtaining it, which would be a shame because it's a sick weapon and I actually ended up using it a bunch myself. Similarly to how Bloodborne featured 2 different versions of the Hunter's Workshop, and Dark Souls 3 had 3 different versions of Firelink's Shrine, in Elden Ring there are actually 2 different versions of the Roundtable Hold, the version we know, populated by all our cool friends, and then the real world version, which is found here in Leyndell. I really don't know what the lore implications of this place are, but this version is decidedly grimmer and more devoid of life than our version, though there are still some cool treasures to pick up. After fighting your way through the streets, knights and creatures of the city, the player can ascend a thick route, coming even closer still to the Erdtree and into the Erdtree Sanctuary, and inside that structure we enter into battle with Godfrey, First Elden Lord. Now of course, this is merely a spirit version of the real person and does not have anywhere near as expansive or formidable a moveset as the real Godfrey, but again, it caused confusion to me in my first playthrough, because I didn't understand any of this yet, and the game had built the legend of Godfrey up so much up until this point, only to throw this fairly easy fight at you, with not so much as a cutscene beforehand. Golden Godfrey here is most certainly not the main boss of Leyndell though, or at least not yet, because pressing further on, ever close to the gargantuan glowing trunk of the Erdtree, we come face to face with the demigod and runebearer of Leyndell, Morgit.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godrick the Golden. The twin prodigies, Miquella and Melina. General Radagon. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Ranni. Willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgit, last of all kings.
See, Margit's true identity is actually the Omen King, Morgit, with Margit simply being a pseudonym. Elden Ring actually plays around with multiple names and identities for the same individuals a bunch, and to be honest, it kinda makes the game's already confusing lore that much more confusing. Regardless of his alternate identity, Morgit has a vastly expanded moveset, as well as one of the coolest weapons I have ever seen in a game. And you can even use it yourself too after getting his remembrance, though it has a high dex requirement as well as a modest investment required into the arcane stat. Although I think Morgit is one of the sickest bosses in the game thematically, and although he's a great character, I'm not actually a big fan of the fight. For one, There's that balancing thing that crops up again, where if you've explored the world a decent bit before coming here, you can make a ton of mistakes and still win the fight fairly easily, making the victory feel less satisfying. Alternatively, if you come unprepared and actually have to get good at dealing with his moveset, this can be a horrible boss of never-ending combos and high damage delayed attacks. The very first time I fought Margit, I considered him to be one of my favourite bosses, but after taking him on in a level 1 playthrough, I realised that I was not a fan of his moveset. His wild attacks look great, but I don't enjoy them too much on a mechanical basis. Still, really cool boss, and his dialogue during that transition into phase 2 is incredible.
The Erdtree wards off all who deign approach. We are all forsaken.
And indeed, Margit is correct, and for anyone on the first playthrough who wondered whether this might have been the end of the game before coming here, those worries are quickly done away with, because the journey of our Tarnished is not yet done.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to converse with you. You are unable to enter the Erdtree, no? Prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erdtree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act, so I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountain tops of the giants. Then I can set the Erdtree aflame and guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord.
That's right, the next main destination is a region even higher up than Altus Plateau, the mountaintop of the giants. However, that whole thing will have to wait for part 3. For now though, I'd like to descend down beneath the bright streets of Leyndell and into the subterranean shunning grounds. For the sheer expansiveness of this area, it's actually remarkably well hidden, and originally I wasn't even aware of its existence before hearing people referencing it online. Also, please note that on this playthrough, I only access this place later on in the game after a certain event happens at Leyndell, and while it is still fully accessible, you enter it via a different location. Also, a random observation is that although the subterranean shunning grounds are literally underground, hence the term subterranean, they're not actually part of the underground map in the way that Deeproot Depths on the Sea of the River and such are. The purpose of the shunning grounds was to hide away the cursed beings known as omens. The lore around omens is actually very tragic and sad, with them being among the most reviled beings in the lands between. There are many of them in the shunning grounds, some with their horns crudely cut off, while others still have all these physical defects intact and are particularly strong because of it. Although monstrous in appearance, omens are actually born of human parents, though when this occurs, it's seen as a sign of great misfortune and impurity. Thus, the horns of omen babies are cut off, often killing them in the process. Pretty messed up stuff. Although there are many omens down here in the shunning grounds, this is actually something of a privilege, as perverse as that may seem, because only omens born of royalty are permitted to live down here. Of course, there are two particularly noteworthy omens in the game, those being Margit, who we earlier defeated, and also Mohg, who is encountered in these very shunning grounds and who is brother to Margit, both of whom are actually demigods born of Queen Marika and Godfrey, first Elden Lord. While Morgott chose the path of fierce, unwavering loyalty to the Golden Order and the Erdtree, however, Mohg chose a very different path, though we'll discuss all that in part 3 when we visit Mogwyn Palace. I have to say, this entire area, as well as the dungeon found deeper within, and the dark depths found after that, might be my least favourite general area in the game. It's not a bad area, but it is absolutely labyrinthine in places, and just not as fun as the other locations of the game. Of course, it's not supposed to be a fun, beautiful place, so that all does make sense thematically, but it also makes it a bit grim to navigate through. Omens are a very cool enemy though, and despite how grotesque they look, their fighting style is surprisingly graceful and even dance-like at times. That said, they have some odd attacks, and damn near all their moves are delayed to some degree, particularly this running grab attack, which I just don't know how to avoid. We actually encounter omens at certain other locations in the game too, and in fact there was even one back at Stormveil Castle, but they are everywhere here. The Shunning Grounds do feature perhaps the most interesting dungeon of the game though, but again I don't really like it. So you work your way through a catacombs style level, which looks pretty much the same as every other catacombs in the game, but with far more omens, except as you press onwards, it seems to loop back on itself, with the same rooms appearing again and again, except this is an illusion. You actually are travelling through a dungeon layout, it just tricks you into thinking you're not getting anywhere, and there are some really cool touches to this, like how you kill an omen here, and then next time you come round, there's another omen hovering over the corpse of the one you just killed. Very cool idea for a dungeon, and I like creative flares like this, but at the end of the day it's still a bit bland to go through, especially when you already understand the gimmick going in. The main boss of the dungeon who guards the way to the depths of the Shunning Grounds is Mohg, except, again, not the real one. Again, this is merely a spirit clone of Mohg, though his presence here even as a spirit is a bit baffling lore-wise. Even though this version of Mohg doesn't have anywhere near the same array of wild, bloody attacks as the real deal, he's still a tough boss, because he likes to delay the fuck out of some attacks, and his attacks have way more range than you'd naturally think. I swear, about half the historic damage I've ever taken from Mohg has been because I've thought, there's no way that attack will hit me, only for it to then hit me. I'll speak more about Mohg in part 3 when we fight him at his bloody palace, but I actually think he's one of the best bosses in the game and super challenging. Although I'm not exactly a lover of the general aesthetic of the Shunning Grounds, I adore the section that comes after it. Well, I love how it looks and sounds anyway. Actually playing through it, not so much, although thankfully it is quite short. These countless corpses are the nomadic merchants we've seen all around the lands between. Not those merchants themselves, but the same group of people. The music here is perfect by the way, and of course it's not a regular track that starts playing when you enter the area, but rather a loop played by the lone non-hostile merchant here. It captures the mood of this place perfectly, and I've actually used this music on a couple of my other videos. What I don't love about this part, however, is the fucking platforming you need to do to get down it. Hey Elden Ring, just because you could do platforming now that we can jump, doesn't mean you should do platforming. This sucks. It's one of those sections where after dying a couple of times I start to wonder if I'll ever manage to get down here at all. Not a fan. But what this entire underground level has been leading to, and what Mohg was guarding, is the Frenzied Flame. Now, if you come here earlier on, you get some unique dialogue from Melina, who essentially tells you to go no further, otherwise she'll leave you entirely and become your enemy. Furthermore, if you do go through the door, then all other endings are actually locked off to you unless you go through a certain side quest. To actually enter the door though, we need to strip off completely. From this point on, your character will permanently have these yellow glowing eyes and the deep finger-shaped impressions across their torso, and if you do carry ahead with the Flame of Frenzy ending at the end of the game, be warned, it is the baddest ending out of them all. I actually came back here and did this after finishing the game though, so I didn't lock myself out of any of the other endings. And so, now that Central Altus Plateau as well as Leyndell and its forbidden depths have been explored, there is just one more place to visit before ascending to the mountaintops of the Giants. Mount Gelmir is technically a part of the Altus Plateau, however, it completely lacks the golden grace found with the central and eastern zones of the region, instead being made up of blackened, jagged volcanic rock. And whereas the rest of the region certainly has its fair share of cruelty and horror, Mount Gelmir is on another level, being the site of the most appalling battle throughout the entire War of the Shattering, with the forces of Mount Gelmir being commanded by the blasphemous demigod Praetor Rykard, sibling to Ranni and Radagon. Again, completely optional area, and you're never really directed to go here, but as ever, it's well worth doing, being very distinct in geography and character compared to any other area in the game. The initial part of the level involves simply climbing higher, using ladders and spirit springs, and avoiding the mechanical virgin maidens prowling the battlefield for survivors to butcher and cleave. Most of the grim ascent involves either fighting or evading the repelled forces of Leyndell, who rest at devastated camps situated at various elevations up the volcano, though some of these soldiers have since taken on some particularly alarming characteristics. The Madness status effect is essentially Elden Ring's answer to Frenzy from Bloodborne and Terror from Sekiro, though thankfully it's not as punishing as in those games. When exposed to incantations associated with the Flame of Frenzy, the Madness meter will build up, and if it becomes full, you'll take a big chunk of damage. Madness doesn't really appear all that often in the game, but you will see it a lot at particular locations around the world, with Flame of Frenzy attacks having a very distinctive visual effect, kind of a cross between fire and lightning. Mount Gelmir has its own minor Erdtree, but it's in a very rough state, being dead and totally devoid of leaves, further adding to the darkness and wrongness of the area, and an ulcerated tree spirit appears upon approach, though that's if you don't get nailed by the nearby Worm Eater first, which I did. The true destination of interest upon Mount Gelmir though is the Legacy Dungeon at its peak, Volcano Manor. But before reaching it, there's another interesting boss to take on, the full-grown Falling Star Beast. Although this form of the beast has a single exposed eye growing from its cracked forehead, there's another version of the boss found in an earlier dungeon which has not yet reached this stage in the life cycle, and indeed you later find other similarly bizarre life forms who are at later stage of this astral being's life cycle. Very intimidating enemy which will just full on charge at you for some attacks, though you can actually use Torrent for this fight if you like, but personally I've never found the horse to be too useful here. This is another boss that I quite like, but I've never been able to get to grips with. The timing of some of its attacks are just too weird and off, like this gravity-defying front flip or its tail swipe. They always catch me out because they both charge up for about a second and a half, longer than it seems like it should before the true attack comes out, designed to make you panic roll and get caught out. Finally, after this dark mountain has been fully conquered, we can enter Volcano Manor, which is several orders of volcanic magnitude more elegant and welcoming than anywhere else on this mountain, and within we are greeted by the lady of the manor, Tanith, as well as the imposing silent form of a Crucible Knight watching over her, with a portrait of Praetor Rykard watching over us all. There's actually a whole questline associated with the Volcano Manor, requiring the player to venture out to various locations around the lands between to kill certain other Tarnished, as is the way of Rykard's recusants, located within the drawing room of the manor. Of course, Rykard himself, or should I say itself, is nowhere to be seen, so although this interior is rather warm and cosy, we press further on through the manor, through the nearby illusory walls and out into the scorching interior of the volcano where the manor and associated town have been constructed. It's moments like this when you first open these doors that you just can't help but marvel that this entire level is totally optional. There's a whole new enemy type here too, these stretchy serpent things, which despite myself I find rather cute. Not in a sexual way or anything, I just like their design. Please believe me. Also, there are a lot of Abductor Virgin enemies around, and lore-wise, these machines were actually created here in Volcano Manor to then be dispatched to fend off invading soldiers encroaching upon the mountain, as well as to abduct and transport prisoners back to the manor, much like how the player can be abducted by the one at the bottom of Raya Lucaria. Despite the elegance of the manor where Tanith and her recusants reside by the fire, there is true horror here, particularly in this dark section where we see first generation Albinorics who have been reduced to violent, maddened husks from torture. Further on, there's what seems to be an entire village literally sinking into the magma in a section vaguely reminiscent of Lost Izalith from Dark Souls 1, except not shit. But never mind all that rubbish, because after ascending from the magma-doomed shanty, we get the single greatest cutscene of any modern FromSoft title. I don't know why they felt the need to include a cutscene for that, but I'm glad they did, I think. One of my favourite parts of the level is climbing up the hardened lava here, because I just think FromSoft did a great job in capturing genuinely realistic looking igneous rock. Yes, some good pumice here, some decent scoria. Eventually, after passing through a portal though, we are warped to the horrific lair of the Serpent. I'm really not a fan of this portal at all, to be honest, and how instead of there being a logical path to the demigod incorporated into the level, they just have this random portal. That being said, if you do follow the Volcano Manor questline to its completion, then there is another more thematic way of accessing Rykard, but otherwise, you gotta find this portal. Before you begin the fight, very important thing is to pick up the Serpent Hunter Spear sitting right here, because it's crucial for making this boss manageable, though it is entirely possible to beat it with regular weapons. Also, although this boss is the only place where the spear gets its special powers, it's actually a superb weapon in its own right, and one I used extensively back in my level 1 playthrough. You can reinforce it to make it stronger and everything. Aside from the tremendous damage output the spear does to the god-devouring serpent here, its range is also vital due to the constant pool of magma surrounding the serpent. Although I made short work of it here, there's one absolutely bullshit attack this thing has where it slams the ground and unleashes a wide quake AoE attack, and it is one of the few attacks in this game where I literally do not understand how to avoid it. I've tried everything and it hits me 100% of the time, regardless of when and where I roll or jump. The one and only way I know of to mitigate the damage here is to use a shield, and I fucking hate that I have to do that. I'm sure it's possible to avoid the damage entirely, but it should not be this unreasonably difficult. But then, you beat the boss and it's all done and everything's nice, and we can all go home. Good job.
Very well. Join myself and King as remedy. Together we will devour the very god.
I guess we can't go home just yet. The game continues to carry on the theme of delivering yet another epic as fuck demigod boss fight, and with a terrifying design this time. It's so grotesque, especially the way the serpent itself is split down the middle. Of all the demigods, Rykard is the most reviled due to having committed the grave, unforgivable sin of blasphemy, cursing the Erdtree and allowing himself to be devoured by the god-devouring serpent, transforming himself into this terrifying hell abomination, lurking down here in this morbid lair, awaiting the approach of more tarnished to devour, so as to become more powerful and blasphemous enough to eventually devour the very gods, and ultimately the world itself. Even with his Serpent Hunter Spear, Rykard can be very challenging, dominating the arena with slow but devastating sweeps with his living blasphemous blade. The battle becomes all the more intense when you start having raging, screaming, flaming skulls bearing down upon you, and when this happens, there's no time for attacking, you've got to run. The most terrifying and fucking awesome attack in Rykard's arsenal, however, is his Taker's Flame, because it looks like this. God damn, what a cool attack. Anyone else just really like cool attacks? And after enough stabs and swipes from the Serpent Hunter, the Serpentine Lord of Blasphemy goes down. Incredible boss, just the right level of difficulty and intensity, and that voice acting, it's scary, I'm actually scared. And that, my friends, will mark the end of part 2 of this series. In part 3, we will ascend the grand lift of Rold to the mountaintops of the Giants, fight our way through the cyclonic, horological anomaly known as Crumbling Faram Azula, fight through the blizzards of the consecrated snowfields, descend down to the rotten roots of Miquella's Erdtree, ride our way through the blood swamps of Mogwyn Palace, finish up Ranni's questline, and then finally be granted an audience with Radagon within the base of the Erdtree. Folks, I sure hope you'll come back for the grand finale, because it's going to be a doozy. As always, cheers for watching, and cheerio. So although my last act in the previous video was to ascend Mount Gelmir to take out Rykard, my last major story act was of course defeating Morgit, followed by the revelation that impenetrable thorns barred the way to within the Erdtree, prompting Melina to appear with a plan to set the Erdtree aflame using the Flame of Ruin found on the mountaintops of the Giants, located far higher than even the Altus Plateau. Seems like a bit of an extreme suggestion to be honest, but hey Melina, you know best. She gifts us the Rold Medallion to be used at the Grand Lift of Rold, obviously, at the end of the Forbidden Grounds beyond Leyndell. However, before I continued on with the story, there was still Ranni's questline to complete, and so I went to work bringing that to its conclusion so as to unlock the Age of the Stars ending. So after ascending to the top of the Liurnia Divine Tower and discovering the charred corpse of her original body, as we did in the last video, Ranni will leave her tower entirely, and indeed, back when we gave her the Fingerslayer blade, she effectively thanked us for our service and said a fond farewell. However, if you return back to the Three Sisters area of Liurnia and ascend the tower to the right, Renna's Rise, which was previously sealed off, you'll discover a mysterious portal at the top, and it turns out that this is certainly not the last we see of Lunar Princess Ranni. Although we previously visited another underground location as part of this questline, that being Siofra River to the south, this portal drops us down into Ainzel River to the west, and we even get a fun miniature doll to keep us company as we make our way downriver in this mysterious new location. Except, sitting at the nearby Point of Grace gives the option to talk to the doll, like a freak. No response. Oh well, it didn't work, so let's carry on through the level. I tried it, and got back literally no response or anything suggesting I should try again, so the game is telling me this isn't working right now. Let's continue on through the level, except no. You need to select the option to speak to the doll 3 times before Ranni will start responding and engaging you in conversation. I know I've said the following words a lot throughout this series, but once again I initially missed this on my first playthrough, and I have to give myself at least some credit and assume that I wasn't the only one who gave up trying to talk to the doll after the first or second attempt. Even if they'd made the second response you get here in some way different to the first, to vaguely encourage the player to keep trying, I'd have understood, but they didn't. So I originally explored the entire area ahead without realising you actually can talk to the doll. Needless to say, I'm not a fan of this approach to quest design. Once Ranni realises that we've seen through her ingenious disguise though, she gets a bit pissed off and tells us that to make up for it, we need to help her out by eliminating the baleful shadows from this land. Sure, let me get right on that. Ainsel River is far less open than its sister location, Siofra River, and in fact this is sadly a no torrent zone, though the ruins and tight caves which follow certainly don't require much leaping and galloping in the way that Siofra did. Again, we're faced with many claymore enemies which I rarely bothered engaging, but the real anomaly here is the grotesque hanging monstrosity with its cracked skull head and enormous pincers. Now, although it might not seem too obvious initially, this is essentially the same species of being as the full-grown falling star beast we encountered atop Mount Gelmir, as inferred by the pincers and the large single eye which darts around from beneath its cracked skull, except this one is at a later stage in its life cycle, like the butterfly is to the cocoon. Although these creatures do look like something you shouldn't get anywhere near to, they actually are far more of a threat at range, hurtling pieces of debris at you with the power of gravity magic, as indicated by the distinctive purple aura surrounding it while it charges up for the next attack. Up close though, they're surprisingly weak, kinda like the Hydra from Dark Souls 1. Ainsel River is initially made up of ruins and caves, crawling with enormous ants, feeding on rotting stacks of corpses. There's one type of ant enemy in this game that I've always found really gross, these ones with the massive heads. You can even use their head as a literal shield later on, but I've always found them too hideous to use for this purpose. Get away from me, please. Following the caves to one exit leads to this scene of petrified groups of corpses, many with stony hands raised as if in worship to the inexplicably large figure on this elevated ornate throne. But as we see upon approaching further, this is also a boss arena, presenting the Dragonkin Soldier of Nokstella. This is honestly one of my favourite enemy designs in the game, and I love all the different types of dragons and dragon variations Elden Ring throws at us, like the Dragon King, Magma Worms, the Lesser Dragons, and the Named Dragons, the Ancient Dragons, the Immobile Dragons, the Dead Dragons, and certainly this dragon. As cool an enemy as this is, it's unfortunately not unique, because another one appears just a bit beyond in a subsequent area of the Ainsel River, as well as the bothersome ghost version of it in the consecrated snowfields later on. Although the Dragonking's attacks are largely based around savage swipes and slams as it crawls around the arena on all fours due to its malformed nature, in Phase 2 it spreads its useless tattered wings in desperate imitation of the dragon it would never be. From here it'll use ice lightning attacks, immersing the area in violent bolts and shockwaves of frozen thunder, causing high damage as well as frost buildup, not unlike the ghost flame used by the Deathrite bird. Very cool optional boss, and surprisingly easy to miss. In fact, a lot of the underground sections of the game are easy to miss if you aren't taking part in Ranni's questline. At the other end of the network of caves and ruins, we come across yet another eternal city, Nokstella. Design-wise, it's really rather similar to Nokron, complete with many of the same enemies, such as these female Nox warriors and Silver Tears, although now some Silver Tears are imbued with lightning, which is great because they'll ooze towards you in tight groups, and killing one will cause it to explode, setting off a chain reaction where tons of them can die, providing a good opportunity to pop a gold pickled foul foot for some extra runes. Again, my favourite ball is here. I think I've talked about this fella in all three parts of this series. I love him, or I love it. At the end of the sequence of chambers and stairs which make up most of Nokstella, and after passing through a shitty cave filled with swarms of death-blighting basilisks, we come across the baleful shadow which Ranni earlier mentioned. Very confusing when you see this thing because of the fact that it's identical to Blaidd, except red. But although the shadow shares the half-wolf's likeness, it is not actually him, instead being an assassin of sorts sent by Ranni's two fingers, the two fingers she once escaped by sacrificing her true body on the night of the Black Knives. After beating the shadow, Ranni again bids us farewell, but again, this isn't farewell because the questline is not finished at all yet, so I don't know why the game keeps doing that. We do get a key though, and it actually unlocks a chest up in Rennala's chamber at Raya Lucaria, containing the Dark Moon Ring. However, work still remains to be done down here, because just beyond these caves lies the Lake of Rot. Well, best get started. The Lake of Rot is exactly what it looks like. It's a lake, but of rot. But of course, this need not be painful. Just climb up on Torrent and ride through unharmed. Yeah, no, you can't ride him here. That said, there are ways to navigate through the lake without getting completely rotted from the inside out. Situated at various points all over the lake are these pillared platforms with pressure plates, and each one activated will raise up hidden sections of the ground to be safely walked on without fear of further rot build-up then death. Now, I'm a big fan of this level design, where you can gradually make the level less perilous by progressively venturing further out, so that even if you do die, your next time through the level will be that much easier. It kinda reminds me of lighting the sconces in the gutter from Dark Souls 2 to gradually make it more navigable. That said, you're still almost certain to get afflicted with rot here, and curing it with a preserving bolus can just be a waste of resources if done too early, because you're probably going to get rotted again immediately after anyway, regardless of how nimble you try to be. At the end of this accursed lake lies the Grand Cloister with scores of pestilent kindred of rot, which I nearly always just run past because screw trying to dodge pest threads. Although there is a cool weapon here which actually causes scarlet rot buildup on attack, and several of this game's bosses are actually vulnerable to scarlet rot by the way. Just ahead there is a coffin, and just as the coffin at the waterfall basin carried us off to a new location, so does this one, down the rancid waterfall of rot to somewhere deeper still. Although the environment here appears nearly aquatic with its groves of luminescent coral, a far cry from the scarlet misery further above, any illusions of some serene new level to explore are quickly collapsed upon entering through the huge golden fog gate to be greeted by Estelle, natural born of the void. Of course, this is the end point of the life cycle exhibited by the falling star beast and the malformed star, both of which will eventually develop into this enigmatic astral anomaly. To be sure, Estelle has one of the wildest designs in the game, looking utterly unique compared to most other life forms throughout the lands between, and that's because it is quite literally not of this world at all, being a terror of some distant cosmic void. Estelle will always fire off a thick beam of gravitational energy to kick off the fight, and it can take a bit of practice before you get the timing down to dodge this. I will also use this attack at will whenever at range from the player, something which will happen frequently due to Estelle's ability to teleport around the arena. At medium range it will lash and beat down with its barbed tail, but up close the beast will freely make full use of its enormous pincers, as well as producing energetic ground shockwaves which can be very difficult to dodge. On my first and second playthroughs of this game, I always just considered Estelle to be an incredible looking boss, though not terribly challenging and not actually that much fun to fight. But that changed when I took it on at level 1, where I grew to damn well hate this boss. Well, at least that was the case the first 30 times I died to it, and then, once I actually began to understand Estelle and how to deal with its moves, I came to really appreciate it mechanically. It's one of those bosses where dodging alone sometimes does not cut it, with effective positioning also being crucial for defense, so as to avoid particularly troublesome attacks like its ground shockwave, and also for offense, so as to bait the boss into desirable attacks which will provide an opening. That said, I do not like its meteor attack at all, and it usually feels like luck whether or not I get hit by it. Like the Regal Ancestor Spirit and Fortis Axe, Estelle is an optional boss, but does give a remembrance when beaten, although if you're going for the Age of the Stars ending, it is mandatory. Afterwards there's a very long elevator back up to the surface, and at the top is one of the most beautiful areas in the game, the Moonlight Altar, located at the otherwise inaccessible southwest of Liurnia. Although we're primarily here to conclude Ranni's questline, Moonlight Altar is surprisingly large with some tough enemies. In fact, it has perhaps the most challenging Evergaol encounter in the game, putting the player up against Electo, Black Knife Ringleader. Black Knife assassins are located in loads of places around the lands between, but this is by far the hardest, having a fuck ton of health, if you pardon my language, high damage output, and some very nasty attacks, a couple of which make use of Black Flame, thus doing extra damage to the player after the initial hit. I've fought, died, and then succeeded against Electo so many times on previous playthroughs that I'm actually really good at fighting her now, though this was certainly helped by how easily my Giant Crusher weapon staggered her. Beating her gets you one of the best Spirit Ashes in the game, Black Knife Tiche, a very powerful summon which can be really useful against even the game's hardest bosses due to its Black Flame attacks. Our main destination here though is the cathedral up the hill here, but not before being besieged by Agheel, the magic dragon, the same dragon who was guarding the way to Ranni's rise back into Three Sisters, though you can't actually kill it there. Agheel's moveset is very similar to Smaragd's, who guarded the Glintstone key from before, and I'm proud to say that I somehow beat this dragon without taking a single hit. It's really not that much of a boast though, because like I said back in part 1, most dragons in this game share most of the same moves, although the ancient dragons like Fortisax and Lanziax are far more distinct. Proceeding into the cathedral and then down the large hole near the altar and a bit ahead brings us to one of the more grisly sights in the game, the broken, mangled remains of a Two Fingers, specifically Ranni's Two Fingers, the entity she was intended to be obeisant to before she broke off her control and chose her own destiny. We placed the Darkmoon ring on the finger of the doll before us, thus tying our destiny to that of Ranni's, who then appears to express her pleasure that we are the one who will be her consort. And with that romantic gesture, Ranni's questline is concluded, and after defeating the final boss, the Age of the Stars ending can be chosen. However, although the conditions for the ending are achieved at this point, you can travel back to Ranni's rise to see Blaidd hunched over in distress, talking to himself before entering into a frenzy and attacking the player. He's actually pretty damn tough to beat and wrecked me the first time, but the second time round I managed to put an end to the half-wolf, claiming his weapon and garb. Now this is pretty damn confusing because at no point in the game has Blaidd ever been remotely hostile to us, but discussing it with EG, he reveals that Blaidd was originally installed as Ranni's guardian, as her protector, as per Ranni's status as an Empyrean demigod. However, another of Blaidd's roles was to kill Ranni should she ever turn against the Golden Order, which is exactly what she so thoroughly did by dispatching her Two Fingers in so grisly a fashion, and thus, despite his loyalty to her, Blaidd went berserk against his own will and good nature. Although this is all well and good, I always felt that Blaidd was handled very poorly as a character here. I mean, you see him a bunch throughout the first third of the game, with him helping you achieve the quests given to you from Ranni, and then you beat Radagon, and then the next time you see him is way later here, where he abruptly attacks us outside Ranni's rise once our quest is done. But then, and I just found this out at the time of writing by the way, I learned that if you visit the Forlorn Hound Evergaol, where we first helped Blaidd defeat Darrowil, then Blaidd himself is now trapped here, at the hands of his friend EG no less, and the conversation you can have with Blaidd here provides crucial context to his character and an excellent foreshadow for his later descent into violent frenzy. It's great, and made it all click way more for me because the way it turned out just didn't make sense without this context, the way we just don't see or hear from him for ages before he goes apeshit all of a sudden. But here's my issue with it. How the fuck would I ever know to visit this particular Evergaol again? I've complained at length about how easily missable so many questlines are in Elden Ring, back in parts 1 and 2, but this one really takes the cake. There are certain character questlines that I've missed on one playthrough, but then chanced upon in another playthrough, which is great, but I think I could easily have played this game 20 times and never stumbled upon Blaidd being stuck in the Forlorn Hound Evergaol. I love these characters, their dialogue, the voice acting, everything, but I really dislike how well hidden they made this extremely important development in the questline. It's possible that there was some clue elsewhere guiding the player back here, but if there is, I've missed it repeatedly over about 6 playthroughs of the game. Anyway, apologies for ending on a bit of a sour note there, but that's Ranni's questline finished, at least until we beat the final boss. Now that that loose end has been tied up, it's time to head back to Altus Plateau and then east beyond Leyndell before descending down to the Forbidden Lands. This is really more of a transition area, connecting Leyndell to the grand lift of road at the end, and I don't have a whole lot to say about it, but regardless, it does look nice with its thick bluish mists and the flowing red lights suspended in the air looking somewhat similar to the Guidance of Grace. Although all we're really doing here is moving through it, there is a Knight's Cavalry boss, and at the end, the second of the game's 2 Blackblade Kindreds, with the other one being found guarding the Bestial Sanctum, just as this one guards the Lift of Rold. And indeed, just as we first ascended to Altus Plateau, we now ascend far higher still, coming closer than ever to the top of the Erdtree with its golden branches hanging overhead. Although the game tricks you into thinking that you might be coming to the end of the game as you get closer to Leyndell and the Erdtree, the point where you reach the mountaintops of the Giants is where it really sinks in that you are absolutely not yet done. This is an entirely new region to explore, with its own major boss, field bosses, minor dungeons and legacy dungeons. Near every inch of these high mountaintops lie blanketed by thick layers of snow. Blue ethereal ghost trees stand straight and tall next to their dead corporeal counterparts. Scores of once smouldering fire giants now hunch over, frozen stiff and impaled upon crude thorny spears. And just as the Erdtree stands towering and incandescent, visible from near any point on the mountaintops, in the distance, the Forge of the Giants is visible too, within which burns the flame which we will use to ignite the Erdtree. As cool as it is to have a whole new region to explore though, I must confess that around about this point in the game was where I kinda start to feel fatigue setting in back on my first playthrough. I mean, the region does look pretty great, and certainly looks rather distinct when compared to the other regions, which all of course feature very different colour palettes. But at the end of the day, it is yet another large open area containing the same sort of stuff you've mostly seen already. And the optional legacy dungeon here also looks very similar to the many other forts and castles in the game. Furthermore, with the exception of the fire prelates and the giant skeletons, both of which are incredible looking enemies, no doubt, every other enemy here is something you've already seen, except sometimes with a snowy reskin. Even the monstrous dogs and crows from Caelid are back, as well as the hand enemies from Caria Manor and Mount Gelmir, and the trolls are also back, except now they have fur. They look kind of adorable, actually. Having said that, I don't think this is a bad region in the slightest, and I've come to appreciate it much more on subsequent playthroughs, but you could tell that FromSoft were running out of steam a bit here, and that in turn can really make the player start running out of steam. After reaching the mountaintops and indulging in a bit of Erdtree gazing, it's not long at all before we see an old familiar hat. Of course, it's Yura, who we last saw way back in Limgrave after slaying our first dragon, except it's not really Yura. It's a different entity altogether, one only mentioned briefly in 2 or 3 short snippets of lore found in certain item descriptions. Shabriri, said to be the most reviled man in history due to his obsession with the flame of frenzy, a force with which he seeks to bring about into the world, enveloping it into the all-consuming fires of chaos, incinerating all that divides and distinguishes. Shabriri tries to convince the player to abandon the current plan, to use Melina to set the Erdtree aflame, instead using ourselves as a vessel, after first inheriting the flame of frenzy. Of course, I inherited the flame in part 2, however, as I said then, I went back and did that after finishing the game, just to show it off, and so that it would not interfere with me going for the Age of the Stars ending. Though I did just say the mountaintops are where the game arguably starts to lose steam a little bit, maybe. I'd be a dirty stinking liar if I was to try and claim that I wasn't fucking floored by the sight of the section just ahead, because guarded by a fire prelate and a morbid multitude of fire sorcerers stands a long stone walkway crossing a vast distance over a rocky chasm, and defended by a great bow-wielding guardian golem firing colossal missiles from the far side. It's parts like this that you'll really remember long after playing the game. Elden Ring's open world is huge, and it's not shy at all about just hitting you with these grand gargantuan scenes showing off the scale of its stunning regions. Being an entirely new region, there are a range of attractions here to check out, and one of my favourite such attractions lies to the northeast of the wide frozen lake, featuring not only ghost trees but many ghost animals too, just like in the Regal Ancestor Spirit boss arena. As you enter into the centre of the lake though, 3 alarm bells start ringing in quick succession. 1. The blue indicator to the left of the screen appears, indicating that you can summon a spirit if you like. 2. Your surroundings become shrouded in a thick icy fog, heavily limiting your visibility. And 3, a big fucking dragon shows up. Borealis is not one of the ancient dragons, and so its moveset is mostly the same as the other dragons of the game, much like Agheel who we beat earlier, except it uses ice instead of magic. Although the fight initially seems like it'll be a nightmare due to barely being able to actually see anything, the fog does soon go away, essentially just turning this into a regular old dragon fight. Still very cool encounter, pun intended. Jumping the Spirit Spring here and ascending up the path brings the player to Stargazer Ruins, which looks pretty much copy and pasted from every other ruins in the game to be honest, and populated by some rather bland bat enemies. However, in one section of the ruins, floating next to some stairs leading downward, is a jellyfish, except not hostile. These jellyfish are found all over the Lands Between, with the blue variants simply minding their own business, happily floating about, while the red ones are hostile. But this one is actually an NPC, speaking in a very strong Welsh accent and inquiring as to the whereabouts of her sister. Now, due to me being somewhat of a dim-witted buffoon, it took me some time to figure out the solution the first time I came here, but way back in Limgrave, upon meeting Roderica in that shack on Storm Hill, she gives you a jellyfish spirit ash, the same one I used for beating Margit. And if you happen to check out the item description for this, then you'll see it actually has a name, Aurelia, and is searching for her distant home, hinting that there's more to this spirit ash than simply being a summon to aid in battle, and indeed, using it here will lead to this rather touching scene. I really like quirky wee puzzles like this, although it was a little bit obtuse purely because at no point in the game's runtime thus far have we had to do anything like this with spirit ashes. You do get this cool talisman as a reward, but let's be honest, the real reward here is this gesture. Crossing the bridge to the large elevated area just north here leads to one of the coolest enemy encounters in the game, as an enormous skeleton torso claws its way out of the ground and starts shooting a beam of damaging ghost flame out of its eye socket. This guy will pop out the ground to damage the player and then retreat back underground, though it is fully vulnerable when exposed. And so you spend about a minute and a half depleting its health and he goes down, so all good, but no rune reward for beating it. Let's press on. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, you're not meant to try to kill these things, because they are merely being summoned by a separate entity, and nestled down this path reveals a Tibia Mariner. Not a unique boss by any stretch of the imagination, and indeed we've actually seen these spooky boatmen on 3 other occasions, in Limgrave, Liurnia and Mount Gelmir, except there they summoned smaller skeleton soldiers instead of these big boys. The game does that thing again where it doesn't actually give it a boss health bar, even though it really is a boss, just like it did with the Liurnia Godskin Noble, but I guess this may have been done here to hide the fact that these skeletons are actually being summoned. To tell you the truth, I didn't even realise this enemy was here at all in my first playthrough, and ran through this area in terror. Beating the Mariner gets the player more death root and a very interesting weapon called the Helfin Steeple, and I'd highly advise people to check out a really great lore video by Crunchy where he discusses everything related to this esoteric topic at length. A minor Erdtree is also found here on the mountaintops, though it's in a similarly appalling condition to the one we saw on Mount Gelmir. Nonetheless, it is still guarded by an Erdtree avatar, or should I say, 2 Erdtree avatars. At first, this fight seems like it's gonna fucking suck, but it's really not that bad. The player should be more than adept at handling the avatar's moveset by now. They don't have all that much HP, they both share a health pool, and the second one really isn't all that aggressive. Although there's no main legacy dungeon holding a demigod in this region, there is Castle Sol to the north, situated next to a mausoleum too. And while this level is optional, it's mandatory to fight through if you want the left half of the Erdtree secret medallion, with the first half of course being given to us back in Liurnia. As soon as you enter this place, you know you're in for some bullshit when the game throws not 1, but 2 Lion Guardians at you, though one does have only half its HP remaining at least. Castle Sol really is the same sort of thing we've already seen at Castle Morne and Castle Redbane, except the soldiers here are of the ghost variety, meaning that they can dematerialise and rematerialise a few metres away at will. There are banished knights here too, and I'd openly advocate for just running the hell past them when you can. They can be such a pain to fight thanks to the bullshit whirlwind attacks they do, that almost no one who even plays the game ever manages to dodge, including me. That said, there's no avoiding them in this area's boss fight, because up ahead we have Commander Niall, essentially Commander O'Neill from Caelid, except he engulfs his surroundings in damaging frost instead of rot. Furthermore, he'll always start off by summoning 2 banished knights, though thankfully the boss himself tends to not act too aggressively whilst these guys are alive. Although the design for the boss is heavily based on the earlier boss, to call him a reskin would be somewhat uncharitable, because he certainly does have some electrifying new attacks, making use of the bladed prosthetic on the end of his right leg for some really extravagant and terrifying lightning based manoeuvres, and thus he's much more mobile and challenging than Commander O'Neill. Still, I'm not a big fan of his AoE frost attacks, And while they are of course possible to evade, they really do take up nearly the entire arena. For beating him, you actually get his prosthesis, though to I'm sure everyone's disappointment upon equipping it, no, you can't attach it to your leg. But the real treasure of Castle Sol, and the real reason for coming so far north, is of course to obtain the left half of the Erdtree secret medallion. With this, we can go back to the Lift of Road and access the consecrated snowfields, and then from there, the Erdtree and Morgwen Palace. But that'll have to wait for part 4. I'm just joking, there will be no part 4, we'll get to those places later on in this video. Although we'd had our fun visiting all the fun attractions on the mountaintops, we are of course here so as to reach the Forge of the Giants, sitting at the southeast corner of the region, and as we travel south across a giant snow-covered chain, we come ever closer to it, though first we need to pass through one of the most chaotic areas of the game. Out of all the other areas in this game, this is one I almost always just fucking run through, being overrun by birds, dogs, hands and trolls, though thankfully these enemies will happily fight amongst themselves, serving as an excellent distraction for the player to take a nice rest at the welcoming church yonder that way, only to be invaded. I used to detest this enemy so goddamn much, and that's because of his weapon of choice, Rivers of Blood. Of course, this weapon used to be an absolute fan favourite, both for PvE and PvP, thanks to its extremely powerful Ash of War, Corpse Piler, but unfortunately, to get it you first need to defeat Orkana here, who is also more than happy to dish out this brutal special skill himself, dealing massive damage and causing bleed build-up. Although it is tradition for me to get destroyed several times before winning against this guy, I actually managed to beat him first try here, and having a colossal weapon with such excellent stagger potential really helped. Now though, we are so close to the Forge of the Giants, but it's not simply a case of riding directly up to it, because it is guarded by the largest boss in the game, the Fire Giant, the last of its kind, with the remains of its dead kin frozen stiff in great numbers in the previous area. Although I love the cutscenes which precede nearly all this game's major bosses, I love even more the lack of a cutscene leading up to this fight, and how it doesn't even notice you at first. I think this is the most visually impressive boss in the game, not just because of its design and unconventional choice of weapon in the form of its enormous iron shield, but also because of how mobile it is and how it makes full use of the entire arena, rolling around the landscape, crushing trees under the weight of its enormous back, and bombarding the player with its destructive incantations. You used to be able to really take advantage of this mobility, because back in the game's earliest days it was possible to take out the boss by luring it to fall off this cliff, killing it outright from fall damage. You used to be able to do the exact same trick with Radagon 2 actually. Now, as I've mentioned a bunch of times now, I did a level 1 playthrough of the game last year, and though it was definitely a major challenge up until this point, Fire Giant was where it became hell. This boss was so fucking hard for me at level 1, because it's simply a one-hit KO if you get nailed by any attack. Thus, stuff like its fireball attack became terrifying for me, because while they simply do a bunch of damage on a normal playthrough, the slightest failure in timing at level 1 is simply death. No exaggeration, it must have taken me about 6 hours to beat him, at least. One attack I really don't like from this boss is his opening move where he sends a damn avalanche your way with a scoop of his shield, because although it looks like you can just jump it with your horse, sometimes I just fucking couldn't, even though Torrent appeared to clear the incoming wave. Even after 6 hours of attempts, I never fully figured this attack out, and not knowing whether I was going to be starting out this fight by getting hit before even getting to the boss added an extra element of frustration. As expected, the Fire Giant has one of the largest HP pools in the game, though mercifully his left ankle is a weak point, and so once you get good at phase 1, you can actually take off a good half of his health surprisingly quickly. Then phase 2 happens, and although I actually really like phase 1, I'm not quite so big a fan of the second phase. Now, he has no weak point other than his single elevated eye, and furthermore you no longer have the option to simply stay under him and attack while dodging the occasional foot stomp or shield swipe. Although the boss used some fire attacks before, now everything is doubled up, making those fast moving fireballs twice as difficult to dodge, not to mention the full on firestorm and fire breath attacks. Whereas before you had the weak ankle to attack for bonus damage, now that luxury is gone, and even though the fire giant's health bar will be shorter in phase 2 thanks to the damage it does to itself after ripping its own leg off, this phase always lasts much longer than the first for me. The best strategy I've found, though admittedly it really isn't all that great, is to linger directly in front of him to bait him into a forward attack with his arms or shoulder, getting a few hits and repeat, following him around the arena each time he rolls away. Truly one of the most epic bosses in the game, if not the most epic. It's not the best boss, but the pure spectacle of it, coupled with one of the best boss themes in the game, really does a lot to elevate it. But now, the guardian standing in the way of the Forge of the Giants has been vanquished, and the way is clear. By the way, did anyone else not realise where to go up here at first, and just jump straight into the fire and die? Because I did. But that's not what you're supposed to do. You ride along the rim to the point of grace at the other end, and have your very last conversation with Melina, who preps the player on what they're about to do. That being, to commit the cardinal sin of setting the Erdtree itself on fire.
O Erdtree, you shall burn. Burn for the sake of the new Lord. Thank you for guiding me here. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Goodbye.
Afterwards, we wake in a completely different location, as far east as the map goes, in crumbling Faram Azula, but without the presence and guidance of Melina. Regarding Melina, the moment of her sacrificing herself to the Forge never really had that much of an emotional effect on me, and that's because we just don't see her that often throughout the game in meaningful ways. The only times you converse with her are at points of grace, particularly within churches where she often passes on the words of Queen Marika, providing exposition on the nature of the Tarnished. The issue is that such moments never really did very much to make me bond with her, and in fact such dialogue is often completely optional anyway. There are actually only a handful of times you even have to see and hear from Melina, but even if you're engaging with her at every possible opportunity, the game doesn't do enough to give her an actual presence. She's supposed to be travelling alongside you the whole time, at least in spirit, quite literally, but you don't really feel her, and so her sacrifice here always felt a little bit hollow to me. Similarly, the game also could have done more to give Torrent a bit more personality and presence. Nearly immediately after obtaining him back in Limgrave, Torrent simply became nothing more than a device for gaining mobility, rather than an animal friend with its own personality. I guess the fact we're playing a voiceless protagonist makes it harder to implement these sorts of relationships with other characters, but even so, as outstanding as Elden Ring's larger world building and lore is, it often falls short when it comes to depicting interpersonal relationships. However, the events at the Forge of the Giants really don't have all that much of an effect on the Erdtree. It is set alight, and indeed, travelling back to the Roundtable Hold reveals that our actions have even had a similar effect on that place as it slowly begins to smoulder, but the tree still stands strong and tall, seemingly unaffected by the flames licking its branches, trunk and roots. This is because a final ingredient is required to finish the job so as to allow us entry through the thorns and into the base to gain an audience with a goddess, and that ingredient is to be found here in crumbling Farum Azula, one of the most mysterious areas in the game. Farum Azula is essentially a floating circular stone city, except the constant violent tornadoes and winds have rendered it into a crumbling landscape of ruin. Perhaps 100 dragons endlessly circumnavigate this anomalous eastern zone of the lands between, and as well as this cyclonic draconic parade, Farum Azula is protected by a prison of floating crumbled stone. A very cool touch here, by the way, is that there's even small dragons depicted on the in-game map. Although this place is utterly different to anywhere else in this world, it does still occupy the same space as the rest of the game world, and indeed the Erdtree is still clearly visible from here, far off to the west. Although Farum Azula is a very large level, it still follows legacy dungeon rules, and so Torrent is not allowed here, though God knows he'd sure come in handy. A very nice touch is that from near the start, we gain a stark view of a grand domed coliseum, with this being the main destination we'll continue to work towards throughout the level, though the path to it is anything but straightforward. Looking at the tornadoes here makes me so uncomfortable, by the way. Not a bad way or anything, they're a great touch, but it actually causes me mild discomfort to look at them. I find tornadoes to be one of the most terrifying forces of nature. Thankfully though, we don't really get many of them here in Scotland, certainly not ones like this. With this clearly being an ancient place, appropriately we are greeted by an ancient dragon, though they didn't even give it a boss health bar, and its moveset is nearly identical to Lanziak's from Altus Plateau, except with an absolutely obscene amount of HP. I really didn't enjoy this fight. The camera made it difficult to keep track of the dragon's movements, it had too much health, and it killed me, and thus I hate it. There is a brand new enemy type here though, the Beastmen, of which there are several variants, and these are for sure one of the harder enemies in the game. Although the mountaintops weren't exactly an easy region, Farum Azula really is a difficulty spike, and so by the time you get here, you're going to want to have your build all worked out to deal with these things. Because not only do they have long, wild, high damaging combos, but the game will absolutely throw many of them at you at once in some places, and thus you might find that all of a sudden the brute force method of just charging in and trying to take everything out in 1 or 2 hits just doesn't work anymore, and this will largely remain true for the remaining areas of the game. Farum Azula really is very big though, and not straightforward at all. The collapsed ruins and gravity-defying stone platforms that litter the city often aren't just for show, but can be used to traverse the level, leading to other sections hiding further challenge and treasure. The Beastmen enemies really do keep this level feeling fresh though it would have really sucked if they'd recycled earlier enemies again like they did to such an extent back on the mountaintops. As well as the regular living Beastmen, there's also the undead variants which have to be hit an additional time after death to prevent them from reviving, and I actually think these are one of the best looking regular enemies in the game. I know they don't look as large and extreme as things like the crawfish or the rune bear, but the differences in their skull and general skeletal structure compared to the regular undead variants, coupled with the tatters of fur still clinging to their ancient bones, is just such a great touch. Also, some of them can breathe fire. Nice. Secluded off upon a stone platform situated after a bridge of toppled ruins stands our old friend, Alexander. You can actually summon him to help you out in the fire giant fight, and he even references the fire giant here, but I've never done this and don't even know where his summon sign is there. There will be no summoning him for help for some mighty demigod or fell giant here though, because sadly Alexander realises that he just doesn't have what it takes to be as strong a warrior as he desires, especially after seeing us take down foes like Radagon and the fire giant, and so his final wish is for us to enter into combat with him as a last warrior send-off. Something that's a bit of a shame here is that he's too easy to beat. Not sure if FromSoft did this intentionally to convey that he was just never all that strong, but but I would have preferred a bit of a challenge here so as to make this final battle with him a bit more impactful. Though I'd never gotten the chance to see him do this ground pound move before. Very cool attack. We get the Shard of Alexander for beating him, boosting the damage of Ashes of War by 15%. Very good talisman and only obtainable by finishing up his questline here. Although Beastmen are the most common enemy type here by far, unfortunately Worm Faces also make another grotesque appearance, and lots of them. I actually got quite cocky here because I was able to deplete their sizable health bars pretty quickly, barely giving them the chance to bathe the area in rotting clouds of deathblight. But sadly my cockiness came to a thorny end when I went up against the huge one at the end. This really is a cheap fucking fight, because there are two smaller Worm Faces too, which will also happily spray deathblight from their wriggling maws, and also the big Worm Eater just has far too much HP, just like the ancient dragon at the start of the level. There's something I don't like about a challenging enemy with a huge health pool but with a regular enemy health bar. Or maybe I'm just salty because I died here. Although there were certainly parts of the game before where simply running through an area seemed like the most prudent course of action rather than engaging every enemy you see, towards the end of the game here and in the optional hidden areas to come, the compulsion to just run the fuck past everything can crop up a lot more. Like I said before, the mountaintops of the Giants is around about where I start to get a bit fatigued, and that fatigue does tend to stick around and grow throughout the rest of the game too, in no small part due to how bloody tanky the enemies get and how many of them the game starts throwing at you. Now, there happens to be a very unfortunate boss, which FromSoft saw fit to include in Farum Azula, and what's more, unlike the valiant gargoyles, it's completely mandatory. Folks, I am of course referring to the reviled, the detested, the abhorred Godskin Duo, also known as FromSoft's Great Sin. This boss sucks. On their own, either the Noble or Apostle are both very challenging enemies with tricky movesets, not to mention both of them having the ability to throw black flame fireballs from range. And then you've got the second phases of each boss. The Acolyte gains the ability to generate incinerating black flame tornadoes, not to mention the Noble's famous never-ending roll attack. Now, put both those bosses together in the same room. Okay, pretty shitty situation, huh? But if I just struggle enough to take out one of them, that halves the difficulty. Well, actually no it doesn't, because just a short time later, the one you killed will be summoned right back into the fight at full health. See, you're not just fighting these two particular enemies, you're fighting their shared health pool, just as was the case with the 4 kings in Dark Souls 1, except much worse. If you plan on fighting these guys solo, without making use of any tricks or ingenious stratagems, then good fucking luck to you. Obviously it's possible, but it requires a serious level of skill and patience. However, and thank God for this, there is an alternate strat in the form of sleep pots. And with it being one of the few mechanics I haven't yet covered, I guess this is a good time to talk about crafting. As we all know, it's quite illegal to release an open world game without crafting mechanics, and thus this trendy feature was indeed brought over to Elden Ring too. I must confess that I wasn't particularly interested or excited at the prospect when I first learned that there'd be crafting, because I think it's one of those gameplay elements that devs tend to put in their games because they're supposed to put it in their games, because that's just what open world games do, and that instantly makes it less interesting to me. But regardless of the bloody philosophy behind it, anywhere you go in the lands between, you're going to be finding a hell of a lot of crafting materials, out in the open world, from vegetation, as a reward for killing non-hostile animals, as a reward for killing enemies, laying around on cave walls and glintstone in dungeons, and also situated at various points within legacy dungeons. There are many different crafting materials in Elden Ring, and many recipes with which to use them. Of course, these crafting recipes also need to be found or bought, many of which can be procured from nomad merchants, and while you'll have a fairly limited selection of crafting options near the start of the game, if you've been diligent in exploring the world, then you'll end up with a silly selection of items, throwables, consumables and ammunition to create from your stockpile of raw materials. So, my opinion on Elden Ring's crafting is this. Despite what I said a couple of minutes ago, I actually do like that it's here in the game, but having said that, I almost never felt the need to use it. I'd occasionally craft a few exalted meats to temporarily buff my damage output for a boss, and if I was using bows in a playthrough, then I would certainly be crafting large numbers of arrows. but that would usually be it. There are loads of different types of throwable pots, doing all sorts of different damage types and effects, some of which are certainly interesting and useful in specific situations, not to mention the admittedly awesome selection of different arrow and bolt types to be crafted. But regardless of how interesting the selection was, I simply rarely felt the need to engage with this game's crafting. Yes, all these volcano pots and albinoric pots and blood boil aromatics and dappled cured meats, they're all really cool options, I guess, but you just don't need to use them. But you see, it's not quite like you can completely ignore the crafting with it not having any further effect on the game, because it does have an impact on exploration. Many times when you're out exploring and you see some shiny item in some hard to reach location, you will go there, get excited at what cool weapon or piece of armour or golden rune or item you might get, only to get some rare crafting material that you already have 30 of and will likely never use. Seriously, this happens a lot, and of course that's not something that ever happened with the Souls games, because there wasn't crafting. All that said though, I do have to eat my words a little bit here, because one boss with a crafting sure as shit comes in handy is the Godskin Duo, because here you can make very good use of sleep pots. With these, all it takes is a well thrown pot at the feet of whichever Godskin prick you least want to engage with, then you're free to take on the other one in single combat. Fair. Yes, they will wake up, but it takes surprisingly long for this to happen, and you can always just lob over another sleep pot if need be. Is this method a tad cheap? I guess, a little bit, but if you're not supposed to use sleep pots for this purpose, then what the hell are you supposed to use them for? Also, the fucking boss is cheap, the boss sucks, so I make no apologies for my methods. At the end of Faram's Eula, after fighting through scores of savage beastmen, leaping from cracked towers suspended at impossible angles in midair, and braving your way through red lightning, stormhawks and more dragons, you will eventually come close to that large coliseum that was first visible from the start of the level, though it is guarded by the second of the game's 2 draconic tree sentinels. I won't go much into detail on the nature of this enemy's moveset because I already covered that in part 2, but I will say that this is a hard fucking enemy, and this one has an additional 5000 HP compared to the one we saw in Leyndell, not to mention massively buffed damage output, though its moveset is identical from what I can tell. I know I'm not the only one who died countless times on this boss before even setting foot into the actual boss arena, but even so, these are for sure one of my favourite enemies in the game, regardless of how much they always fuck me up. And of course, folks, that leads us into the main boss of the area, the Beast Clergyman, and on my first playthrough, this was around about the time where I started to get rather fed up. So, I actually really like phase 1 of the boss. I think the Beast Clergyman is great fun to fight, not at first, because like many bosses in this game, it takes a lot of trial and error and dying before you'll properly start to learn its movement and moveset. But this is a really fun fight with a great rhythm to it, and very little bullshit. Most of its attacks are quite comprehensible, and once I found out that this attack can be jumped over, it made me like this boss even more. But that's before phase 2 comes along. Look, I know that Malekith happens to be many people's favourite boss in the game, not only mechanically but also as visual design, and I respect that. However, let me lay my cards on the table right now. I hate this boss. I hate having to fight it. I had such a shitty time with Malekith on my first playthrough of the game that it negatively affected the rest of the playthrough. In fact, even now, despite me having so much additional experience with Elden Ring, I still have a miserable, frustrating time with Malekith. Its moveset is just way too much for me to handle. The flips, the pirouettes, the black flame explosions, the travelling from one side of the arena to the other in a single second. For me, this is just too much. It's not a fun boss. When I fight Malekith, I am actively having a bad time, and I just can't wait to beat it so that I don't need to fight it anymore. It's not due to inexperience either. Christ knows how many times I've fought it now, but it doesn't matter, I can't seem to not suck at it. Thankfully, FromSoft were fully aware of what a nightmare Malekith is, and so there is an optional item you can get called the Blasphemous Claw. Unfortunately, I didn't get footage of it, but if you follow a wee bit of the Volcano Manor questline, then Bernal here will invade you at a nearby spot in Faram's Eula, and beating him will get you the Blasphemous Claw. This item can be used to essentially parry Malekith's attacks, except it doesn't work on every attack, not by a long shot, and furthermore it can be really difficult to discern what the proper timing on the parries should even be, especially when in the heat of battle with a flipping, spinning, twirling beastman like this. That said, when you do get off a successful deflection with the claw, it really does help, giving you a generous window to get off a good few attacks, and thank God this item exists, because it makes this boss just about manageable. To any Malekith enthusiasts out there, I apologise if my words angered you, but nonetheless, these are my true feelings on the matter. I'm not even saying it's a bad boss, the main issue is that I'm bad at it. The reason we're even fighting Malekith in the first place though is because we want to obtain and then unleash the power of Destined Death, also known as the Rune of Death. See, death is kind of a tricky subject in Elden Ring. Just as Ranni had Blaidd as her loyal beast shadow, Queen Marika had Malekith, who sealed away the Rune of Death within his signature black sword, which he kept concealed within his own body. The act of sealing away Destined Death meant that the gods and demigods could now escape their destined fate, and indeed another name which Marika goes by is Marika the Eternal. However, as we know, the Night of the Black Knives occurred where Ranni stole away a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, leading to the death of the soul of Godwyn and the death of Ranni's own godly flesh. As profound and shattering as Ranni's plots here was though, it was still only a fragment of the Rune of Death, but upon Malekith's defeat here in Farum Azula, the true Rune of Death is unleashed back into the world and its effects are immediate.
The Rune of Death is unbound. And the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate. But the flames will also burn the impenetrable thorns. Farewell it is then. You'll be Elden Lord yet.
Thus, while the Erdtree merely smouldered with weak embers after our actions at the Forge of Giants, it now blazes with an angry red incandescence, colouring the very air of the entire lands between with fallen particles of red from the branches above, and desolating the Roundtable Hold. And although the two fingers are seen still standing erect in supposed correspondence with the Greater Will, finger reader Enya has passed away completely. All this makes you wonder whether we're really the good guys here, going through with all this immolation and devastation just to become Elden Lord. As we can see, due to the Erdtree's current condition, the royal capital of Leyndell is now the capital of Ash, now lying in utter ruin. Of course, some landmarks do remain, such as the eternal corpse of the great dragon Gransax, as well as the Bolt of Gransax, but the golden capital is finished. Now we can press onwards through the capital and back up to the Erdtree Sanctuary to take on the game's final encounters, become Elden Lord and end the game. But we're not going to do that just yet, because there is far more work to be done elsewhere and bosses to beat. Then we come back and finish things. Our next main destination will be the Lift of Rold, where we can brandish the Hailtree secret medallion and ascend to the consecrated snowfields. You can actually get a very clear view of the snowfields from the mountaintops region, and indeed, it's a pretty big freaking area. However, before we even go there, we ain't done with crumbling Farum Azula, because though Malekith was the main boss of the level, there's another one, hidden away in both place and time, and its name is Its name is Dragonlord Placidusax. Yet another boss that I initially completely missed, and who the hell could blame me considering how absurdly tucked away it is. Furthermore, the run back to this boss if you happen to die is uncharacteristically long for Elden Ring, with no nearby point of grace or stake of Margit, and so unfortunately there will be an extra 70 seconds added onto the front end of any fresh attempt on this boss if you die. Now, we've had many dragons pop up throughout the game, and I've covered many of them at length, and that although they have differences in theme and design, they tend to share many, if not most, of the same attacks. Well, Dragon Lord Placidusax is a very different beast indeed, because this dragon is far more ancient and unique than anything we've seen thus far, even compared to Fortisax and Lanziax. Placidusax is so ancient that parts of its body look to be literally crumbling away, with many of its stony scales having long since falling off, revealing the golden flesh beneath. Even the boss's fire breath is bright gold, sharing both the colour and brightness of the Erdtree, though it makes frequent use of red lightning also, being capable of summoning exploding shockwaves of this ancient element nearly anywhere around this vast Colosseum. This is actually its most desirable attack though, giving you ample opportunity to get in close and deal some big damage, though lingering near this body for too long will tend to prompt a fierce retaliation in the form of Placidusax's signature golden flames. One of the Dragon Lord's most awesome attacks, both visually and audibly, is its Bolt of Placidusax, essentially being a nuclear fucking detonation in the middle of the fight, so threatening that even the boss theme hushes in anticipation of the coming blast. Also, the form of the bolt should be very familiar because it's the same as the bolt of Grandsax that we saw in Leyndell, and happens to be the very weapon I was using to fight the boss. It's all rather poetic. These certainly aren't the only tricks the boss has at its disposal though, because at around the halfway point it will dissipate entirely, converting itself into cloud form before coming back into view again in mid-air as it gathers momentum before rapidly charging back down, swiping towards the player with a claw composed entirely of ancient red lightning, again and then again before finishing up the thunderous assault after one more burning breath of golden fire. But just when you think you've got its moveset down, leaving it with perhaps 25% HP remaining, it will deliver its most ruinous attack yet, heaving its vast form to the far side of the arena and causing violent, near inescapable fulminations throughout the arena from its relentless golden mouth lasers, though if you manage to survive this final desperate assault, then the Dragon Lord should not pose too much of a further problem, eventually going down and concluding one of the most dramatic, thunderous and fun bosses in the game. And now, ladies and gentlemen, finally we are ready to make the trip to the consecrated snowfields via the grand lift of Rold through the use of the Erdtree secret medallion. It's not as straightforward as just taking the elevator directly there though, because we first need to make our way through a dungeon, and this one's actually pretty damn decent, looking at least a bit different to most other dungeons in the game, though the enemies here are still just the same old kind we've seen time and time again. There are some invisible paths here though, which will lead to some nice treasures, so it's nice that FromSoft did keep trying to make the dungeons feel at least somewhat fresh, even towards the end. But at the end of the dungeon, we emerge out into the frigid outskirts. The consecrated snowfields. Unfortunately, I can't see shit here, and this will remain the case for the first sizable portion of the area, though thankfully the weather does clear up somewhat as we travel further northward. With the visibility here being so bloody poor, I tend to do what I imagine many players do at this area and just ride through it as quickly as I can, because I can't see. Still, that doesn't mean that nothing hides in these blizzards, because female first generation Albinorics roam around here atop the back of savage direwolves the size of Torrent, and spirit versions of Dragonkin will appear from thin air to attack the player with almost no warning. To the west of the snowfields lies the Yellow Annex ruins, populated by cloaked trolls with the flames of frenzy glowing brightly in their eyes, warding off curious tarnished like myself. Just nearby the ruins though, there's a minor dungeon called the Yellow Annex Tunnel, and this one's actually pretty damn nice looking, as well as unique as far as I can tell. The same old enemies are here, but the ice theme is really cool and makes a nice change to the usual mine environments. A bit of a surprise for I imagine a lot of people though is the boss at the end, because it's Estelle again. Now I've heard a lot of criticism over this repeated use of the Estelle fight, because back when we fought the original version of the boss after the Lake of Rot, it was a special damn fight, with its bizarre and colourful yet morbid and unsettling design, only for FromSoft to repeat the boss again with almost exactly the same design and moveset. I also initially found this to be really lame, but that was before I found out about the relationship between these life forms and the other similar life forms we see in the lands between, and that rather than Estelle being the name of the original boss, it makes more sense to think of Estelle merely being the name of this type of being, of which there may be countless more still in the universe. I'm not saying they needed to include this thing here again, because I do think just one appearance of it was enough, same with the ancestor spirit really, but now I find its inclusion to not be as nonsensical as it first seemed. To the north we have yet another mausoleum, only this one is very different to the rest, but the difference is very subtle. Can you see the difference yet? It's hard to spot, I'll admit. Yeah, this one launches a near endless bombardment of large blue projectiles at you, like those fucking bugs from Starship Troopers. If any of you young whippersnappers watching haven't seen Starship Troopers before, please check it out and thank me later, and then watch RoboCop. I'll be honest, I don't really know what the intended method of getting past this mausoleum is supposed to be without taking a ton of damage, and even once I made it to the point of grace here, I came ball-clenchingly close to dying anyway. Within this church though sits an enormous albinoric woman, and though I haven't really spoken about her up until this point, we've been travelling with another albinoric woman named Latena ever since first meeting her in Liurnia after getting the right half of the Erdtree secret medallion, and her request at the time was for us to bring her here to her sister within this secluded church so as to grant her a birth droplet, presumably providing a mechanism to allow the synthetically created albinorics to breed, perhaps even leading to a new, more advanced generation of albinorics, who will ideally look more attractive than the frogmen. Although the consecrated snowfields are a very large area in their own right, most people don't come here just to explore this place itself, but rather the two optional endgame areas it leads onto, those being Morgwen Palace and the Erdtree, so why not start with Morgwen Palace first. Situated at the westernmost edge of the snowfields, somewhat north of the Yellow Annex ruins, the player will be invaded by a sanguine noble, wielding a very dangerous Reduvia dagger, causing significant bleed build-up on hit, either from its projectiles or its edge. And speaking of blood, just nearby where the invasion occurred, a lone albinoric stands, staring straight at a portal pointing in the direction of some distant land to the southwest, and entering into this portal spits us back out at Morgwen Palace, the underground location we originally saw from down in Nokron. Unlike Nokron, Morgwen Palace is a far more open area, and we can in fact ride around on Torrent, and thank God for that, because this place is fucking intense. By far, the most common enemy type here are the second generation albinorics, though as well as the regular pale ones we've already seen previously, particularly in Liurnia, there's also a new variant here, whose skin has taken on the deep red hue of the blood lake which most of this area is immersed in. These ones act way crazier too, abruptly launching into frantic cartwheels as spikes protrude from their bulbous bodies, easily being capable of knocking the player from Torrent. They're basically Elden Ring's version of bone wheels, though thankfully you only ever see them in Morgwen Palace, and this isn't a massive area. In case you haven't worked it out yet, the theme here is blood, giving the level a very distinctive look, especially against the pseudo-galactic background which makes up the underground skybox. The giant skeletons are back also, but this time their source is far more obvious than it was on the mountaintops, with them being summoned here by these horn-blowing albinorics. Although the swamp is a fair size and filled with many such dangers and treasures, there is also a legacy dungeon here in the form of the mausoleum leading to the palace, though this is an actual mausoleum in this case, not one of these thick boys. Whereas the pale and crimson albinorics populated the blood swamps below, the mausoleum is host to legions of blistered corpses who will violently charge at the player before exploding in a damaging red blood mist. There are so many of these shambling cadavers that it's useless to try and take them out in any great number, but instead to simply press on further up the mausoleum steps and into the pitch black caves ahead, where we are beset upon by sanguine nobles who rise up out of dark pools of blood with a violent fixation on exsanguination through the dexterous use of their cruel helix-shaped rapiers. As dark and dangerous as these caves are though, at least there is one friendly face here. At the other end, we're not far from the end point of the mausoleum, though if you're in the mood for a bit of a suicide run, feel free to go for the sombre ancient dragon smithing stone in the chest here. We're not here for any fancy treasures though, because at the top of the mausoleum proudly stands the high, columned palace of the Morgwyn dynasty, and within rests the Lord of Blood and only remaining Omen demigod, Mohg.
Dearest Mikola, you must abide alone a while. Welcome, honored guest, to the birthplace of our dynasty.
Although we earlier fought Mohg in the Shunning Grounds, that was but a pale imitation of the true Lord of Blood, because this one is far more challenging, probably the third hardest boss in the game, with number 1 of course being the Lightning Ram from Altus Plateau. By the way, for anyone not aware, this is the same voice actor who played Tichigren from Dark Souls 2, and he also played this dude in the TV show Chernobyl, same guy. Mohg's first phase is largely the same as it was last time we fought him, with most of his attacks having long wind-ups coupled with even longer range, a deadly combination designed to catch out the panic roller. His Bloodflame Talon attack is a particularly fiendish one because the crimson mark he gouges into the air before him actually does 0 damage despite how nasty it looks. Instead, it's followed up by a damaging explosion directly after, meaning you need to fight your urge to roll when you see the attack come out and delay it by 1 second. Just as the Dragonkin knocks Stella's Ice Lightning, or the Deathrite Bird's Ghost Flame do heavy upfront damage as well as causing frost build-up, Mohg's Bloodflame attacks also cause bleed build-up, and although the bleed build-up caused by any one attack will tend not to be too severe, it's the gradual accumulation of bleed build-up throughout the entire fight which makes it so deadly. An insanely cool touch that I fucking love in phase 1 is that Mohg will count down from 3 to 1 in Latin, cause invisible barred rings of blood to appear around the player, though having no immediate effect other than looking rather threatening. But in the transition to phase 2, the countdown is completed with a final 3 proclamations of nihil, which translates to nothing in Latin, doing heavy damage to the player with each brutal bloody stab into the air with his sacred spear weapon, also restoring large chunks of his own health in the process, much to the player's dismay. See, I actually consider this to be a very controversial decision on the part of FromSoft, because this is one of the few occasions in their modern games where they've included mandatory damage. Yes, you can heavily reduce this damage with the use of the Purifying Crimson Tear for your flask, but even with that, you will still take damage, just much less than normal, which I also don't like. Why not just make it so that it cancels out all damage from the attack? Instead, unless you've got a build strong enough to wipe Mohg out before he even has the chance to get to phase 2, you are taking unavoidable damage. And although I don't have a problem with it from a difficulty perspective, I do dislike it purely on principle, because with nearly every other attack in this game being avoidable through effective rolling and or positioning, why not just stay true to that principle entirely instead of letting this one slip through? That said, this doesn't even come close to spoiling the fight. I just feel like ranting sometimes. As tough as Mohg's first phase is, his second phase is absolutely hectic. And while his Bloodflame and Crimson conflagrations were troublesome before, now the area is drenched in a rancid red spray pouring from the trident tips of his sacred spear after every swipe, stab and twist. He becomes far more mobile too, flying and charging around the arena through the use of his dark wings, making it that much harder to catch a breather and heal, all the while trying to avoid the burning embers of Bloodflame soaking the floors of the palace. By the way, look at this fucking death. Do you have any idea how painful that was for me? Brutal. How shit is it when that happens? The boss is one hit from death and all of a sudden you just can't hit it and everything misses where you become more and more frantic and animated, both in game and in real life. And then you die. Truly one of the most intense fights in the game and just flat out really difficult. Mandatory damage grievances aside, I think Mohg is one of the best bosses in the game. The large figure whose hand is exposed from the white cocoon resting on top of the enormous pelvic bone belongs to none other than Miquella, brother to Melina, and now I think of it, half-brother to Mohg on the side of Queen Marika. It really makes what Mohg might have been doing to him in there seem that much more messed up. We actually learned of Mohg's abduction of Miquella way back in the intro slides of the game, though of course a new player has no way of understanding the meaning or significance behind that image, but essentially Mohg stole away Miquella from the base of his Erdtree in an attempt to make him his consort, so as to raise himself to godhood. Clearly something went very wrong here though, as indicated by the appalling condition of Miquella inside his cocoon, looking far different to the golden-haired child we saw at the start. Miquella is a very complex character who also has multiple identities, and I'm sure as shit not equipped to explain his whole deal with any level of competency. But again, I would direct folk who want to know more about him to Crunchy's detailed video on the subject, because unlike me, he knows what he's actually talking about when it comes to Elden Ring lore. With all this talk of Miquella, I think now is the perfect time to pay a visit to his hidden Erdtree, far to the north of the lands between, beyond the consecrated snowfields. Actually getting there though is no straightforward matter, however, and can only be achieved by first visiting a strange abandoned settlement to the north of the snowfields, known as the liturgical town of Ordina. No, wait, it's the ordinal town of Liturgica. Actually, no, I was right the first time. It's the liturgical town of Ordina. Although at first there seems to be not all that much of interest here apart from a few treasures perhaps, as well as the rotten duelist standing at its outskirts, standing on this glowing circular seal, not unlike the ones used to enter into Evergaols, will transport us into an alternate version of Liturgica. Ordina, sorry. Silly jokes aside though, this is one of the few sections of the game that I hate with a passion. I was partially apologetic in my disdain for Malekith, but I make no apologies here. This place sucks. The goal is to light the 4 candles located at these Miquella statues dotted at awkward elevated places around the town, except one. Although Torrent is permitted in the normal version of the town, you cannot light him here, necessitating the use of some obnoxious and unenjoyable platforming. 2. First generation Albinoric archers are situated on top of various roofs across the town, shooting 2 magical arrows at a time, each of which deal massive damage, sometimes with multiple Albinorics attacking you at once while you are attempting said platforming or climbing a ladder. And 3. If you fall onto the snowy ground below, there are several Black Knife assassins down there who are literally invisible. Now, that last point can be mitigated significantly through the use of the Sentry's Torch, purchasable from a merchant in Altus Plateau, but good goddamn luck figuring that shit out for yourself, and that's if you even purchase the torch in the first place from this random, easily missable merchant. Despite the admittedly impressive selection of torches in Elden Ring, obtaining them was never much of a priority for me, particularly one with so bland a name as Sentry's Torch. Seriously though, before I'd heard that it was possible to reveal the forms of the Black Knife assassins, I was in a near constant state of outrage and disbelief that FromSoft could be so callous and cruel. Forget the damn torch for a minute though, because even with it, this place is still no fun to play through, and I hate that I have to do it to get access to the Erdtree. I guess the idea was for you to work out the routes to get to each of the 4 candles in the regular unguarded version of the town first, and then try the alternate version afterwards, but whenever I'm here, I just want to not be here anymore, because this area is firmly over on the frustrating side of the difficulty spectrum. But after going through the whole ordeal and lighting the 4 candles, the seal is broken, allowing passage up these stairs and through the portal at the top, transporting the player directly on top of a branch of Miquella's Erdtree. Of all the optional areas in Elden Ring, I'm not sure there are any as impressive as the Erdtree, not to mention Elfvale, which lies just beyond. This whole region, located just across the sea to the north of the mainland, was a massive surprise to me back on my first playthrough. Not because I necessarily had a super fun time playing through it, but because just when I thought I had the game world all figured out and had seen just about all there was to see, it turned out I had not. And not only did this hold true throughout my first playthrough, but also on subsequent ones where I always discover some new dungeon or boss or weapon that I previously didn't know even existed. Although the Erdtree is one of the most dangerous areas in the game, it also has a very soft beauty to it, particularly the way it stands against this vast misty backdrop of ocean to one side and coastline to the other. Elden Ring presents the juxtaposition of horror against backdrops of beauty and vice versa throughout the whole game world, and it gives the game a very compelling tone of moral ambiguity. Although this whole level is a decent size, it's effectively treated as a big legacy dungeon, much like Farama's Eula, and so Torrent can't be used here. In this first section of the Erdtree, we are descending down extensive routes past heralds, ants and misbegotten, and through marbled, man-made structures constructed around the large trunk of the tree, though of course the Erdtree itself isn't anywhere near as vast as the Erdtree, being something of a failed imitation of it as attempted by the demigod Miquella, which he nourished and watered with his own Empyrean blood. Just as an aside, I've always loved these herald enemies. Their design is just so intriguing, and it really makes me want to know more about them and what their bulbous clothing and headwear is hiding under there. And the way the sound of their horns complements the actual level soundtrack is absolutely beautiful. The same sort of thing is done in Leyndell too, not only with the heralds but also this page who I found playing the flute. Very nice auditory touches. Despite the sheer beauty and scale of this level though, as far as the enemies go, you will just be fighting the same ones you've already seen elsewhere. Although I do love the herald enemies, and though their aesthetic does fit this place, I kinda think they'd be more special if Leyndell was the only place you saw them, rather than them being repeated here too. At the end of the system of routes, structures and wooden bridges, there's an arena, with Loretta, Knight of the Erdtree, barring the way forward to the brace of the Erdtree. I discussed Loretta before when we fought her at the top of Caria Manor, but that was just her spirit form, whereas this is the real lady, and with some of the coolest armour in the game might I add, including on her horse. Can Torrent have that armour please, FromSoft? Again, several of her basic moves are the same we see from the Knight's Cavalry, Tree Sentinels and Draconic Tree Sentinels, except with a Carian sorcery twist, with her magic glintblade projectiles being one of her favourite moves, sometimes foiling dodge attempts as you manage to evade a projectile only to be caught out by the edge for glaive. Her coolest move by far though is her triple slash in phase 2. This one used to catch me out because of how heavily delayed the third attack is. I don't have a whole lot to say about Loretta though, and I've never found this boss too tough. Other than on my level 1 run, I don't think I've ever actually died to her, but she is a solid enough boss. After the upper portion of the Erdtree and after Loretta, we enter a new area, which somehow manages to be even more striking than the one we just left. It's Elfvale, Brace of the Erdtree. Good God folks, the first sight of this level always damn near takes my breath away. It's just so beautiful with its towers and ramparts standing elegantly above the endless blue ocean below and into the horizon, all the while tiny red embers gently fall down from the now blazing Erdtree onto Miquella's Erdtree. There's a bizarre but really interesting combination of the normal and the putrid found in Elfvale, with human knights fighting side by side with putrid avatars, while chambers hosting putrid crystallians lie adjacent to rooms guarded by clean-wrought knights armed with spears and halo scythes, all while rancid royal revenants stalk the streets below. Not to mention the kindred of rot which lie just a bit deeper into the brace. If this was out in Caelid or Limgrave, you get the feeling that all these entities would be enemies, perhaps engaging in battle while the player merely watched or rode by, as is often the case in other regions, but in Elfvale they're all here together. I don't say all this to imply that this location is host to some force of moral good though, I mean, for one of the first enemies we see here eagerly sacrifices themselves upon sight of the player in a fit of fierce fanaticism, not unlike the halls of the Cathedral of the Deep from Dark Souls 3. As much of a spectacle as the top of the Erdtree is though, and as striking a structure as Elfvale is, closer to the middle, our reason for coming here lies far further down at its roots, past the Clean Rot Knights, the Putrid Avatars and the swamps of Scarlet Rot, all the way down to the very bottom where Malenia awaits.
I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return. Heed my words. I am Melina, Blade of Mikola. And I have never known defeat.
Melina, perhaps the single most notorious, controversial and difficult boss that FromSoft ever created. Folks, let me be upfront with you. If you came here thinking that I might have a contrary view to what perhaps most people think of Melina, then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but for me, this boss has always been a fucking nightmare. I'd like to start off with a story about an experience I had with Melina. I've brought up my level 1 run many times throughout the series, not because I think it's how the game is supposed to be played, or because I think it's the correct perspective with which to judge the game, but because playing the game at such a low level with such a weak character really forces you to get to grips with enemy and boss behaviour in a way that just is not as necessary when playing the game at a normal, higher level with reasonable amounts of HP, stamina and everything else. Well, for my level 1 run I did all remembrances, meaning that as well as the mandatory bosses I also did some optional ones like the Regal Ancestor Spirit, Fortisax, Moog, etc. Essentially any boss that gets you a remembrance for being it, and I beat them all. To be honest, this was the hardest thing I've ever done in a game, by far. I'd done a level 4 challenge on Bloodborne and a level 1 challenge on Dark Souls 3, and those were extremely difficult for sure. Elden Ring was on another goddamn level, with bosses like the Fire Giant and Moog requiring countless attempts over many, many hours before I eventually came out on top. Except, I didn't beat them all. I lied just now. There was actually one single remembrance boss that I never beat, and that was Melina. Folks, over a 4-day period, starting after I'd finished work on the Friday, continuing through the weekend, and again after work on the Monday, I spent over 20 hours of my life attempting to beat Melina on level 1, and I never managed to take her down. Of course, I've beaten her a bunch of times on regular runs, including this run, but I just wanted to share that anecdote so you're aware of my troubled past with this boss. Even apart from that ill-fated run though, back on my first playthrough I was straight up not enjoying Elden Ring at this point in the game. I'd started feeling a bit of fatigue at the mountaintops of the Giants, and then this steadily grew throughout Faram Azula before growing a lot when going up against Malekith, and by the time I was riding through the consecrated snowfields and into Mogwyn Palace and the Erdtree, I was just playing the game to get it finished. And I was straight up having a bad fucking time when I got to Melina, to the extent that I only originally beat her with the help of an online phantom. Although I started off loving Elden Ring, by the time I'd finished it, I considered it to be my least favourite FromSoft game due to how fatigued I'd gotten towards the last stretch of the game. But let me be clear, since then I've played through it again several times, and my second playthrough in particular was absolutely glorious. I had an incredible time the whole way through. I was way more diligent in exploring, and I didn't feel an ounce of fatigue even towards the end of the game. I had a much less traumatic experience with Melina. Nonetheless, this is a very difficult boss. Although I started off attempting her here with my Dragon Greatclaw weapon, I soon realised this just wasn't cutting it, being too slow and simply not dealing enough damage or allowing for the level of aggression that this fight required. And so I changed my weapons of choice to the Bolt of Gransax in my left hand and the Cross Naginata in my right, making use of the ridiculous damage possibilities of wielding two weapons of the same type in each hand. Doing this adds an extra attack to your moveset, allowing you to hit the enemy with both weapons simultaneously, and this was significantly faster and more effective than the sluggish Colossal weapon I'd been using before. Aggression is extremely important in this fight, because as well as Melina having a very challenging moveset, she will also restore a modest chunk of HP back every time she lands a hit, even if you're blocking with a shield, and even if that shield has 100% physical damage reduction. This aspect of Melina means that unless you're playing perfectly, she can easily erase chunks of your progress in the fight if you fuck up and get hit. And way back on my earliest attempts at this boss, I remember being several minutes into the fight and her still being at about 85% HP, because anytime I'd do some damage, she would end up getting a hit in and just getting the health back, leading to some very frustrating experiences. This is why it's really important to not fuck around in this fight. You have to be aggressive, but to do that, you have to learn her moveset and how to deal with specific attacks. Her forward flurry attack used to be a colossal ball ache for me and would always catch me out. Plus, she uses this attack all the damn time, but then I learned that it's easily avoided by just rolling forward and right rather than rolling back. The first phase can be really fun and rhythmic once you start to get the hang of it. Although her moves are certainly challenging, they're perfectly manageable with a bit of practice. And then she does Waterfowl Dance. I hate Waterfowl Dance. There's not another attack in this game that I hate more than Waterfowl Dance. In fact, there's not another attack in any Soulsborne game that I hate more than it. I've looked up the tutorials, I've watched videos of people criticising it, praising it, analysing it. I fucking hate it, because despite my hundreds of attempts at this boss, I've never been able to consistently evade it. Sometimes I think I have, but then on the next attempt, she'll do the attack and I'll get cut to ribbons, and then the same thing will happen the next 3 attempts. For me, this attack ruins the fight, not least of all because she can start using it way earlier than seems appropriate. I've heard people praise it because it adds an extra layer of tension to the fight, making the player constantly wary of when she's going to do her signature leap up into the air before unleashing the attack. But for me, the knowledge that she can pull this attack off at any time after losing just, say, 30% or so of her HP simply makes the fight unpleasant. Because if she starts to wind up just as you're mid-attack or mid-heal, then have fun trying to avoid that shit. Honestly, I barely even try to avoid it nowadays, instead relying on a great shield for survival, though this means her restoring a sizable chunk of health. Look, I know the move can be dodged. I know it's not impossible or anything, but for me, this attack is unreasonably difficult to deal with, especially considering the insane amount of damage it does, usually being a damn death sentence. Of course, Phase 2 is also hellishly difficult, and Waterfowl Dance persists here too, except now it has the potential to infect you with Scarlet Rot. Great. In Phase 2 there are now delayed explosions of rot to deal with, as well as follow-up thrusts to some combos there to catch out players too conditioned to her Phase 1 moveset. Unfortunately, I'm not done bitching yet, because she has another attack I really dislike, and it's the one where she flies up into the air and sends her scarlet Valkyries towards you. Very cool attack, but another one I've simply never been able to consistently dodge. There's just this constant unpleasant tension for me when fighting Melina, because she can pull off these attacks at near any time, and if you're shit at being able to deal with them, then this fight is hell. All that said, I don't think Melina is a bad boss or anything. I think she's mostly superb, even with her ability to restore health on hit, but goddamn, she has certain attacks that I just cannot stand, that sadly prevent me from being able to actually enjoy the boss fight, or beat it at level 1.
Your strength, extraordinary. The mark of a true lord. Oh, dear Mikola. Oh, dearest Mikola, my brother. I'm sorry. I finally met my match.
And finally, it is that time. It's time to make our way back to the capital of Ash and return to the Erdtree for the game's final epic confrontations. Before I do that, I know I didn't cover everything in the game. For example, I didn't engage much with the NPC questlines or go through the Dung Eater stuff, and there will definitely be some cool locations and bosses and even mechanics that I missed or skipped, but this commentary was never supposed to be exhaustive, and also I'm a bit exhausted. I jest, of course. This whole thing has been a goddamn pleasure to make, and I've genuinely loved it, and I do apologise if I didn't cover something that you might have liked to see, but I am eager to cover the game's final bosses, because one of them happens to be my number 1 favourite boss in the entire game. But that boss is not Gideon Ofnir, because this fight stinks. It's entirely possible to just railroad this guy in about 30 seconds, especially if you attack him while he's talking, but if you fuck it up here like I did and die and then actually have to fight him, I think there's an argument to be made for this being the single worst boss in the game, and I mean that. The nauseating ease with which he can utterly destroy you with his magic is just not enjoyable, and his Radagon's Rings of Light attack in particular is absurdly difficult to not get hit by. One aspect of the boss that I do admittedly love though is that his moveset will expand based on the bosses you've beaten beforehand. For example, some of you might not have even known that he could use the Scarlet Leonia incantation, because in fact he doesn't use it at all unless you defeat Melina before coming here to fight him. Same thing with his Blood Flame spray attack, which he only uses if you've beaten Mohg. He didn't use it here because I hadn't beaten Mohg at this point. Yeah, just so everybody knows, I did a lot of things totally out of order compared to the order shown in these videos. For example, the very last boss I beat was actually Placidus Axe. Back to Gideon though, I don't like him, and for the last time I'll bring up my level 1 run, because I'm not exaggerating when I say that he was one of the hardest bosses in that whole run, no word of a lie. Struggling on a boss can be frustrating, but struggling on a boss when it's Gideon Ofnir was a lesson in sustained humiliation. But with Gideon dispatched and out of the picture, we are free to once again approach the base of the Erdtree where we once fought the Omen King Morgott, except now someone else has arrived.
It's been a long while, Morgott. Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, I am returned. To be granted audience once more. Upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
This scene is actually really touching because Godfrey is in fact Morgoth's father, as was he the father of Mohg, and so while it's easy to brush over, we've killed 2 of Godfrey's children at this point in the game. Another easily missable detail is the guidance of grace that flows from Godfrey to our own character, indicating that he has been guided in a similar manner as us, and Godfrey himself is a Tarnished too after all, not a demigod. But folks, lore aside for now, I fucking love this boss. So much. Some of my favourite bosses in the game are Godrick, Mohg, the Draconic Tree Sentinel and Placidusax, but Godfrey has them all beat. He's the ultimate badass. There is no Bloodflame, Scarlet Rot, Red Lightning or Moonlight sorceries here when going up against Godfrey, because he is a pure physical powerhouse, making use of heavy slams and heaves from his great axe, interspersed with ground shaking stomps, followed by more relentless axe attacks. He is one of the most terrifying moves in the game too, where he slams his axe into the ground before unearthing it back up and bringing a strip of the freaking platform up with it. And this phase transition is so badass as he roars while performing one of the longest attack animations in FromSoft history before slamming the hilt of his axe into the ground, creating an arena-wide shockwave. The player can actually use this Ash of War too if they later get Godfrey's weapon.
I've given thee courtesy enough. Now I fight as Horaloo.
As great as Horaloo is, it's one of the most terrifying fights in the game due to how unreasonably aggressive he is. It can be so difficult to get a heal in, and despite the boss's low health by this point in the fight, it can still go on for surprisingly long simply because it's usually not safe to attack. Now the boss utilises grab attacks, and the timings of these are borderline impossible to interpret at first, specifically designed to induce frantic panic rolling before catching you out anyway with a brutal power bomb, and if you're unlucky enough to die to this attack, he literally rips your chest open. I'm generally not a big fan of such delayed attacks, but the boss is just too fucking sick for me to stay mad at. I can't stay mad at you, Godfrey, and I absolutely love the voice acting for him. In fact, all the voice acting in this game is top tier. With the first Elden Lord and our rival Godfrey defeated, the way inside the Erdtree is clear, with the impenetrable thorns from before having been burned away. Like Godfrey, Radagon is also one of the best bosses in the game, and one of the most challenging. Although his arsenal of attacks includes extensive delayed combos from his axe, he also makes frequent use of holy damage, with waves of golden light spilling out from his axe and body onto the ground before him, some of which will then detonate with delayed explosions. Around a third of the way into the fight, he will gain the ability to teleport around the arena, leaving exploding holy golden bolts in his wake. Talking about mobility, I think one of the coolest things about this boss is how he just walks everywhere. Yes, he does fly up into the air at points, but for most of the fight, Radagon simply walks around, adding an intriguing element of dignity and grace to the boss's design. Like Godfrey before him, several of his attacks can be jumped over to avoid damage, specifically his foot stomps, but he does have one attack that I really dislike, and that's a shame, because it's one of the coolest attacks in the game visually, his Elden Shattering attack. The reason I dislike it is that it so clearly looks like a jumpable attack, and yet even though I've had many attempts where I appear to time it perfectly and jump well clear of the golden wave he creates with his hammer, I will still get caught out by the attack. I realise I didn't do a great job in demonstrating my skill in this particular footage, but this is another of the small selection of attacks in Elden Ring that I don't quite understand and that I simply cannot consistently dodge. I know that people do suggest sticking very close to him during this attack and jumping or rolling past him in time with each slam, but I've never had much success with this either, and also his tracking when doing this attack is pretty ridiculous. Nonetheless, incredible boss, and I do love it. Just like FromSoft did with Sekiro, the final encounter is a double whammy, featuring both Radagon and the Elden Beast, and if you die to this living nebula, then it's all the way back to fight Radagon again, and that can get frustrating. Speaking of Radagon, the very sacred relic sword that the Elden Beast uses is literally made from Radagon's body, as indicated by its form and coloration, as well as its item description. This is not the hardest fight in the game, and nor does it even come close, but it certainly can be a tense challenge when you know you'll need to fight the previous boss all over again if you die, and also because you'll likely have used up a good few healing flasks, perhaps even most, if not all of them. Furthermore, Elden Beast can be very mobile, not in the sense that it's fast, but rather it will occasionally just submerge into the water and then emerge back out at the other end of the arena, and all you can do when this happens is to frantically run to where it's moved to, dodging its holy projectiles and sword beams along the way. Most of its attacks are fairly straightforward to dodge though, even the ever spectacular ringed explosion where the form of the Elden Ring appears in the air while rings of damaging holy light converge in on the player, but it has one particular attack which unfortunately has to be added onto the admittedly small pile of attacks in this game which are completely fucking bullshit. Elden Stars. This attack lingers for way too long. I believe it can cast 2 of them into the arena at the same time if you're particularly unlucky, and it is near guaranteed damage. Of course, People used to use Bloodhound Step to reliably avoid it, but then that Ash of War got heavily nerfed, and so when you see this attack, and you will see this attack unless you're strong enough to take out the boss extremely quickly at the start, there's a high chance that you'll take at least some damage, and just as was the case with the mandatory damage from the Moog fight, I think that's a real shame. Some people hate this fight, and I definitely get that, but I think it's alright, though I think the general consensus towards it would be far more positive if you didn't need to fight Radagon again every time you lost to it. It must be really frustrating to get good enough to finally nail Radagon, only to get fucked over by the Elden Beast and be unable to finish the game. After it does finally go down, there are no more lords, gods or beasts to fight, and the only remaining action required of us is to choose our ending at the fractured form of Queen Marika.
The battle is over, I see. I do solemnly swear to every living being and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars. 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond. Into fear, doubt, and loneliness, as the path stretcheth into darkness. Well then, shall we? My fair consort eternal.
What exactly does this ending mean? Well, beats me, but it doesn't sound too positive, does it? Though I believe the excessively ominous tone of it is largely down to the way it was translated from the original Japanese text, and the whole translation issue really does add a bit of an arbitrary element to many interpretations of the lore, if the conclusions you come to about a particular character, location or event can differ depending on the way it was translated. That said, don't listen to me too much when it comes to the lore, because as I've stressed, I'm far from any sort of Elden Ring scholar. But folks, that is the end of the game and the end of this commentary series. When I started writing this on day one, I was actually going through a low point in my motivation for making videos, and I had no idea how to even start writing about a game as big as this. But after typing then retyping the opening paragraph for about half an hour, the rest spilled forth, and this series is what I ended up with. I hope you liked it, for whatever it was. I'm really not very good at writing conclusions, and nor do I find writing them to be very interesting, and I don't know what I can say here that I haven't already said at some point over the past 5 or so hours. but Elden Ring is a rare game, the likes of which we do not often see. Will it prove to be a game changer in the industry, influencing other open world games for years to come in the way that Dark Souls was so influential? I guess we'll see, and if it does happen, we'll also see whether or not that's even a good thing, because I for one think the vast majority of Souls-likes out there aren't very good or interesting at all, with the exception of the Neo series and Code Vein. That's right, Code Vein, I liked it. But folks, I'm rambling now, like a buffoon, so I think that's a good time to end it. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye, or rather, cheers for watching and cheerio.